we have a $125 donation by Anonymous. No comment at all, but thank you for that one. And I believe that one was put towards the Irish Summit as well, so that's getting even closer.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, the Irish Summit, we're at $577, so we're getting even closer to that one, but we still need a little bit more money to reach that, if you want to see that. And the names are still up in the air. None of them have moved so far, but they're not that high up, so you can easily get a name if you really want to. Once again, we got Jenna being named as Marta right now at $26 and Blaze at $20, so that's really close. For Piers, we got LGG leading the way at $95.01, Alex at $50, and Pants at $5. And we are saving or killing Sheba because $60 is being named towards him dead, and $50 named towards him alive.
All right, so it's still Marta for Jenna?
Yeah, we're closing them now?
Yeah, we're closing them.
All right, just last second.
Oh, shit.
You're fine.
I'm fine?
You're fine.
Okay.
All right, so last second checks. We're closing them now. Jenna is being named Kylie, K-Y-L-I, at the last second snipe. Pierce is being named LGG. And Sheba is dead, D-E-D, all caps.
Perfect.
As you can tell, someone donated towards that right here.
All right, like that?
No, K-Y-L-I.
K-Y-L-I.
Yeah, no E.
No E.
No, we.
Like that.
Yeah, just like that.
All right, cool. They don't affect it?
Huh?
They don't affect.
No, it's only when you do Felix's name.
Only Felix and Isaac. All right, cool. All right. Sheba is dead. In all caps.
D-E-D in all caps.
Shout out to Kirby Master. You'll know why she's called that during the run, probably.
Probably.
And Piers is LGG in all caps.
LGG. Shout out to the Grand. That's a Golden Sun 1 runner from France. Really cool dude. And that is what LGG stands for. All right.
All right.
We're ready to go whenever?
Ready to go whenever. Provide the countdown and we'll start.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, hello everybody. This is Golden Sun, the last stage. I am CriticalCyd. Right here I have with me. And
Zedonegi, and for now we have Bowie the Pillow, but
Bowie the Pillow.
Eventually we'll have Bowie the Hero here.
Yeah, Bowie needs some food in him. He just did a very long run of Terra Enigma, and he's going to be joining us on the couch here as well. It's going to be awesome. Props to that guy. But anyway, right here we have Golden Sun the Last Stage, which is a direct sequel to the very first Golden Sun game. So let's just give a quick recap of the story from the first one. At the start of the first game, all hell was breaking loose in the town called Phil. There's like a storm going on, and there's a mountain erupting, and yeah, gigantic rocks flying from the sky. Things are not that well, so the town is in the middle of evacuation. But some people are in a little bit of trouble. And there's also a gigantic boulder heading straight for the village. Now, you go do some stuff right there, get some help and everything. It doesn't actually work out. The boulder does actually end up falling. And unfortunately, some people end up getting caught up by the boulder. One of these people is Felix, which is the brother of Jenna, the girl on the screen right now, as well as Jenna's parents, and as well as the father of Isaac, the lead character of the first game. So they are then presumed dead at that point. Everybody's in shock. You try to go and get help, but then you find a couple of mysterious strangers who are pretty much the cause for the entire events. They try to break into your kind of like the sanctum that you're protecting, or that your town is protecting, Soul Sanctum. Set off some traps, and that kind of caused all the rocks to go down. But as you later on learn, those mysterious strangers, they do actually end up saving all of those people from the gigantic boulder. Now, after you overhear them, kind of eavesdropping on them, you don't quite hear the part about where they save the people and whatnot, but they are not too keen on people eavesdropping. They knock you out, and then the game does a time skip 3 years into the future, where you are about to go into a expedition into the Soul Sanctum together with Defend Garrett and Jenna, who are on the screen right now, and Kraden, the old man on the screen right now. And right there, go throughout the entire thing, and then right at the end you find the elemental stars, which are kind of objects that represent this game's kind of magic system. They call it synergy, and you have 4 elements of it. The 4 elements are represented by Mars, Venus, Mercury, and Jupiter for fire, earth, water, and wind. Also gonna be just setting the text speed to fast from here on out. The faster we get through all of that, the better. But yeah, as soon as you get there, sure enough, the mysterious strangers show up again. They're named Sadaros and Menardi, and they want the elemental stars so that they can light the respective lighthouses. And they are not supposed to be lit, according to the protector of the elemental stars, the Wise One. Now here you also meet Alex, the guy with the blue hair that's where we've been talking to. He's kind of like the puppeteer, and kind of orchestrating everybody's movements throughout the games. He doesn't actually take much action himself, even though he's really powerful. He prefers to let others do the work. So he is kind of leading Sadaros and Menardi to lead the lighthouses and whatnot. Here you also once again find out that Felix was still alive. He was wearing a mask, though, so you don't recognize him at first, but yeah. And of course this is all very confusing. They end up kidnapping Jenna and Kraden, and then they after stealing the elemental stars, except for the Mars star, which they didn't actually manage to get, because the entire place was starting to erupt. But then they go set out to light the lighthouses, and now the reason why lighting the lighthouses is supposed to be bad is because it will unleash the powers of alchemy into the world and create the golden sun. And the world is, yeah, they don't exactly know what that is going to do to the world, but they're assuming that it is not that good. But in this game, we actually get to see the story from a different perspective, because after defense of the intro of the first game, you then go throughout the entire thing, you chase down Sadaros and Menardi, you visit the first 2 lighthouses, Mercury and Venus lighthouse, where you failed to stop them. They actually managed to light them. And the events at the end of the first game are still going on right now. They're still trying to light the Venus lighthouse as this is going on. But yeah, here we got to see it from the different perspective, and we find out indeed that the parents, they are still alive and they are being held captive by the people who saved them. Well, captive, they're being treated perfectly fine there, but yeah, they cannot leave. And in order to, you know, make sure that they stay safe, Felix and Jenna and Kraden help light the lighthouses. So that is kind of where we're at in the story right now. And more stuff will be unfolding for sure. There is a whole bunch of other stuff that happens throughout the first game. This was just actually the Cliff Notes version, and most of the stuff that's relevant is happened in the intro of Golden Sun 1.
There was a dragon, people died.
There was a dragon, people died, exactly. It's just no biggie. But now we're actually gonna take a look at the combat, and it's just your classic JRPG turn-based combat. And I can just do normal attacks, or I can do something much more effective, which is spawn a fire dragon on this dude's face. Which, as it turns out, is his weakness. I don't know.
People die when they're set on fire.
Yeah. Fire burns. Fire burns, as it turns out. But yeah, these guys are like, oh, the blue-haired dude's no longer with them, so we can actually handle them, but little did they know that fire dragon to the face.
It's just a 17-year-old girl and a 60-something-year-old guy.
Yeah,
we can take them.
We can take them. I mean, they do look pretty buff, not gonna lie, but I don't know. They also look pretty orange.
Yeah. And as we learned last run, being extremely tan is macho.
Oh yeah, for sure. Shout outs to the Jersey Shore. But yeah, this is kind of how combat looks. I'm also gonna have a bunch of other options. Right now, the options I have are attack, the synergy, which is the magic of this game, and I have items that I can use, and I could just straight up defend to take less damage. And I am gonna be getting some other options later on with something called the Jin system. And that is kind of like the main defining feature of Golden Sun. And we'll explain that. Like, it affects a lot of things, so we'll explain the things that Jin affects as we get to it. But yeah, for the time being, we're just kind of going towards the ship that we were planning to use to get away, and doesn't seem to be doing that good, but that doesn't matter, because we're not going to be using it anyway. Yep. Because yeah, like at this point, the goal for this party is to go light the remaining 2 lighthouses, as Seteros and Minardi are trying to light the Venus lighthouse right now. And Seteros and Minardi, they're kind of jerks. Let's just put it like that. So, but they do actually end up dying at the end of Golden Sun 1. So they will not be joining us past the events that are about to happen.
They are both the dragon and the people that died.
Yes, exactly. They're very good at multitasking. Shoutouts to this game's soundtrack. I'm probably gonna be humming and
It's a great soundtrack.
Quite a bunch. Alright, so right now, Seteros and Minardi managed to light the lighthouse. The elements don't really seem to like it. Right now, only Mercury and Venus are lit. Things are kind of out of balance. The world is literally shaking. Islands kind of breaks loose somehow.
Moving away at high speeds, all usual stuff.
Usual stuff. And now we're adrift. So like I said, we don't need a boat, we have an island. We do kind of need a boat though. Like the first third of this run is going to be getting access to a boat so that we can actually...
But we have a boat-powered island.
I have a feeling we're not going to be able to steer this island very well. Because, I don't know.
We should get a better boat then.
I mean, that's what we're going to do. I was going to be fixing the boat, but we're not going to be using that one.
Fixing the boat is very, very important.
It's very exciting.
Fixing boat is important.
Yeah. So, right here we have Felix unconscious on the ground and Shiba unconscious on the ground. And that is the intro of the game. Just kidding, there's more tag smashing. But yeah, Shiba is a character that got picked up in Golden Sun somewhere along the way. Not much is known about her, but she is going to be our Jupiter character for this run, whereas Jenna is our Mars character, or Mars Adept as the game calls it, and Felix is our Venus Adept, so Felix has power over Earth mainly, Jenna over Fire, and Shiba over Air. And our Water Adept Piers we're not actually gonna meet for quite a while.
Shiba actually fell out of the sky as a baby. She just fell.
She just fell. Alright.
And then Satoru and Minardi abducted her because she's a Jupiter Adept and they need one.
Yeah, they kind of needed one. For some reason, you needed a Jupiter Adept in order to get into Venus Lighthouse.
Or, no, to eventually get into Jupiter.
Yeah, that too, but you also needed it to get into Venus.
But they don't have reveal.
Yeah, they don't. How did they get into Venus Lighthouse?
I don't know!
Game makes no sense. Anyway, since the elements are kind of out of order, there's this guy god Poseidon, god of the sea. He's not too happy with us, so he sends the tidal wave our way. Here, the game asks us to do some stretches. I'm not really feeling it. And I'm actually going to be doing my first little trick here, which is a mechanic of the game called sanctum warping. This is intended in case your file gets corrupted or you get soft-locked somewhere you can't progress. You can hold the start button and the L button in order to warp to the sanctum of the town you last visited. Since we haven't visited any towns yet, it's just going to send me to the very first town, Dyla. Here we are also going to meet the very first Jinn. Like I said, Jinn are creatures that affect a whole bunch of things about the run. They got released when the elemental stars were taken. And they also all have their own elements. For the most part, at the start of the game, I'm gonna be keeping the elements together. Venus for Venus, Mars
And
for Mars.
there goes the tutorial.
There goes the tutorial, yeah. That's a very important place where I actually have to say no to a yes/no prompt, otherwise we would have been here for a while.
Yeah.
Game really likes to throw slow tutorials at you.
Doesn't throw that many.
No. Most. Actually, yeah. And in Golden Sun 2, they're all skippable as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very nice. Oh, the one in Trial Road is not skippable the first time around. Alright. So now we have access to all 3 of our characters. I'm actually going to be attacking mainly with Felix right here. And that is because, as you can see, at the bottom you have health points and you have synergy points. And I'm actually trying to get rid of Felix's synergy points as much as possible for a little trick on it, because this game has an ability called a retreat, which is basically what you would imagine an escape rope is in a Pokemon game. It takes you back to the very start of a dungeon. But we're going to be using it, for the most part, for not that, because it is quite glitchy. So yeah, this game allows you to cast synergy on the overworld, as you just saw. That's used in a whole bunch of puzzles. Retreat, of course, is also it's also always going to be used on the overworld in order to get back to the start of a dungeon. But you can also hotkey them to L and R. And if you hotkey retreat, and then you cast it when you don't have enough synergy to cast it, which is anything below 6, then the game gets, yeah, it doesn't really like it, let's just put it like that. It thinks you're in the first room, even though retreat failed. And that certain property that you then get can be used for a whole bunch of stuff. The very first one that we're going to be seeing is just getting into that failed retreat state, and then going through a door. But in order to do that, of course, I first need to get Felix's synergy below 6.
And also not in the first room of the dungeon.
Also not in the first room of the dungeon, because yeah, in the first room of the dungeon it wouldn't do anything. Because, like, if the game thinks you're in the first room and you are actually in the first room, then the game's right, that's kind of useless. Oh, hi, Encounter. Alright, we're in good synergy point range. Also going to be putting Felix in the middle so that the squishy characters are on the outside. And then I need to go to this menu. Hotkey, move and retreat. Alright, now I'm going to go back, activate retreat glitch, go back up to the door, and hey, the room is suddenly different. Yes.
So we went up the stairs to go down the floor?
Yeah, pretty much. So the way that works is that every door kind of has their own number. And if you activate the retreat glitch mode, of course, the game thinks you're in the first room of the dungeon. So it's going to look for the door with that number in the first room rather than in the room that you are in, and send you through that one. And in the case of falling down here, that sends me to the end of the dungeon.
So we fell down a pit and went up to the 3rd floor?
Yes, that is how it works. That is going to be quite useful throughout this entire run. Retreat glitch is one of the main things that we use to break this game. We also skipped the very first boss fight with it, so we will not be killing monkeys this run. Not yet, at least.
And to elaborate on why we want Jenna and Shiba on the outside edges is all the AoE skills in this game do damage based on a primary target and then less damage to everyone adjacent to that target. So by having Jenna and Shiba on the outside, because they have less HP, if it targets just Jenna, it won't hit Shiba. If it targets just Shiba, it won't hit Jenna. If it targets Felix, it won't hit Jenna and Shiba as hard.
Exactly. Jenna and Shiba are the squishiest characters in the party. I'm also going to be putting Pierce like right next to Felix to put Shiba once again entirely on the outside. And to kind of elaborate on what he means by AoE for people who are not very familiar with terms like that, it stands for area of effect, so things that hit multiple targets. So right here I got my very first synergy item, which is the synergy code Lash. This allows me to get a whole bunch of new useful stuff, allows me to solve some puzzles. And I'm actually going to be solving one of those puzzles right in here in order to get another Djinn, because I want quite a lot of Djinn throughout this entire run. They're very, very useful beings. So in order to do that, I'm going to have to go through this first room again, do the same retreat glitch to get to the room I need to go to. That. Alright. Just gonna make sure I'm below 6. Here I am. There we go. I'm gonna be putting most of the synergy items on Jenna, just to have them nice and convenient on the first character. Also because she doesn't have much synergy that she uses for herself. Now, these Djinn can actually run away, so I'm going to be doing a safety save right before it. Otherwise, I would have to leave the room and re-enter the room, which gives me more chance for another encounter, which will waste a bunch of time. Yep. Don't make it too fast. That cast spray. Unfortunately, I can't kill this guy in one turn, consistently. I'm just gonna put it like that. Drop some fire dragons on him. And yeah, let's talk a bit more about what Jin actually do, because right after you get them, they are put into a mode called Standby, and when they are in Standby, you can actually use them to summon something. In the meantime, I'm also gonna Sanctum Warp back to Dyla, because why would you walk back when you could just warp back? Way more useful. But yeah, Jin have a whole bunch of stuff they can do, and one of the first things that we're gonna be using them for is something called summons, which are essentially really powerful attacks that get more powerful the more Jin you use for them. I'm just going to be picking up this Sleep Bomb for a little bit later. But yeah, we will not see a summon for a while, because first we also have to go to Shrine of the Sea God in order to get a Jupiter Jin. As well as trigger this little cutscene. It doesn't really matter when you trigger it, you have to do it at some point.
Help some kids out.
Help some kids out, yeah, they're kind of got stuck here, because kids doing dumb things. Here we are also gonna have well, we're gonna use the same version of Retreat Glitch, just with using the doors, and you can see that some of the doors are in quite interesting locations, because we're gonna use it to get out of bounds, actually. And then we're gonna be walking out of bounds. And out of bounds is a whole bunch of data that you're not supposed to be able to access. You are essentially walking on the memory, the RAM to be specific. And mostly what you're going to be walking on is the data that they use for the sprites. So anything from maps to characters to enemies, that is all stored there. And when you interact with it, the game kind of starts interpreting as actual map data, which can sometimes mean objects, or can sometimes mean spikes, and it can sometimes mean doors. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna go to the left. Hey, the door right there. There we go. Skipped having to chase after the Jin for a little bit, but we do have to chase after him here.
Sid, someone in chat's asking why the GameCube is used over the Wii U version.
It doesn't matter, actually. They're both about equal. But I personally prefer playing with this, also because I like playing with this controller specifically, and I'll go do some more depths with that, because it's quite an interesting controller to use, a DualShock 1 on the GameCube for a Game Boy Advance game. But hey, first we're gonna go beat this guy up, so he will join me. Most of the ones that you meet outside, you will actually have to beat into submission before they join your party.
The ones in towns you don't, thankfully.
Yep.
They're all nice.
Heck, one of them in the towns, you actually just bump into them, just throw him into a wall, and he still doesn't even get to fight you. And it looks like Bowie is gonna be joining us soon.
With a magnificent cup of coffee, it looks like.
Or tea. Probably tea.
Probably tea.
Probably tea, because he's British.
Because he's a gentleman.
Hello, Bowie. Pretty good so far. But of course the, oh, hello, I held the buttons. Alright, we'll do another roll call, starting with you.
Sure. Hello, I'm Dekite.
I am CriticalCyd,
I am Zerunegi.
and he is still here.
I'm still here, yeah. Apologies if you've already heard 4 hours of me and can't deal with 5 more. Yeah. This is my latest learning experiences so far. So I'm currently learning this whilst you know I've been watching Sid get ready for this. So it's actually really interesting to kind of be learning it as I'm going to do in commentary, because it's all fresh, but it's really interesting.
For sure. Alright, so right now I don't really need to fight anything. Running away from them is pretty fast. And experience-wise, I'm gonna be doing just fine. Throughout this run, I'm actually gonna be fighting quite a lot. Most of the stuff I will be fighting, and that is because we do actually need quite a lot of levels for the bosses. The bosses in this game are quite tough.
Also, because running away is based on your party's average level versus the encounter's level, and if they are, I want to say it's 5 levels over you cannot flee the first turn.
Yeah. So a lot of the time, fleeing is just actually gonna be slower than fighting. Anyway, if you remember that retreat glitch, Well, the way it works on doors, it also works on chests. So I'm gonna just look into these empty chests and oh hey look, another metal vest stashed away.
Yeah, always double check your chests.
Always double check your chests. But what's also interesting is when you go use retreat glitch to go through a door, and in the first room there is no door with that number, which is exactly what we're gonna be doing right now. And yeah, now we're on the beach. That is kind of a fail-safe door to kind of make sure the game doesn't crash. Is the global 0 door? Oh, nah, no iron.
So in terms of how much has just been skipped, we pretty much ended up on the other side of the Deccan Plateau. You normally kind of like go run past the Lemurian boat, and there's a cave with a little secret in it. So we just skipped like the entirety of it and ended up on the other side.
So right here, I'm trying to find a Jin in the wild.
His name is Iron.
Oh.
He is a notorious troll.
Yep. Come on, Iron. Any day now. There you are. Alright. And here I'm going to be using my very first summon. Now, after you use a summon, the Jin is kind of put on cooldown. And it will take like a turn to recover. And on the overworld, it just takes a bunch of steps before it recovers. And yo, woo! That is almost dead. Now, if you wonder why we called her dead, it's because she likes dying. Ooh.
She is very squishy and actually has the slowest level up rate.
Yep.
Yeah.
But she makes
But-
up for that.
Yeah, she's super fast, so that's kind of her caveat as well. She is she's able to like input a lot of damage quickly.
Yeah.
You know, she will get pummeled. There are a lot of times when you'll get into an encounter full HP and she will just go down because you know she'll get focused by 2 attacks. It's just enough.
Alright, right here you'll see that Jenna... Oh, hello, I kind of overestimated how strong the troll is. Go away!
Nice.
So rude.
I guess you can see that troll is made out of iron.
Yes.
Oh, well played. Ooh, okay.
Walking through the forest gives you a higher encounter rate, so...
Ooh, just about.
Just about. And I'm actually going to be still entering this cave a little bit. It resets my encounter steps, making it more likely that I'll make it back to the Deccan Plateau without another encounter. And the reason I'm going back here and just entering from the back is to just really quickly grab the Mars Gin that resides here called Cannon, as well as the synergy gives me called Pound, because I'm going to be using Pound for a bunch of puzzles.
If you came in this way normally, you'd have this massive puzzle of trying to kind of like find him and kind of get where he is, because he will take out a particular area. So
Yeah.
by being able to like skip that entire cutscene, because normally you'd like walk into a little trigger. You can walk into it and it happens like invisibly, but because we skip that entire thing, yeah, A, it's quicker, and B, we can make it happen, you know, that way.
Exactly. Alright. Here I'm also going to be using a Jin for their regular effect in battle rather than using them to summon. Also, I completely forgot to give... no, actually, I usually give that to Felix. And there we go. So I'm just going to hotkey Pound because I'm going to be needing it quite a bunch in a bit. And here I'm actually going to get a battle. And then I'm going to save on the second file after he tries to run away and fail. And that second file is going to be useful later on. So yeah. So every Jin can be used in battle, and they all have their own little... Okay, what was this again? Notes! Fog, attack, and rain. There we go. Thank you. There is quite a lot of battles and menus throughout this game. A lot of them I have memorized by now, not every one of them. This one is quite new.
Yeah, but there was a little kind of re-look into this one recently. Actually, there's been
Thanks to Bowie.
yeah, because there's like the damage roll and the potentials, and like we're trying to like minimize the amount of time we take with summoning things. So there used to be like multiple, I think 2 summons were used originally. That was when we first used Mercury into Ramses. But taking Mercury out and putting it on Iron on that fight speeds that fight up a little bit, and kind of helps here by only using 1 summon there. But yeah, there's a lot of fights that are kind of, I mean, tiny little things changing.
So, Sanctum Warp now. Now, earlier before I fought Iron, I actually went in and out of Madra, just so that is now my town that I Sanctum Warp to, which cuts out a whole bunch of travel, and now we're gonna get a whole bunch of cutscenes where we're gonna be meeting Pierce here, and Pierce is locked up. I forget why he's locked up. Why is he there? Why is he locked
He's imprisoned because they think he's a pirate.
Yeah, because obviously the ship that's on the side, they think it's his.
up? I thought you said it was because they think he's a god.
No, that's later.
Oh, that's later. Okay.
Right now, they just think he's a pirate.
But yeah, they think he's a pirate. The pirates came here, they robbed them, and then they fled over to a place called El Hafra, which we're also going to be needing to go to at some point. Later than you think, though.
Here's just showing a little bit of his ability to scare these guys, because they're just annoying him at this point.
Yeah. And the thing about synergy is not everyone in the world can use it, and the people that can't use it can't see it either. So they think he's a monster right now.
Yeah,
this happen.
that was quite a nice thing actually in the first game when they were kind of talking about the similarity between different types of things, like chi when you're in when you're learning force, all those kind of different types of abilities. But synergy is a very unique one that adepts have the ability to use.
All right. So just to elaborate a bit more on the Jin system, for at least from what we've learned so far, is that they can be used in battle for two things. You can just use them normally. It's when they are set, when their name is white, you can use them in battle. And they each have their own effects. Some of them are just an attack, some of them they boost your like statistics, your defenses, whatnot. Some of them lower the effects of the others, and there's some that are a bit more, out of the ordinary. But that's one of the things they can be used for, and then as you use them, they go on standby, and they can be used for summons. And the more Jin you use for a summon, the stronger the summons. I already used a tier 2 with 2 Jin on standby for Venus during the fight against Ganon.
Have I missed any conversation about summons and kind of their uniqueness as well?
I'm going to be covering that later, because the early game has a lot to cover, so...
No worries.
And I have plenty of cutscenes to cover extra stuff later
Plenty.
This game is kind of notorious for people talking a lot, especially Kraden. I think Kraden is responsible for like 50% of the cutscenes, the text boxes throughout the entire series.
He has to have a natter, doesn't he?
Yeah. He is kind of the Basil exposition of this game. I also took an inn here. The inn restores your health and synergy points. And now we're gonna head over to another continent, Oceania, where we're going to be heading into a desert.
Oceania, which is Australia.
Pretty much. Got him there. Cool hitboxes.
Does that mean it's filled with giant spiders everywhere?
Funnily enough.
Giant scorpions, actually. Giant scorpions.
Emus, giant scorpions.
There are some spiders, I'm pretty sure. They aren't big.
They're these tiny little things. They're not that bad.
At this point, it gets more likely that one of my characters will die. Shiba, for instance. Shiba might die. And so I'm actually going to be using the safety save there, just so I don't have to go through all of the cutscenes again.
I once decided I wouldn't do that. I thought, I can get by without a death or without saving, and I greatly regretted it. So it's one of those things you may not think, is it really that necessary? And it kind of is.
Especially in Marathon. But saving in this game is quick, so it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be using safety saves quite a bit for like the first, I don't know, half of the run. Mostly the first third. Anyway, gonna be pounding this and getting this item right here, which is a Guardian Ring, I think it's called?
Guardian Ring.
Yeah, which gives a whole bunch of armor. Also gonna be doing a bit of manuing here.
Armor and HP.
And give the sleep to Shiba as well. Since Shiba is quite skishy, we're gonna give her the things. There we go. And at this point, it's actually where I'm gonna start fighting most things in order to get experience. I want to be level 7 with all of them for King Scorpion. So hopefully I get some good encounters to make that happen. Because these first two were not very exciting.
This is also, I always found that this was quite nice for PP management as well, because you got a fairly longish stretch here to get to the boss, and we need to make sure we don't use up too much PP. Otherwise, we need to kind of give ourselves a bit of time to recover.
Exactly. I am not getting very high experience encounters.
Yeah, there is that trade-off. I remember watching one of Sid's runs, and he had a fantastic run through one area, but it was like, it's good for speed, but not good for experience, and there is that trade-off. Like, it may not be as good as you think.
Actually, in my English PB, I had amazing for speed, but I was level 18 for Poseidon. I just got wrecked on him for 15 minutes.
18 for Poseidon, holy. How do you even get past Serpent at that point?
Sheer luck.
Sheer luck, yeah, I was about to say. Got him on level 19 on Jenna by then, just so make sure you consistently outspeed Serpent. Alright, gonna put those Yin on standby manually, so we have access to the Tier 2 Venus Summon Ramses. This one I know, I think.
I think. I always like that, that's good.
Yeah.
If I may, just kind of pause.
So yeah, that's why we saved. Just straight up bailed.
So
Every single kind of like battle Jin they have, or Jinny, they have a penchant for running away. And
fortunately, after you hard reset your console, it completely resets the RNG. Specifically the battle RNG that determines whether they run and what moves they do, and whether you get a free turn or not, which I am going to get. That is set at 0, and that is going to come up a bit more later. Actually, that's going to come up for King Scorpion as well.
yeah.
have we mentioned exclamation marks at the end of damage yet? I'm
Not yet.
Sure. Yeah. It might be a good point to bring up because it's going to be important for the next boss. So you'll notice if you have, when you use a move that the enemy is actually weak against, so for example, if you look at that, it said 53 damage, 1 experience point, or 1 exclamation mark, it was 3 there. That means that that enemy is weak to that element. There's a nice little bonus to that, which is going to be in the next boss fight, which obviously Sid will showcase for you shortly. But you get a nice bonus if you finish off enemies with the element that they're not used, but via Jin.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Yeah, there's a chance of it happening, yeah.
But yeah. But to get that back a little bit to the RNG, this game does actually feature some RNG manipulation. Most of it is not really
Feasible.
not really feasible on English to do consistently. Ooh, yeah. I actually don't want to go too ham on synergy with Jenna because I'm gonna be needing quite a bit for her 12 specifically. But this is good experience, so that's nice. Just gotta be careful with him as well, but he'll be fine. Oh, okay, no, that killed anyway. Levels. There's a lot of like decision making going on with what you kind of use and how well you manage your synergy. But yeah, here we have the puzzles in order to get to King Scorpion. And for King Scorpion, before I fight him, I'm deliberately gonna save and do a hard reset. Once again, when you hard reset, the entire game's memory gets cleared, and the RNG, or the random number generators, get set to 0. Now, on the title screen, the general random number generator, that one moves every frame, and this game runs at 60 FPS, so that one is really hard to control, and I'm only going to be trying to do that twice during this run. But the one that affects a lot of stuff in battle, that one consistently stays at 0 and only changes when stuff happens in battle. So for a bunch of turns, I can actually. Also, I gotta set up my gym. Don't forget. Now I gotta save again.
As a newer runner, this was the thing that was. This is the scary thing of just how precise you need to be.
And this is actually gonna last like 8 turns, so I am actually gonna need my notes quite a bit for this. I've most of it memorized. That also doesn't help that the strat has changed over time. But yeah, for the most part, I'm going to be able to control this fight. But not entirely, because the targeting, that is controlled by the general random number, so I can't control who he targets with stuff. But for the most part, he's not going to be targeting anyone. So this first turn, he's going to be defending. So I'm going to get him with cannon. And yep. Oh. Everything's fine.
Don't put the nurse's cap on him.
I can't even use it on him. But yeah, King Scorpion is gonna take a little nap. Most bosses are not actually vulnerable to sleep, but this one is. Fume, Aspire, and Atalanta. So this entire fight is pretty much planned out. I'm also gonna be trying to kill this guy with cannon, which is a Jin of the element that he is weakest against. Ring.
King Scorpion is actually one of the few enemies that is weak to the element that is not the opposite of the element he's resistant to.
Yeah, it doesn't actually always have to be the opposite. And we're gonna put him back to sleep. Good night. This guy can actually pretty easily destroy you if you don't put him to sleep. But yeah, fortunately we can do that with most of the boss fights in this. Attack, right?
Remember that one.
Good stuff.
Ooh.
It's fine. I think he's defending. Yeah, he's defending. Alright, so here I am actually gonna have to play it safe a little bit. Actually, I still have enough for another fume, so I'm gonna do that. Do that, and I'm gonna be using the Jin called Breath here. The fight kind of got messed up, once again, because of the one he targeted. But, okay, there we go. Just in case he got another turn, I made sure to use Breath in order to heal Jenna. So put that on. Just enough. Synergy management, yo! So yeah, that is pretty much the reason that we went here. And I gotta put it back on Jenna, because I'm gonna need on Jenna for the rest of the thing. But Jenna doesn't have any synergy points right now. But anyway, retreat glitch, and we're gonna just go back here. After this, you're supposed to just go throughout the entire rest of the desert and go to a place called El Hafra.
We're supposed to go fight a pirate and go clear Piers' name, but pirates are hard to fight, so we're not going to do that. It's scary.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to fight them eventually, but it's easier to just straight up go to Gondolin.
Which I found that quite interesting actually as well. Like a lot of times when you play games that have these massive sequence breaks that you can just completely clear them. But this is one where you actually have to go back and do this again. But you're going to do it in a position where you can just blitz through it a lot quicker because of what we've set up.
Exactly. We're going to be going to an area quite on the level here, and an area that is quite scary as is. But in order to do that, we're going to have to find a new application for the retreat glitch.
We're going to go visit.
Also, I just walked around a cutscene. It's very easy to trigger to skip.
We're gonna go say hi to these campers who are definitely just campers and not a raiding party.
Not at all. And yeah. Once again, I'm gonna be doing the retreat glitch, but this time I'm gonna save and I'm gonna reload the file. And what it will do is it will save my coordinates, even though the game thinks I'm back in the first room. But the out of bounds doesn't really look like the way I want it to look right now, so I'm just gonna enter that file real quick, load all of those sprites into the game's memory, and then use a soft reset in order to not clear the game's memory and go back into here. Put me out of bounds. The out of bounds will look really nicely, so all I have to do is go up until I get some spikes.
As you can see from this wall, we're getting near the exit, kinda.
Yeah, totally. Oh, there we go. Nailed it. Everything is perfectly fine. But yeah, that's kind of another way to get out of bounds is you activate retreat glitch and the game will save your coordinates in the room that you were in, but it will put you at the same coordinates in the first room when you reload the file. The Thorn Crown is going to be quite useful. I'm not equipping it for a while though, because I don't want to go into the menu unnecessarily. Heal up at the inn, because I'm going into quite a scary place, as a matter of fact. The scariest two areas of the run are coming through, because this is just going to be luck-based pretty much. I am incredibly underleveled because I sequence braked to a place that I'm not supposed to be at yet. Gotta make sure.
As a kind of like information, you probably would have done the whole bit without Al Hafarin and the pirates, and done Ayers Rock as well. So there's like a good 2 or 3 dungeons worth of experience we're missing out on.
I'm gonna have to sell some stuff. So her circlet, and there we go. This is unfortunately what happens when you don't get the rainbow kill on the King Scorpion, because what a rainbow kill exactly does is it gives extra experience, it gives extra money, which is what I use it for, and on fights that aren't bosses, it also gives a higher chance of dropping rare items, but I never really use it for that. But anyway, stuff here is quite high level and can kill me quite quickly.
Oh,
Oh.
Everything's fine.
We're fine.
Everything is fine.
This is
is
fine.
fine.
The game, yeah.
This is fine.
This is fine.
Alright. There we go, level 8. Leveling is gonna go quite smoothly here. But of course, because everything is such a high level, they also give quite nice experience. But yeah, welcome to Kibombo Mountains, everyone. If the game wants me to, it can completely destroy me before I even get the chance to act here. Almost everything is faster.
Someone in chat's asking how long would the run take without the retreat glitch?
Long.
Very long.
Long.
Yeah, there's.
I have no idea.
I remember when I was playing this game casually back in January for Camelot Month, and amazingly, Plexer and Sid were watching because they're fans of the game, and I went through a door that they had completely just forgotten about what existed, and it took them 5 minutes, and they immediately just broke the entire thing and made airs rock because of a retreat glitch.
Oh, whoa.
You could
That's
try
not
that.
to work.
Yeah, I mean, how much time did you just shave off of airs rock for that? It was
A
lot.
couple of minutes.
Yeah, like 2 minutes easy just by finding one door. Like
One door is all we needed.
Yeah, nuts, but it's a very overpowered.
Because that
glitch.
one door allowed us to make a different room, the first room of the dungeon, which gave access to a whole bunch of new retreat glitches. Oh, well, there we go. So yeah, throughout this run, you've already seen that we get a couple of free turns where it says we attack first. The enemies can also get that. And in this place, if it was anything other than a gorilla, it would probably mean my doom. So that's why I'm going to be safety saving quite a bit here.
What we don't want to see is that gorilla alongside 2 assassins.
Oh yeah, assassins, they are quite bulky, they do a lot of damage, they're quite scary, but my main concern here is pixies. Pixies.
Ooh,
Pixies.
yeah. Oh yes.
Sure, they're squishy, sure they give a high experience, but they are super fast and they can completely destroy you or put your entire party to sleep before you even get to act.
That watchguard certainly did not approve of that box moving in front of him.
Oh, this watch guard is just...
When I first
he's not
played
good
this,
at his job.
When I first played this, I thought you could only push it when they were facing the other way.
Yeah.
So I was just like, all right, is that it? Is it just walk?
Anyway, don't forget to equip the items like I did in my last marathon run of this. Get the Felix and equip that yourself. And mash this. And then I'm gonna do another safety save. Now, I unfortunately cannot get encounters in every part of this. During the puzzle areas, you don't get encounters, but it is a little walk away before the next puzzle area, and I could very much get yanked. Oh, I have attacks first. Nice. Woo!
Those little pixies.
Yep.
So yeah, and that disc axe was a massive increase for Felix now. So we don't have to rely as much on his synergy unless we have, we need a lot more AOE. But it's single target damage and it's got its unleash as well. The howl that in unleashes is very powerful.
Yeah. This is the first weapon in the run that we actually encounter. I could have picked up like 2 by now, but there's loads to get. So yeah. So gotta make sure this doggo is at the other end of. You can actually drop.
Puppy.
Yeah. I didn't want to risk it. You can drop it exactly on his head. It doesn't actually kill him. Don't worry. Don't worry, PETA. Like we're not killing animals here, unless they fight us first. Self-defense.
I was gonna say these gorillas are attacking us first.
Exactly. Can't trust monkeys. Oh, hi, Pixie.
Hi. This is a fun encounter.
This is a very fun encounter.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh.
That was
We Gucci. This is fine.
As well as doing a lot of damage, they also have maybe the worst status element in sleep, which they have multi-target sleep, which can sleep with your characters, and then you can't do any damage to them.
They can also bind your synergy.
Yeah.
Which is basically silence from most other RPGs.
Exactly.
And because they're faster, if you get 3 and they silence all of you, you're like, oh great, okay, great, good fight.
Oh
Good
boy,
fight.
oh boy, oh boy. It's kind of a shame when they put Shiva to sleep, because... But yeah, that's the unleash of the X. Has a... I don't know how much of a chance it has of happening. Has some chance of happening.
I've always felt that it does get higher as you go on, because I feel like when I was like late game, like the Soul Blade was just unleashing Megiddo every other turn.
Most weapons are baseline 35, I think, and then a few are 40%,
Yeah.
40%, and then it's also your crit rate.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Alright.
Because you do get regular crits as well. You get like it closes in, you get the shine, and then the hit.
Yeah. It's a nice epic camera.
God, this game.
It's there! Stairs are hard.
Okay, now I have to ask you about this, Sid. What is your obsession with or your issue with stairs? I remember watching like all your videos. You just get stuck on the stairs.
Are
So
hard.
You can clip off
You can,
the very
yeah.
bottom of the stairs, but if you try to do that too soon and change directions, you just go back up.
Yeah, I always see
Gotta
getting
cut,
caught on
gotta
the
cut
stairs.
every corner I can, man. But anyway, that was a good keep over mountains. No one died.
Yeah, that was very good.
Woo!
Oh,
Why are you clapping? It's off to the game.
and,
Don't applaud this game; it will kill you.
yeah.
No one died, and why is she
I
named
take it
dead?
you're planning on donating for every death, though?
Yes, I am gonna donate every time one of my characters dies $5.
Come on, game, come on!
Come on.
Take him down.
So yeah, if something does kill me, at least it goes towards charity. If you want to join me with that, go ahead.
I'm donating 20 for Shiba, 10 for anyone else.
Wow.
That is, oh boy.
So
I hope you have a big wallet.
narratively, we did these massive skips, so we missed the whole bit where you do actually save Piers, but that doesn't stop Piers from being here. There's no story trigger for him to be there. So here he is already, and he is as strong as he is. So we do get this sudden buff to our the ability to run, but also he's got a lot more stats, so he's just generally a little bit tankier and safer.
I mean, running away is still not really going to be a good option here. He's going to be fighting everything. And everything's going to be killing me.
I wouldn't try to run anyway. No.
There's two particular monsters in this place that are going to be quite scary, and as we run into them, we'll see. But yeah, Piers kind of wants that black orb. We want the black orb as well, because Piers needs it to power his ship. And we want this ship.
We want the boat.
Like I said, this first third of the game is entirely about getting a boat. We want a boat. Because in order to get to the Jupiter and Mars lighthouse, we need to get to the Western Sea. And that will be for quite a while. I don't think we actually get to our main objectives, the lighthouses, until 3 hours in or something. No, even worse than that. I do not need to do that yet. There we go. Over here, and then Piers is gonna talk to us, and he's gonna eventually join us.
And since Piers is an adept, he saw the giant hand move the pillar down.
Yeah. Funnily enough, when he is in the jail, you can read his mind as well. The game kind of pushes you towards doing it, but it's not necessary. And I don't think he notices.
I don't think he pays attention, even though, all the Lemurians don't pay attention, but a lot of the main plot characters will comment on the fact that you're reading their mind.
If I remember the scene correctly, it's kind of he feels something, but he turns around and goes, what are they? And just turns back from them. He doesn't notice, he doesn't really care what's happening, but he feels something. You know? So that was the first moment he goes, oh right, they are legit.
Yeah. Nice little drum beat going on right here. Yeah. Alright, Kabuma statue, what do you have in store for me? Also, this is a synergy crystal. Or stone, actually. My bad.
I'm going to guess multiple Doomsayers.
Oh, yeah.
All the
And
Doomsayers,
demons.
all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, that restored my synergy points on my entire party, which is good, because I'm gonna need it. And that is why we need to do the King Scorpion first before we headed here, and I am gonna save the safe. Better safe than dead.
That's a good motto to live by, actually. Yeah.
Alright. Skeletons. Oh. I did get caught by surprise. But that's fine, I'm faster than them, so they don't actually get to attack here. And I forgot to move Piers to the middle. One Shiba on the edge so that she doesn't get hit by areas of effect attacks as much. But yeah, this place is going to be a bit scary, but if you have any donations, since we haven't really had time for that yet, go for it.
We got plenty of donations here.
Alright.
Alright, let's see. We got $40 from Gandalf, who says, "Are last year's naming memes still funny? I certainly hope so, because he donated $1 to name everything Jeff."
Shout out to Jeff.
And then we got a $3 donation from Ghost King here.
Hey,
If Sid can correctly spell the word colors when he goes to his choice. Otherwise, he goes to Bowie's wait a second. Bowie also spells it weird. Oh.
It's spelled C-O-L-O-U-R, right?
Yes, indeed. It isn't color, it's color.
Sid has come a long way, though, so put it to his choice. Happy to see Golden Sun get some love out of Marathon. It's one of my all-time favorite series.
My choice is naming the trainer in Pokemon X Edge Daddy.
Edge Daddy. All right.
What a name.
Shout out to little Edge Daddy.
$10 donation from Samidian. Hello, you great people. Loving the Marathon. I love Golden Sun, The Lost Age. One of my favorite games of all time. Keep up the good work and good luck with your runs. And my money is going towards naming the Lucario Pokemon X Samidian because it is destiny.
It is Destiny. Okay. All right.
Time for more?
Sure, do one more.
One more? All right.
Just gonna save these for the next one.
We got $30 donation from Yolf80 who says, hello, Pixies, my old friend. Hope you're having fun, Sid.
Thanks, Yells. So many familiar names.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much. Alright, so here's the Doomsayer. There we go. The Doomsayer can do some quite scary stuff. Fortunately, he didn't do it, but he has an attack called Condemn. Now, Condemn usually does nothing, but when it does do something, it insta-kills you. And I have no means of reviving my characters just yet, so if one of them dies, then I have to reload a save.
Yeah, I think one of the things about Golden Sun is that death is a very dangerous. It's a very kind of, for lack of a better word, expensive. Like it costs a lot in time, in everything. Like I mean, buying people back to life is a lot of money. Buying items to heal is a lot of money. But yeah, like death is not okay in this. It's not as easy as like a Phoenix Den, you know.
Well, it is, but Water of Lives are very rare and
not
easily available.
exactly. Yeah. And they're like 1,500 gold, not like 50 quid or something. It's not much, you know. It's
And we don't get a revive until much later as of synergy. Alright, there's the scary parties. Oh boy. So, the Red Demons, they go in, they also can tank a lot of damage, and they can, well, exactly for the squishy characters, of course.
it's a good way. They go in. They go in.
They go in.
They go absolutely in.
But I'm just gonna defend with them and they'll be fine. Do it like that. And they also have this attack called Final Moon. And Final Moon has an ability that has a chance to trigger, which will put my characters at 1 HP. So if you combine that with an area of effect attack, which they also have. Oh, actually, I gotta use Cure Well because I gotta drain Felix's PP.
We've got the sing-along version.
Yeah, totally.
These tunes are really catchy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned it when I was saying something to J-Hubs earlier, but Sakuraba really did a good job with the Golden Sun series. Yeah, really good.
Why with these parties? One good thing about them is that they are quite quick.
Oh, dead is dead.
Well.
Yeah.
Clay Spire is a very powerful synergy. You don't. It's a multi-hit Spire, obviously, but you don't get that for a long time yourself. Having that early is.
So that's one death.
One
death.
for Shiva.
For Shiva.
$20 for you, sir.
Yep. $5 for me. So here we go again. Actually, no, I'm gonna. Now these guys, they are quite slow, so I don't really have to fear much from them. They do take quite a bit to kill, but if it's just one, then I can knock them out in one turn. It's just that they give no experience. Well, they give some, but might as well be none compared to the other stuff in here. But yeah, welcome to Kabumba's statue, where sometimes you are just dead. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh yeah.
Do need a bit more experience though, because Felix,
Still doesn't have Cure Well again.
yeah, probably means I'm gonna have to spam growth in a bit. Yeah, because yeah, one of the other things that you can use Jin for, which might come up in a bit.
Oh hi!
Oh hi, is you can, depending on which ones are active, so which ones have a wide name. They can change the classes and thus of the characters and thus the synergy that they have available. And, I will be using that in order to change them later on when I get to Ayers Rock.
The class system is really deep in these games.
It's really deep.
obviously, because it's based on the Jin you have, you can obviously upgrade straight to your own, base class, and then you can do like 2 parts, you can do 3-part classes, but it's much more evolved in this than it was in the first because there's a much bigger pool of Jin to use. But yeah, the way in which it's using the run, it's not just as simple as just using the same one all the time. There is a big depth and breadth of different classes.
We'll get back more to the class system later, because first we have another application of the retreat glitch. Let's see, am I there yet? One more. I also got a safety save before. Activate retreat glitch, and hey, where'd the loading zone go? I may or may not be on a wall right now. I think I'm on a wall right now.
It looks fine to me.
Everything is fine. This is fine.
Oof. Ooh.
That's fine.
Woo!
And that's another one.
Another one
That's
bites the
another
dust.
10.
Fortunately, I just safety saved.
Don't worry, I'm keeping tally here.
All right, awesome. Thanks, PX. Demons and Doomsayers, dude. Demons and Doomsayers. But yeah, that's what the retreat glitch does to ladders. It deactivates the loading zone. Of course. I'm not sure why I bothered fighting this, honestly. I should have just ran.
There's this kind of like horribly strange thing about Doomsday is that when I see Condemn, I'm actually kind of like glad. Like, a one-shot chance to die. Oh, thank God.
It might only just kill me now,
Yeah.
or it might do nothing.
Oh dear.
I hope it does nothing. I think I should be able to one-turn this.
This particular clip I actually found very intriguing because of other games that Camelot made, and a very similar clip I found in Shining Wisdom. It's very similar to this particular style of clipping. I wonder if what kind of similarities there are in the coding there. I need to have a look into that.
But yeah, I can't actually get off the wall unless I use another ladder. Hi, Doomsayer. So, no, we don't use it there.
It'll be fine.
Everything's fine.
Nice.
You're right, it's fine. There we go, they're dead.
Someone in chat says that walls are a suggestion. I agree, because you're walking on them.
Exactly. I don't take kindly to suggestions, I do what I want.
We'll do sillier things to walls.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They dared to be in our way.
Safety save right there. This party is perfectly fine. So the unfortunate thing about having to do retreat glitch with Felix is, of course, that he cannot use synergy much during battle. You can't heal with him much after you do the retreat glitch. So that is also something you kind of have to work around.
Kind of makes you even more glad for the disc axe just being there for that extra bit of damage.
We're actually going to be using the disc axe for quite a large part of this run, and he has just enough synergy points to cast Earthquake again, which means I can beat this in one turn. And of course, killing encounters in one turn is always what you want, because the last turns they get to
kill
waste
you.
more time or kill you, but also waste more time with attack animations and whatnot, unless you'll have to do, and the less menuing you have to do is just kill them in as little turns as possible. Gonna get on this gear right here in order to get down here, and then we're gonna be fighting this Jin right here. He does a lot of damage. So I am not gonna attempt speaking of a lot of damage. Oh, actually, let me just... I cannot kill this in one turn ever, so just focus everything on one first.
Jeez.
It looks like they have wings, so I guess they'd just be RPG jerk birds coming on.
Sure.
I
why
think
not?
it's time to use Shade.
Yeah.
Nothing
It is.
wrong, yeah.
Thanks for the suggestion. Alright. So this right here is Shade. Shade essentially halves all the damage I take.
it's the really good thing about it, especially considering the way that this works, is that whenever you use an aura Ginny, you always go first with it. It is the first thing to come out, regardless of speed.
Ooh, didn't quite have enough damage. Let's see.
You have defend with Felix and Diamond Dust with Pierce and use breath.
Yeah. Whew.
Yeah.
There we go.
Setto.
Thank you. It's very nice to have another runner on the couch to think along. That was quite scary. Alright, let's see, what do you have here? Heal up a bit. Alright, so we're going to be using Nurse Cap here. Let's see how long it lasts.
The thing with the nurse cap is that it has a chance to break upon use.
Yep.
Thankfully, it didn't break upon the first use, though.
I've had really bad Nurse Caps lately. Most of them have died within the first 3 tries.
This is one sturdy cap you got here, though.
Oh yeah. I have gotten like up to 20 or something usage out of it.
You guys are spoiled. You guys are spoiled. You should try using Shining Force items. They put crap on the first chance.
Anyway, I did a hard reset here in order to turn the battle or random number to 0, which means that with this very first move, Blitz is gonna get stunned, and he will not be a problem. That is the Tier 3 summon, since I now have 3 Mercury Gin to my availability. We got Defend, Diamond Dust, and we're gonna summon Jupiter. Because Jupiter is strong against Venus. Nice.
Jin are quite it's a nice source of experience as well. It's just kind of nice because they are quite a powerful being. They've always had a bonus bit of experience in these areas.
Alright, make sure that Fog is on standby there, because I don't want it changing Jenna's class, because it changed her to Swordsman, which is really not that good. Woo! Woo!
Unrelenting today.
Everything is fine. Everything's perfectly fine.
On the topic of summons, we have a donation incentive to get the Iris summon in the game. So far, we are at $698 out of 1,000, so we just need 302 more to meet that.
Let's do it.
So keep those donations rolling, so we got plenty of them coming in.
The summons are a glorious. They are beautiful in this game. They're one of the biggest. I remember watching one of the summons, and that was the first moment of like, this is great. So
you done good. I'm kind of stretched for resources here, so you have to use a lot of items to heal. Because I don't want to use Pierce to heal at this point, because I also need him for battle. But we are almost at the end of the dungeon, so it's fine. I'm gonna get like one more encounter, and if someone dies in that encounter, it doesn't really matter. The biggest reason I don't want people to die is because they will miss out on a lot of experience throughout the dungeon, and it will make the dungeon that much harder.
Having someone die in a dungeon usually snowballs very fast.
Yeah. But yeah, we're almost at the end here. And right at the top of this, we are going to be having a puzzle, and this puzzle can look very, very different, which you would assume is random, but this is actually where I'm finally gonna answer some questions some of you may or may not have been having, which is, why was there no donation incentive for Felix to name him? And why is his name Constipated Face? And that is because the characters in Felix's name all have a specific value, and those values add up to a total, and that total then determines 3 puzzles throughout the game. This one right here in Kabomba Statue, the maze in Gaia Rock, which doesn't really matter much for speed, but it's just nice to have them consistent, so that you always know where to go and what to do. And then the last one is the Trial Road, which is actually a very important one because you get all the quickest puzzles there on the quickest side. So yeah.
This is always one of the weirder things for me to kind of get my head around, how the character's name actually had had a value that affected the puzzles in it. So when I saw, because I remember having a lot of trouble with this, like, because it can, I mean, as you say, the positions of the road can be a little bit different. So
I've never seen this puzzle in a state where it would actually work if the broken piece was just fixed. So it's like someone came in, broke the puzzle on purpose.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Some adepts will be along, and they would have found a Mars Genie in the Deccan Plateau to have pounds to fix it. Don't worry.
Exactly. Everything is perfectly fine. Yeah, these guys are kind of having this shamanistic ritual, and this guy's trying to become the leader of his village or something like that.
He's trying to become the new witch doctor.
Yes, the witch doctor. Ooh ee ooh ah ah.
Oh god.
Look, gotta kill time somehow, because this puzzle is gonna need to be activated once again by the NPC.
This isn't as pointless as it looks.
Yeah.
We are.
This is normally where I would take this time to go take a bathroom break, because I have the bladder of an old man. I'm actually going to be doing that a little bit later. There's some cutscenes in Madra during which I can do it, and I'm going to let one of these guys take over for mashing.
I guess that means I can read some donation.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, we have a $10 donation by Chibi Rogian X, who says, Sid, I hope you're enjoying America, and I hope the rest of your run goes well. Thank you for that one. We got a $30 donation by Drazon, who says Golden Sun 1 and 2 are among my favorite games of all time and definitely the best for GBA. Get the Irish Summon. How will you defeat Doom Dragon without it? Show Dullahan who's boss.
Yeah,
About that. We're no spoil.
We also have a $50 donation by Currymaster here, donating from behind the couch. Put this donation towards Sid's choice and remind him to just Magoo this run.
Just Magoo.
Just Magoo. Thank you, Gert.
A $25 donation by Defect Mechanism, who says this is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. Everything's fine.
One small thing about that puzzle, just in case it was, for those of you who don't know, not only do you need to order the tracks there right, but the sparks need to hit the center at the same time.
Yeah.
So whilst you could immediately find any kind of way out, you can. If they get there at different times, the puzzle isn't correct. So yeah, just a
Pause when he asked the question. Aw.
Nope.
He asked if you're Kibambo, and Sid replied, yes.
Yes, yes. I am your god. Very vulnerable god who keeps dying.
That's only one part of the pantheon.
What do you want from someone named Dead? Zeto actually initially donated to have her called alive, which is incredibly bad luck.
I used it once. It was horrible.
Yeah. Just a bad omen to name Sheba alive, because the game likes to prove you wrong. Can hear you. I'll read you.
Oh, we're still only at 1 death each for Sheba and Jenna, so.
That's pretty good for now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm sad I missed Jenna's theme.
You get to hear it during a cutscene
Yeah.
at some point. Almost use retreat there. All right. So this is like the actual statue.
Yeah, this is.
Tiny statue in a statue.
Tiny statue's here to give him his bling.
Yep.
got- he's got a feather.
But then he buggers off before he actually.
Before he gets the user manual.
Yeah.
No one ever takes the user manual.
Good witch doctor, I know. So he just kind of asked us, yeah, yo, go tell him to stop being a dumb.
Stop being a silly.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's never ever actually explained that this is the Kibombo statue, or the Kibombo statue. Sorry, that is the actual spirit of it. But we don't actually know what it is.
We
Yeah.
don't know what it is.
It actually is a god of some kind that kind of channels itself through this inner sanctum. But
Yeah.
no actual explanation.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
This is fine.
Just like loading zones, mere suggestion.
Don't worry about it. Okay.
And also, we're currently on the Africa continent.
In case you couldn't tell.
Madra's on the Asia continent.
All right.
Those roofs look awfully like a lot of bananas.
Oh, banana.
That must smell really bad after a week.
Totally. Anyway, take it in right here because we are gonna have to backtrack to Cubable Mountains again. But this time we have Pierce and we're higher level, so it's fine. I actually want as many pixies as possible because they give a lovely amount of experience. But yeah, the unfortunate thing is because we didn't do the whole pirate thing in El Hafra, is that we actually were not supposed to be able to cross Gondolin Cliffs. They're like supposed to give you a rope to climb across after they flee to this place.
So we'll
But
have
since
to
they didn't
find-
do that, we also can't go back the normal way, and we're gonna have to find a different way to get back to Madraw.
I'm sure there's an easy way.
Yeah, it's fine.
Ooh.
This is fine.
This is actually fine now.
This is actually fine. Don't worry about it. Like I said, we have Pierce.
Now that we have 4 people in the party, 2 people getting slept, not as big a deal.
Exactly. I'm gonna use Cure Well here because I do need Felix in the range to whatchamacallit? Retreat blade. Thank you! Words are difficult.
It's okay, we understand.
Yeah.
You still can't spell colors.
I can spell colors perfectly, thank you very much.
I think the 3 of us on the couch can spell colors. Everyone else is just wrong.
I appreciate you, Zeto. I appreciate you, sir.
Look, we all know it's.
And I mean, most people also don't say aluminium,
oh my
right?
God, I can't believe you right now.
Thank you very much. Did you hear that?
You're in America. Come on.
You can stay. You can stay.
C-L-O-U-R.
You're on.
C-L-O. C-O-L-O. I actually can't spell. Oh my God.
Close.
Okay,
Oh.
2 of the people on the couch can spell.
Agreed.
Kind of under damage here, so I have to give him another little poke.
Yeah.
Generator.
The damage rolls in this game are actually really small. It just adds a random number between 0 and 2,
But yeah, sometimes they're just
or
enough.
0 and 3.
You may also notice that we're currently behind on Mars Ginny right now. Mars Jin, because you get a few of them when you go further to the east and go into the area surrounding Al Hafra. There's more Jin over there. So we kind of got, is it 3-3-3-1 currently? So we're like, so not only is we're also weaker, but Jenna has a bit of a disadvantage. She hasn't got her secondary base class.
Exactly.
By base, I mean direct class. Like she's a fire adept.
And it's also, like, you can't just keep stacking Jin on top of one person. Like, you can only have a max difference of 1. So in order to actually, like, we cannot put a fog on Pierce right now, because otherwise Jenna would only have 1 Jin, and that just can't be possible at the moment. That's just how the menuing works in the Jin menu.
If you're playing casually, you can actually get 5 Mercury Jin by now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was such a huge bunch of Mercuries at the start, wasn't it? I remember that. Just like, I can't carry all these Mercury Jin.
It's pretty nuts, yeah.
So if you didn't think that puzzles in the game were enough, you've also got menu puzzles.
Oh yeah.
It's great.
Which is why I've been storing it on the Mercury Jin on Jenna. But anyway, I just left and then came back in from this side. And this is for the sake of Retreat Glitch. Retreat Glitch is based on the first room of the dungeon, which at first was set to the other room, now it's set to this one. Pretty nice. Also, and just to give like an idea of how this run is going, even though I had those deaths in Kabomba statue, I would still say this is about on pace with the average run.
Also, congratulations on getting that nut.
Yeah. Get these nuts.
Hold on. It's just 1 nut. 1 nut for now.
Ah, we'll get more.
Soon enough.
Alright, on my way here, I'm also going to be picking up some items. Gonna pick up a Power Bread, which boosts someone's HP. I'm gonna give that to Shiba. I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually matter much when it comes to the actual parties, because most of them can just kill you anyway. It's not that big of enough of a difference. But it is gonna come up during a boss fight where I can just slightly reduce the chance of her getting killed. Actually, I don't need to do that yet. I do need to get into Retreat Glitch mode. probably get another encounter before.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is the really scary one, I find. Alongside the Pixies, obviously, when you come through here the first time, this is a dangerous fight.
Yeah. So the thing about the retreat glitch is you can only get out of it by going through a door, by quitting and then reloading a save, or by getting an encounter. So I'm now gonna have to once again get back into retreats mode. I'm also now gonna finally have a use for the avoid synergy. Alright, and boom! Back at my draw. Now I am gonna go back into Gondolin Cliffs anyway, but this from this side, and that is purely because I have to get more margin at this point. Still only have the one.
So what continent are we just warping to now?
That was back to just south of the Deccan Plateau.
Yep.
So the main one at
The
the start.
very bottom thing. Yeah.
Anytime we just randomly appear on the world map, it'll be a bit west of Madra.
Yep. That is the global zero door. It's just there as a fail-safe in case the game tries to access a door that is not actually there. And that is actually the only Madra door, as we like to call it, on the entire continent of Gondolin. So we're very happy it's a thing because it allows this routing to be possible. Oh, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna once again want to be fighting me. Alright, I'm gonna drop a Neptune on him and a Profit.
This Jin is very confused about its name. In the instruction booklet, its name is Axel. But in-game, its name is Kindle because they decided to translate it directly in the instruction booklet, but then they changed its name in the game.
Yeah. Weird.
So in Japanese, this is Axel.
I guess you just want more puns in the game.
I was gonna make sure that I don't actually use any synergy points with Felix right now, because lo and behold, for I think the first time in the entire run,
Yep.
I'm gonna use retreat for its intended purpose. There we go. And now we're gonna once again gonna be using avoid.
I mean, are you sure retreat isn't supposed to be used to go back to 0-0?
Yeah. Retreat all the way to Madra. But yeah. The way avoid works is it kind of takes your lowest level party numbers.
Average.
Average? Oh,
Yeah.
average.
Everything is done on average party level.
Okay. My bad. Average level. And
So from one...
everything that is lower than that, monster-wise, will actually...
It's 5 or 6 levels lower, something like that.
5 or 6 level. All right.
So whilst we did have no Mars Ginny, or Jin, we're going to get one more Ginny here. So upstairs there's a pet. So that's why we went, not after getting Kindle, we went a little bit further through to get the healing fungus, which is this old man's favourite mushroom. Thank you for bringing us our favourite mushroom. Have a elemental beast.
Yeah.
I'd say it's a fair trade.
Have this thing we keep in the attic.
You might be wondering why they keep something like that as a pet in their attic, and
It's pretty cute.
I don't know.
I mean, it comes with a fire hazard of burning down the entire house. But,
Yeah.
it's cute.
It's cute.
They're from a different time.
Oh, look at that. It's burning down the house. How cute. Oh. Alright, this is Karst. She is
Nice.
the sister of Minardi, which is one of the bad guys in the first game. And if you remember from our little talk at the start of the run, Minardi is
became-
kind of dead.
Yeah, she kind of fell into a pit.
It was into the Venus
So
Lighthouse's
I'm gonna
shard.
flashing to you right now, and I'm gonna take a bathroom break.
Enjoy, have fun. So amazingly, because of the sequence breaking, normally we'd go over to Al-Hafra, we'd defeat Briggs, and we'd clear the name. Then we go over to the west to Kibombo, get Piers, and come back because we've been charged to go and get the Black Orb. We come back. The mayor and his son of Madra are here, where they actually. We haven't been to the bit in Al-Hafra where they do the thing and then come back here to tell us. We're going to go to Al-Hafra and they're going to be there as well because we've just skipped all the kind of things.
Also note the black orb is here. But
Oh my word.
as I try to find where he has that, but we have the black orb right there.
As well. Yeah. It's fine. Just added some time to his run. Don't tell him. So yeah, for some reason the story triggers, although they can be skipped, they are not. Some of them just aren't linked together. They are just individual cutscenes that happen by themselves they're not linked like in a massive chain. They're kind of linked in 2s or 3s maybe. So as long as one of them has been met, you can do the other. But then we can still go and do what happened before this, which we're going to go do.
And now Karst hears Felix's name and wonders where her sister is, because Felix should be with her sister.
Yeah. As should Saturos.
Yeah, but Saturos isn't her sister.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Kirby. This is now co-op world record.
Co-op WR. If you thought he held 1 record, he's going to hold 2.
All right, thank you very much.
That was the best mashing I've ever seen. Congratulations.
It was terrible mashing.
Mash faster than Sid can come back.
You can see Jenna going a bit red there because we're kind of putting in the opening up the idea that Jenna and Isaac kind of have a bit of a thing. She is very smitten with the young Venus Adept.
And of course, Shiva is the one who is airing out their previously girl talk.
Yeah.
Shiba and Jenna are very, very cool characters. They have a lot of kind of like little private moments that are very, very humorous. Yeah, they're good.
There we go. Right. So, did you explain what we're gonna do now? Or
No, we were just going through that.
We're gonna go get the boat.
We're gonna go get the boat.
We have an orb-powered boat, and now we have an orb.
Exactly. So yeah, the first third of the run is almost complete here. Gonna get myself a boat. There is a very, very scary thing on this boat, though. It's called the Aqua Hydra. And with how under-leveled I am, if I were have to do it right now, it's it was really difficult.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
What Aqua Hydra? There's an Aqua Hydra?
Yeah.
We'll have a little look for one, shall we?
Yeah,
Everyone keep an eye out for a massive
I don't know.
Aqua Hydra.
I think it might be out of bounds somewhere, so I think I'm gonna go look there.
I mean, I see the squid, but that's no Hydra.
That's no Hydra now. Yeah. So shout outs to Old Man Bladders, by the way. The plague of an RPG speedrunner. Pretty much every other game I run is like an hour long. Sometimes 2.
And even that can cause problems.
Only if I have to eat beforehand.
Okay.
Is that?
No Hydras here.
No Hydras here. Oh.
Hot squid.
So I'm going to do a hard reset here. You may have noticed Sid kind of came into the screen and moved down a little bit. This is actually quite important. This is a positioning out of bounds. You need to be in the right position here.
Yeah.
If he didn't move down, he would be stuck in a wall.
Yep.
Hello.
All right, Aqua Hydra, where are you?
Yo, buddy.
Come out wherever you are.
Yeah, this is fine.
Doesn't seem to be here.
Nice.
I
missed.
it.
Not so nice. So a lot of these setups, as has probably been explained, but Sid's going to be counting in his head for specific. He's going to be looking for visual cues and also counting a specific amount of time. He's going to get to the exact door he needs.
Yeah, I was a bit busy looking for the Aqua Hydra. So.
Good excuse. I like it.
Yes. There we go.
Yes. Okay.
No
cool.
Aqua Hydra there.
No Aqua Hydra there. Okay.
Maybe it's down here.
It's got to be down here.
It
Yeah,
has to
yeah.
be down here.
This looks like a place for an Aqua Hydra.
There's water on the left and now on the right.
Exactly.
Hello? Aqua Hydra? Where you at?
Here, boy.
I don't think it's here, dude. I don't think it's here.
Must have called in sick.
Yep. Oh well.
Call me crazy, but why, who would put a puzzle that involves water inside a ship? That just sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Ah, it's fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, that's Aqua Hydra skip.
Well, I mean, like when there's no water in it, it shuts the door to the engine. So it's sort of like a really fancy car lock.
And now we have a boat. Yay!
I like boats.
I like boats. Boats are pretty cool. And we're gonna spend the next third of the game here in the Eastern Sea, trying to find a way to the Western Sea. Also, with the Aqua Hydra skip, I'm gonna have to give a shout out to Plexa, who ran this game back in the day when that was not yet a thing, and he actually had to deal with the Aqua Hydra at very low level, which, from what he's told me, is quite a nightmare. But yeah, shout outs to Plexa, the granddaddy of Golden Sun speedrunning.
He did like all the out of bounds stuff.
A lot of this game is, or a lot of this run is created by him. As well as Zeto as well. Zeto has done a bunch of awesome.
I've got a cool little thing about a little bit of like knowledge about the game that's quite nice that kind of people miss or can miss. So the battle themes, you get the one that you get the general battle theme. You had Jenna's at the very start, and now you got this boat battle theme. You can actually manipulate which one you get based on who's in your party. So if you later on, can we say that we meet up with the jobbies or not? You probably played it. Isaac and the other guys join you a bit later. When you can swap around who's in the party, you can actually get Jenna's theme by taking Isaac and Felix out of the party, and also Piers. And then you get Jenna's theme. If you have Isaac in and neither Felix or Piers or Jenna, you get Isaac's theme. So you can actually swap it around.
I believe the order is Felix's is first priority, then Isaac's, then I think it's Jenna's.
Yeah. But for some reason, the Piers does kind of mess with it really weirdly, I've noticed.
I forget.
Yeah. Or maybe you get the boat, I don't know.
I haven't done the messing with it in a while.
Yeah.
Me neither.
I know the boat has its own theme.
Yeah, it's just quite nice that you can do that.
Speaking of the music, do we have time for a quick donation?
Go for it.
Well, first we need the best song in the game to come on.
Oh yeah, we can't interrupt this with anything.
Also,
Where the heck am I going?
You're also bad at steering.
I'm really bad at steering.
All right, so we got a $25 donation by Geist. Says, Golden Sun, The Lost Age is my favorite RPG of all time. Thank you so much, Sid, for this great run. By the way, my favorite part is the fantastic music by Motoi Sakuraba. Any chance of fighting the Star Magician for that fantastic Satoru's battle theme?
I don't think that's gonna be a.
Oh well, at least we'll get more
possible on
Jenna theme and hopefully the Doulahan too. Good luck and hopefully Sheva will survive.
Such chill music.
Party Island.
We also have a $3 donation by Mario Wasolowski, who says, "Let's go Germensch." So just a quick reminder, but RPG Limit Break this year has 3 restreams for the French restream, which is over at twitch.tv/lefrench-restream, the German restream, which is over at twitch.tv/Germensch restream, and the Japanese restream this year, which is over at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. So if you want to check it out under languages, head over to those websites, head over to those channels as well.
Yep. Alright, so right there what I got in the shop was a weapon upgrade for Jenna because she has still been using her little staff thingy.
It's a shame you have to sell the Thorn Crown. I've been trying so hard to try and keep it.
Yeah.
That attack buff is just too good.
It's just such a good source of money here. Like we used to be able to keep it because we got enough other items, but at this point, yeah. When we get the Pirate Sword and whatnot. We also used to get the Mist Saber in Aqua Rock, but that one takes quite long to get, and a bunch of extra encounters. So, But yeah, here we have the Eastern Sea, and this introduces the rocks. The rocks kind of provide a additional synergy that we can use for puzzles and whatnot for every single one of the characters. Mercury, of course, is going to give one for Pierce.
What? I thought it would give it to Jenna.
I mean, you might as well, with the kind of synergy it is.
Yeah, it does make sense.
It's vaporizing water. It could easily be Janus.
Use it on the ocean once you get out.
Yes, vaporize the entire ocean.
Have you tried to do that before?
It does actually do the
Yeah,
animation.
it does
for
the full animation.
Also bees.
Not the bees.
Yes, the bees.
Life Leech is an interesting one because not only do you actually have to unleash Life Leech, it then has to proc as well. Because sometimes you don't actually get the HP recovery.
Yeah.
Which is kind of annoying when you're kind of like on 70 HP and you're like, I really need a heal, and it procs. You're like, oh, it's procced, go, go, go. And then you don't get it. It's like, oh, please.
Really, I just buy it more as a stat stick, so she has higher attack.
Yeah.
It's for the damage.
Yeah.
Aqua Rock can still kill me, by the way, so safety save.
So, the exterior of Aqua Rock has rocks, fairies, harpies. Does it have any other birds?
I don't know, but it has a lot of RPG jerk birds.
They're all jerks. Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, some trick birds.
So obviously fairies are an upgraded version of pixies.
Yep.
They
And
are powerful.
It's fine.
Oh.
So I don't think I did quite the right synergies in order to kill this guy in one go. Yeah, I don't think so.
Experience is good here though, so
So we're gonna be using Felix for healing quite a bit, because in the inside I want to use him for retreat glitching. Also, from that point on, I'm gonna have to heal with Pierce, because we're actually also coming up on our first class change. And more specifically, I'm gonna be changing the classes of Felix and Jenna. Right now they've just been in their base classes, which is just their regular Jin. Of course, Mars Jin for Jenna, Fina Jin for Felix. But I'm going to be switching those around, which will put them in the Brute classes, and that gives them access to just better stats overall for attacking, like a lot more physical damage that they can do, which is also why I wanted a better weapon for Jenna. And it also gives access to a wonderful, wonderful ability called Planet Diver, which the game claims it is a Mars Elements synergy. I claim it is a Murder Elements synergy.
it's very, very powerful.
It is very powerful. And that is also one of the few synergies that is not exclusively bound to like elemental power and elemental resistances. No, it also takes your attack stat into consideration. One of those other ones that I've been using is Fume. And a lot of the single target synergies that even stay single target with their upgraded versions, they are like that. I think there's only one area of effect damage.
Fume isn't based on attack damage.
It isn't?
No, it's just raw 60 or 70.
Dang, that does a lot of damage.
It's just really strong.
Yeah, dang. I could have sworn that one was as well.
I always considered Diamondberg to be, because Piers does go in after he casts it.
Yeah, that
Diamond
one
Dust
is-
and Diamondberg are both based on attack stat.
Yeah. This game is just so in-depth that even now I'm still learning new things. Alright.
Let's try the Bowie clip. No, completely useless clip I found a couple of days ago,
Yeah.
a couple of weeks ago. It's completely useless, but I was happy. So you see on the right-hand side, there's like that diagonal that you can't reach. You can actually clip across that,
Yeah,
just
that's
randomly.
really-
But yeah, there's no point ever in the game where that's useful.
Nope.
Yes.
Good job, Bowie.
Thanks, man.
I was looking over the maps frantically because I really wanted it to be useful, but
Upwards waterfalls, the best.
Yep.
Hardest puzzle
Also,
in the game.
hardest puzzle right here. It is if you get interrupted by a fight. So rude. So rude.
We're trying to go fast here.
Yep.
Come on.
Alright, there we go. Diagonal walking. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Earlier we mentioned the Mist Saber, which is just up to the top there. There's another frost you can do to kind of get across, but as you said, too much. It's got a really cool unleash though.
Oh yeah.
Also, it's a really cool icon.
I quite like the Mist Saber, but it just takes too long to get, unfortunately.
Someone in chat comments that it's not called a waterfall if it goes up, does it?
A water rise.
water up?
Water up. Sure. Water rise. Either works. Sure.
You both water rise up.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 5.
I don't think I can kill this in one turn just yet. I'm gonna have to Ragnarok. I'm actually not gonna use Ragnarok because the animation is quite long.
For the fans, come on, Sid, for the fans.
Someone asked, does the Iris incentive also include killing the Dullahan as well? No. No? Okay.
Well, that was it's got spoiled. Nope.
No.
Nope. Sorry.
Speaking of that,
So Dullahan is status possible. By possible, I mean I've done it in Japanese.
Yeah. Even with the BRNG, he has so much that he can do to completely and utterly destroy your party. The biggest one being Jin Storm, which is just like
No, that's not that bad. It's more Fulminous Edge will kill you through Shade or Granite.
yeah.
speaking of that donation incentive, we're at 753, so just $250 more.
That's fine. It's gonna come up until Jupiter Lighthouse, so you still have time. Because Jupiter Lighthouse is quite far into the run.
This run's also been going on for a while, so for all the new viewers, can we get a roll call again?
Oh yeah.
Sure
So,
thing. I am Dakite.
I am CriticalCyd.
I'm Zedonegi.
And I'm Bo the Hero.
All right, thank you guys.
Alright.
And we have PX currently on hosting duties, by the way.
Yeah.
Shout out to PX.
Shout out to
I'll be
PX.
here for as long as possible.
You'll be here for the entire run. You have no choice.
I might need to get food sometime.
No, not allowed. We're not allowed, then you're not allowed.
You said you're not allowed. You could just get food. This is a co-op run after all.
It's co-op run after all.
Sure.
4-player co-op.
Oh man. All right, so here we have the wonderful trick glitch once again. Gonna use it there. Not so much get out of bounds as much as just off screen in a different room.
I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure off-screen also constitutes that's out of bounds.
What do you mean? We're back in bounds.
I was in an actual room though. I was within the bounds of a room. The camera just wasn't, okay?
But that will happen again for a much trickier one, in my opinion, a much trickier camera waiting, not moving, but still being able to move thing.
Yeah, there's plenty of that going on. A lot of the out of bounds here is flying, so you really just gotta kind of plan out your movement. Fortunately, most of them is just go left for such seconds, so-and-so seconds, go right for so-and-so seconds. So I'm gonna change these classes around right now. So for the entire rest of this dungeon, I will have Planet Diver.
And now Jen and Felix are both vicious gods of destruction.
Yes, exactly that. Oh, scary encounter right off the bat.
It's kind of intriguing to know that difference as well. Like, you kind of assume that Piers would be quite a powerful character as well, but the thing is, because the Mercury clan is by nature, they're a bit more of a support class for the most part. He's not as strong as he could be. He's more of a hybrid kind of character, where Jenna is actually really, really strong because of her Mars affinity.
Yeah, we're gonna mostly be using Pierce as a spellcaster. So this run.
I really wanted him to be beefy as hell, because also he's got really cool weapon sprites. His long sword's got a nice red line through the center. It's really cool. Shame. Oh well.
Sorry. Why don't we do give him a just cast some stuff from these guys? But yeah, we do give him a sword at some point. He's,
I am
Guess he
fairly
is Paladin.
certain that's not how you spell fairy.
It's one way to spell it.
Look, it's fine. This is fine.
Yeah, but you guys don't know how to spell colors, so how
Yes,
am I
we
supposed
do.
to try?
Oh,
We
come
need
on.
to stop this right now. We need to stop this.
Oh my god! Once Ghost King gets here, I'm gonna have his hat for bringing that into my run. I've had this discussion with him so many times.
And you've obviously always won as well, haven't you?
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
If you have any more donations, that was a pretty good time. We're just gonna go through the rest of this dungeon normally.
Oh, yes, we do. Gandalf, who before donated named everyone Jeff, has also, because we read his donation, decided to also donate $1 to naming everyone Taiho as well. So thank you for all those donations there.
This is scary.
Yeah, it's not good.
So yeah, once again, gonna use breath here. The heal is not that big.
Oh, good choice.
Good choice. But it is very useful because it has priority over everything else, just like the protective gym here.
There's also a $50 donation from District 9. It says, love the longer runs of RPG Limit Break. Shame Sapphire is so late for my time zone, but I look forward to the VOD. Interested in this Iris Summon, so here's $30 to that and $20 for other couple things. That's also a good time to mention that all of our runs will be uploaded to the YouTube channel, YouTube, the YouTube channel, RPG Limit Break. So if you miss any of the runs, you can always watch them there after the marathons.
I would like to reiterate as well, although the Dullahan is not fought, the thing about Iris is that it's spectacular to watch. Like some of the summons are really, really cinematic, and Iris is another level of fantastic. So,
Do we even get 9 Mars Gen?
technically, well, obviously, yeah. When you get the combination lads over.
I think we might.
I'm not sure.
You didn't think about this too much, did we?
Nope.
It's fine. I know where a few are.
Look, I know how to get Iris. It's fine. Just have to get it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Who said we were gonna use it?
Yeah. I am
Come
so
on.
sorry for this donation.
Oh, just use it for fun.
Yeah. I'll just use it on some poor monsters at some point, just to show it off.
I did.
Let the full animation play.
when I was doing the Camelot run, I was told, let's use Iris on Doom Dragon. So I set up all my Jin, and I was ready to go, and in comes the Jin Blast. I was like, oh, okay, cool, nice. Thanks, thanks a lot. Everyone was very sad. Everyone's always looking in Scotland for the Loch Ness Monster. It's right there. There's loads of them.
Exactly. So at this point of the run, it also gets pretty easy to just do the battle menus fast because they're usually going to include Planet Diver and Storm Ray. And at this point in the run, I can also afford 1 death because in the shop earlier in Apoche Islands, I got a Water of Life. Now, I'm not gonna say that again or too loudly because the game can hear me, but I'm gonna be able to use that throughout here in Aqua Rock and Tundaria Tower later on. Anyway, now that we have some class changes as well, let's just go a bit deeper into the stat system of Golden Sun, because there are quite a lot of stats to take into considerations. I'd say one of the main ones are Elemental Power and Elemental Resistance, since that's what most synergies are going to be dealing with, as well as most summons. And pretty much every character has Elemental Power for every single element, and of course their natural element is going to be the highest. And the same goes for Elemental Power and Elemental Resistances for monsters. And yeah, that is gonna play quite a big factor also. This could be scary. I think I'm fine. Side ring right here. But yeah, when in doubt in this game, you're not quite sure which element a monster is weak to. Just assume it's Jupiter, and you're probably right.
Yep.
Jupiter is very, very strong. I think isn't Jupiter the strongest actual like kind of elemental spell set
For AoE.
For AoE, yeah.
For a single target, it's Mars with Serpent Fume, or the last Fume,
Yeah. Dragon Fume.
whichever one it is.
Possibly. Never get that many Jin.
Never get that high a level.
That too.
It's like level 50 something.
Probably got it when I was playing casually, but I don't know. I like to mess around with different classes. This is a long puzzle.
Yeah, are there any donations to be read?
Yep.
Yeah, we have a $20 donation from Anonymous. says, played this game so much as a kid, I had to get into GBA because I wrecked my D-pad with the first one. Ah, memories.
Just to go on a little bit and finish my story about the stats as well. You also have, of course, attack, which does all of your physical damage, as well as the couple of synergy that it affects, like Venom Diver and Diamond Dust, stuff like that. And then you have defense, which is your defense from physical damage, whereas your elemental resistance is, of course, from elemental damage. Let's see, what else do you have? You have, of course, your health and your synergy points, which kind of increase as you level up, and as you get more Jin. Your Jin also give certain statistics. I'm gonna actually save here, just in case. Game cancel, kill me! We have luck. What does luck do?
So luck is entirely for status ailment resistance,
Alright.
Nice.
and your luck is very small, which means status ailments tend to hit.
Yeah.
Bosses tend to have somewhere around 40 luck.
And then they're weak to certain types of ailments, which is why Sleep is still able to work on a couple of bosses like in Scorpion. Anyway, and then probably the most important stats throughout this run is agility. And that is pretty much what determines turn order and all that good stuff. But it's not entirely fixed, that's the thing. Of course, how much agility you get from level up or using items called mints that I've been picking up as well. It gives you within a certain range, both on the level up and on the mint. So if you get particularly bad level up, sometimes you can be in a bit of trouble. I am going to play it like super duper safe throughout this run to make sure that my turn order during Doom Dragon is entirely fixed. But it's also during the fights themselves, you still have to roll for agility. How high your agility is only like goes so far, and the higher your agility is, the more variance there could be in the roll during the actual fight. So there's a couple of times where maybe I am gonna need a good agility roll if things don't quite line up. But yeah, for the most part, it's fixed. But that's why I'm also picking up all the mints to make sure that my agility is the right number with the right people at the right time. And that's pretty much it for statistics. Almost done with Acro Rock right here. So if you want to get a quick donation and go ahead before I start another.
We have a $15 donation by CriticalCyd Alt. Looking forward to the Sapphire run in a few hours. Put this towards saving the animals. Wait, long marathon? Darn. In that case, let's just introduce a new name for Mudkip. The Hasty.
Because there's an encounter, I think you have time for one more.
Alright, we have a $100 donation from Taloya. Says cinematic Game Boy Advance experience, please.
Yeah.
Iris.
Iris.
Iris. Yeah. We can do that all day.
Iris.
So what's really nice about this game as well, in certain certain situations, that it kind of always puts you into a situation where you can learn about the skill you're doing here. Learning, through gameplay. It's kind of rather than kind of giving you like this obvious tutorial, it kind of puts you in a scenario where you got this new skill, how are you going to get out or how are you going to use it. It kind of immediately gives you the bread and butter of what you've just learned. Just a small thing. Yeah. I like it.
And also to make sure that you do actually proceed with that tutorial and learn how to use the new ability. I cannot actually use Retreat or do a Sanctum Warp in this room. I first have to exit it.
What? That makes no sense.
Yep. Just kind of make sure.
Also, these puzzles here, they seem pretty trivialized if you just know how to swim. Is there like something about synergy users that can't swim?
Yeah, they can swim. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like One Piece. You die if you go in water.
Very much.
Having never seen it, I didn't know that. That's a very strange, considering it's about pirates, right?
It's about pirates with people with special abilities can't swim.
Right, okay. the one ability you thought they'd have, living a life on the sea. But
No,
it's anime. It's
they
fine.
just turn into rocks when they fall in the water.
Oh, hello, Felix. You're quite low on health. But it's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's fine. Okay, so now I am gonna head over to a wonderful place called Yalam, where there is a blacksmith who can make me some nifty items. Earlier in the run, I picked up something called the Tear Stone. Oh boy, he is quite low on. I don't need to heal him. But yeah, I picked up the Tear Stone, and that's a material that you can give to the blacksmith, and then the blacksmith will make a random item out of a pool for that specific material. The specific item I want is the Spirit Ring, which will allow me to heal everyone at the same time for quite a significant amount. And to make it even better, when you use it outside of battle, it has no chance of breaking at all. So it is going to take the burden of healing away from my characters for the entire run. Which is very, very nice.
So what, I think it's 160 HP, isn't it, across the board? It's
Something like that.
Same,
It's
the same as a Wishwell.
It's
Yeah.
Wishwell.
Which is, I think Wishwell costs 11, I think, or is it 15? 11 for Wish, 15 for Wishwell.
Something like that.
Which is a lot of PP considering how much we've got for the most part.
And you don't actually get Wishwell for a while.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But yeah, since it is random, I am actually going to have to RNG manipulate this. And this is not as easy as with the bosses. I am going to have to manipulate the general random number generator, which changes on every frame on the title screen. And I can't progress the title screen right away. There's a little bit of a delay with it. So in order to kind of circumvent that, I'm going to wait for an audio cue. And then around that audio cue, I have 10 Cs right aloud.
Yeah, what he just did there as well, he gave the Tear Stone away and then gave it back to Jenna, so it's in the last slot of her inventory, so we can get to it quickly.
All right.
So how many frames have you?
You need to focus here, 1 second.
Audio cue. All right. Should be fine. Gonna do a Sanctum Warp to make the movement a bit easier. Gonna look at this NPC right here.
Oh.
I don't know that one.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I look at the NPC's movements. He has a nice little afro. I'll call him Spike Vegeta. Alright, this should be walking into the Woodstock. That is purely so that I give him the item at the right time. Basically, the item gets determined as soon as I give it to him. And in order to make sure I get the timing on that right, you can use either an audio cue or some movement in order to kill time.
Yeah. So this chap here was moving in a particular way, and based on his movement, there are a variety of different adaptive movement to do in order to get the right frame. So if you move a certain way, you either go to the Woodstock or to the big pillar on the left here.
Or I can walk around the anvil in here. Oh boy, I didn't get it.
Okay.
This is quite difficult.
Mm.
Oh, wow. Apparently I didn't hold on the button. Enough.
It's okay.
This can usually take a couple of tries. Downside of you get a seed you don't know is you don't know if you're too early or you're too late. I got the same one again.
Yeah, just a quick reminder that this is frame perfect. So
I mean, I do have multiple frames that I could get, but it is still quite tricky. I think I've been doing the audio cue a bit too early. No, I don't think I know that one either. Or do I?
If you're wondering,
Yeah, I do have that one actually. I just forgot it. The downside is I don't really have time to look at notes.
Okay. I'll just let him get the audio cue there. So depending on the movement, he'll have different places he needs to go. So if he's basically routed particular ones that he knows works. If he doesn't notice the movement correctly, he doesn't know where the frame is or what his setup is to get the frame.
Just walk into the wood stack. Get the deer stone as soon as possible, and then I have to do another trip to the sanctum to make sure he finishes right away. And this should be it. Moment of truth. There we go.
There we go.
There we are. All right. So how many seeds have you routed out yourself for that?
For this one, since it's so hard to work with other people's audio cues, I've routed all 10 of them myself.
Yeah. He's got like 10.
Just trial and error, really.
He's got like 10 different frames that he knows to work off.
They're all around the audio cue, but I think with my nerves, I actually ended up going a bit too early there.
I mean, I will.
That's what it felt like.
That is really difficult. When I was I think this is one of the most recent things I've actually learned, and I was talking through Zeto and Cyd with it, and this guy just dropped like 1,000,000 seeds on my day. The hero, here's the list of seeds. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
There's so much that changes based on the smallest little details. I've managed to get it a few times, but I haven't yet been able to figure out exactly why. It's a very, very complex manipulation.
I'm gonna be doing a similar manipulation later on in Lemuria.
So once again, can you remind us what the item is and why is it so important?
Alright, this is a spirit ring. I can use it outside of battle to heal everybody. I can use it in battle as well, but outside of battle it has no chance of breaking whatsoever, which means it's gonna be my main source of healing for the entire thing. But since it also heals everybody and I have access to it ways before I have the equivalent synergy Wish Well, it's also going to be very useful for healing during some of the fights. And we only use it in fights where we specifically have it routed in, where we manipulate the fight, so there's no chance of breaking in that fight either.
There might be a chance it's using Doom Dragon, but that's at the very end of the
Yeah,
game. So.
by that point, if it breaks, that's okay. I don't need it anymore.
So,
anyway,
yeah, this bit should have been done a while ago. So how's this going to work out then, Cyd?
well, this is Airdrock. You're supposed to do this like right after the desert, right after King Scorpion or something.
It's a bit bigger than it was in Terra Enigma.
Yeah.
You
And,
play a bit more a part here, yeah, don't you?
Yeah. This dungeon is quite notorious for being very, very long. Like the puzzles here just drag on and on. You have to go through this gigantic puzzle sequence at the bottom right here.
So we're gonna cheat.
We're gonna check.
I think it's quite ironic as well because it's the first rock you encounter, and it's like one of the most convoluted.
For sure. I'm gonna have to drain quite a bit of Felix's synergy points right here. So we're gonna be here for a while.
Alrighty.
But yeah, this dungeon is one of the most broken ones, and I'm really looking forward to showing off.
Alright, so we got a $50 donation here from Gun Arm Dine. It says, "Hi, Golden Sun Couch. Isaac down in Mia chair sat on the piers next to the reef to brainstorm for a meaty pun idea and soon began to really Felix. It's a really Garrett one. Let's make a film version of Golden Sun. You might ask, who cares? Ivan Tyrell out a really good movie. So all we need are to cast John Locke and Kate Austin to star, then simply title it The Lost Age. Oh, and kill the Shabaminos."
Woo!
That was extended and
Yes,
impressive.
Props for dedication right there. Anyway, right here we have a nice little retreat glitch, which in this case also unloaded a bunch of stuff, or rather relocated a bunch of stuff from the first room, but it also started loading in objects from the second room, which is why it started getting quite laggy, and I wanted to get out of that room as soon as possible. But yeah, it's just the same version of the retreat glitch where it saves your coordinates, and I barely managed to get that cycle. That's good. And with that, I skipped every puzzle at the bottom of Ash Rock. So we're off to a good start. I'm a filthy cheater.
Cheating gets results.
I cheat my way through most of the rocks, come to think of it. Like, I think Aqua Rock's the least broken. I only skipped 1/3 at the inside with that.
We also have another donation for $126.96 by Alarka. Says, hey Sid,
Hey.
awesome run so far. Always been a Golden Sun fan and excited to see it in a marathon. Finishing out the Iris incentive so that everyone can see the awesome animation. Don't screw up Poseidon. And with that, we have met the donation for Iris Summon.
Thank you very much. Alright, so right here on the kind of off screen, you sort of see it a little bit. We have a bunch of puzzles where you go back up with a whirlwind, then you drop back down, and you go back up, and you drop back down, and I don't want to do any of that. And it's basically all to solve a puzzle in the next room. But instead I'm going to use Retreat Glitch to eliminate the loading zone on these ladders right here, and I'm just going to, I guess, do the puzzle in the next room.
This is
It's already blind.
definitely intended.
It's exactly intended.
He is moving.
I
I
don't
am
see
moving
anything
right
wrong
now.
with this. I just see a wall. Nothing wrong.
It's fine. It's fine. We got
Alright,
this.
if you see the menu pop up every now and then, you cannot open the menu on the ladder, so I use it to determine whether I'm off the ladder yet or not. There we go. Right here, as soon as I get on the ladder, we're gonna get a little bit of a screen shake.
Okay, cool.
The thing about the next room as well is it does have the ladders. It's fine.
Cool, we got it. Yeah. So yeah, the puzzle before with the whirlwind would bring you to this right-hand side of the climbable wall. So you could then push. He just needs to move to push a block, which would give us access to a big thingy to fight. Well, to you cast a whirlwind on.
That actually was not a big problem because I need to walk around here in order to get a encounter anyway to get me out of retreat mode, and it sure is taking a while.
You'll see what he was moving along when we actually go to the screen.
Yep. I'm just gonna run away because they're weak. And then I'm gonna hit the loading zone. Now this mist here, it also, like as soon as you hit the loading zone at the top, it will just teleport you to the bottom. So I kind of use that to get back easily.
So he
That
climbed.
pillar is what I moved indeed, so that I could get here, activate this whirlwind stone, get rid of the mist. There we go.
So yeah, that wall. So basically, what he did is he climbed up, moved to the left, climbed up, then moved up here, climbed up, right, and up to the very, very top, and then climbed down the right-hand side, and then moved it there.
All of it completely blind.
Yeah.
Gonna have a similar one in Magma Rock later on.
See, yeah, the retreat glitch actually went through two separate screens, which is really weird.
Alright. And then we get into the inside of the dungeon after skipping basically every puzzle except the one I did blind on the outside. And no, I'm just gonna go ahead and spoil it. I'm gonna do 0 puzzles in this inside of the dungeon. Normally it is incredibly long as well. You have to go throughout a gigantic chunk of it in order to even turn the dungeon on and make these little statues spew whirlwinds. But I don't really feel like doing any of that.
Avoid helps with this as well. 'cause,
Avoid
like,
helps. Like, this is one of the big reasons why the sequence break at the start of the game, even though I have to do this anyway, it helps a ton. It's just because I can't do this entire dungeon with avoid on. Which even with how much we already even with how much we already skip of it, it still saves a ton of time. Alright. I am actually doing a slightly slower version of the skips on the inside, but that's mostly because
This looks cool.
This looks cooler. Because with this retreat glitch, I'm gonna relocate the objects in the first room. And they're now kind of out of bounds, including this thing. Oh hi, who
it
put
looks
this here?
alright. Walls are only suggestions.
Yeah,
There's something for you to stand on, right?
sure. There we go. Yep, it's just kind of chilling out there. Chest is in the wall, no big deal. Never actually tried getting it, I wonder if I can, but yeah. Now we're gonna have to do a similar one to get into that room again while dislocating some stuff. And that's gonna put me right on the platform where usually I'm blocked by a pillar. Now I'm not, so I can just fall straight down here. And at this point, like normally you would do what I did earlier, or that's what we used to do at least. You turn it on, and after that we kind of did the dungeon normally, but that was before our boy Bowie right here reminded us that this door existed, the Bowie door. In the rocks, the inside and outside are treated as two separate dungeons by the game, so by re-entering the inside there, I have now a different room set as the first room of the dungeon, which means I can get out of bounds in that room now. Yeah. Not accidentally retreat. There we go. Put me right here.
This is fine.
No, it's not.
It's actually not.
Oh boy.
What
So, we just kind of soft locked.
that's a first. I did not know that was possible. There you go. That's your.
So this is what happens when you retreat warp incorrectly.
I was a bit too far down, I guess.
Too far down.
Yep.
So that's a sanctum warp, isn't it?
Yep. That's the sanctum warp. Fortunately, I have a void, so it's not as big of a deal. But that does mean I have to go through the outside again. I don't have to solve the puzzle again, fortunately.
It's nice of them to put in a nice way to avoid soft locking yourself.
Yeah, but exactly.
But yeah, that is positional retreat glitches can trip a lot of people up. Like,
Yeah, and these strats for Ayers Rock are quite new, so I was not aware that you could get into a wall there.
I wasn't aware either.
Yep. Good stuff. Well, since I'm gonna be redoing part of the dungeon, PX, help me out here, buddy.
Alright. We got a $10 donation by Ranuviz saying, "Hey, CriticalCyd, we are rooting for you back home. Enjoy America and make sure to bring your new Mrs. Sid back with you to the Netherlands." Signed, you know who.
That's some of my IRL friends. Oh, hey, that puzzle was already solved. Nice. Thank you very much, guys.
We also have a $25 donation by Anonymous with no comments there, but that's fine. So I guess now it's a good time to remind everyone that this is RPG Limerick 2017 from Salt Lake City, Utah, and we are here to raise money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They're doing some great stuff for plenty of our attendees, as well as lots of people around the country as well. And with their help, it helps everyone understand what people with mental illnesses are going through, and helps them cope with them as well. So really good services they're providing, as well as good cause.
Absolutely.
You have good friends, by the way.
Thank you. Dang, I didn't expect them to actually donate as well. It's awesome.
the slowdown is
Oh
real.
yeah, the lag.
I once did this retreat glitch, and then it was just I was looking over and reading notes whilst it was just slowly getting laggier, and I came back and I was just like, what is happening to my game?
Yeah.
I was like, surely this is not intended.
Nope.
All right, so while we have met all the donations in the first game, we have another game coming up, the Pokemon Sapphire Run, in which we have multiple names for that. Like, for example, we got the ability to name the trainer, the bird type, the Mudkip, the Kyogre, and the cast form here. Let me just see what the totals are for all of those are. Just quickly here. So for cast form, we got Strict 9 winning at $10, with Jeff at $5.99 right behind it, Katy Perry at $5, and Taiho at $1. So if you want a cast form to be named after you, or anything you want, go ahead and donate towards that. It's still low. For the Kyogre, we got Yu Kiang at $25, $12.50 for El Vegas, $5.99 for Jeff, and $1 for Taiho. For the Mudkip, we got Wiggly Woo at $25, the Hasty at $15, Bowie at $12.50, Squirtle at $5.99, and $1 for Jeff and Taiho.
Why am I a Mudkip?
I don't know why you're a Mudkip. Because everybody likes Mudkip.
Make a good mudkip.
I've got the hair, I guess.
Yeah.
For the bird type of Sapphire here, we got Demon Chocobo at $49, Jeff at $5.99, Yaga at $5, and Tyho at $1. And for the trainer, we have Meme Big at $14.20. $10 for Strict 9, $5.99 for Tyho, $3 for Mondi, and $1 for Jeff.
These are some names. These are some names. Oh, hey, I ran out of... Wait, should probably reactivate that.
So those are the next game, and then after that we have Diablo 2, which allows you to choose the character name, which is currently Luis La Conte at $80. I horribly butchered that. And Hex TCG also $80. So we have a tie for that character name right now for Diablo 2. With Nasty Butler at $55 behind them. So you want to name the Diablo 2 character or whatever you want, go ahead for that. As well as the class choice for Diablo 2, which is currently a Druid at $35, Necromancer at $30, and Assassin at $0. So if you really want any of those classes to be run for Diablo, go ahead and get those in. These are the runs after this one, so you got plenty of time to donate towards that.
I just had to find a new self-lock during the marathon run, of course.
I don't think it was a new one if they knew about it.
Good for him.
God.
Oh, now you know what to do.
Yeah, make a safety save. I'm not putting it past me to do that again right now. All right. Because I don't trust myself. Let's see. We're gonna do one more. Make it hard reset just in case. I don't know if those fights end up messing out the out of bounds at all. Alright. Yay! I'm not self-locked!
Your head is no longer a block.
There we go. And now we're at the end of the dungeon. Much later than we were supposed to be.
This is fine.
This is fine. Fortunately, my estimate takes into account me getting absolutely destroyed into Kibombo Mountains and Kibombo Statue, so since that didn't happen,
It kind of happened.
It could have happened, but
yeah,
since that didn't happen as much,
You're just cashing in now,
yeah,
that's all.
exactly. We can afford this just fine.
Gives him a good estimate.
Hmm.
Someone commented in chat that says Sid is not a blockhead this time.
Yep. Alright, so here we get the synergy for Shiba, which is a reveal. Allows me to reveal hidden things.
I even had to go through a lot less of a rigmarole than this, didn't
I
I?
know, right? He just met a person. It's like, yo, let me teach you reveal. I got you.
Eye of Thundera, give me sight beyond sight.
Once again, inside this room, I cannot retreat or Sanctum Warp. I'm gonna do that in order to get back
What do I do there?
to Thundera.
Oh, wire. Good.
I need to not forget to pick up the lucky medal.
These will come into play a little bit later, but
Yeah, these are for in Lemuria for the other piece of RNG manipulation. There's a fountain in there that can give me random items when I throw medals in it. Okay, next up is Thundera Tower, but before I go there, I'm first gonna have to get a Djinn called Sour, who is residing on this continent right here. And Sour is incredibly useful because he allows me to weaken an enemy's elemental resistance by 40. There is also a synergy that does this, simply called Weaken, but in order for a strategy to work later in Gaia Rock against Serpent, we do actually need Sour for that as well. And hey,
Also-
we like having Djinn because this allows us to get the tier 4 summon Mercury.
Zaura is also the fastest 4th Mercury Jin we can get.
I thought this was faster.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Just chilling out.
Just chill. He's somewhere around here.
So I'm assuming he lowers the resistance by just putting a very sour taste in their mouth or something like that.
So that's not that bad. I'm just gonna drop some planet divers on his head.
Damage. And of course, because this is in an early place, it's not the weakest, not the strongest of Jin. Of Jinny.
Alright, saying them back again. That little town is actually a very, very useful hub for this point of the game.
Yeah.
Now, Tenaria Tower. I'm glad I still have my water of life because this place is scary. Why am I saying these things? The game can hear me.
I mean, if the game heard you, then Den would probably be dead a lot more.
Oh yeah.
That's filthy
We're
damage.
still on 2 though, right?
Yeah, it's not too.
But yeah, we are quite under-leveled at this point, and yeah. There can be some pretty big parties here as well, just up to 4 monsters that will all attack and destroy you and can catch you by surprise. Can I get anything there? The point here also is because of all the retreat glitching in Air's Rock, I am very low on PP with Felix. So I really gotta keep an eye on that. Alright, just in case, I don't think that's needed, but I don't know, in case I go Shiba. And yeah, this continent is incredibly big, so if you want to read some donations, go right ahead.
Well, we've got plain donations waiting to be processed right now, so we're just waiting on them to go through. But just to remind you that Nami helps as much on us. They advocate, they educate, they lead, and most importantly, they listen to you. So if you are suffering from anything and you want someone to listen to you out, you want to reach out to them, head over to nami.org or tweet at StigmaFree or tweet directly at them at Nami. Wait, hashtag StigmaFree. Yeah. Tweet hashtag StigmaFree or tweet them directly at Nami Communicate on Twitter.
So, just answer that since I'm in the item menu anyway.
We have a $15 donation by Taro Nagare, and this is in German, so it just says Frud Monstreiker.
Yes, that.
That.
What he said.
What he said. So this is one of those really scary parties. Unfortunately, they're mostly targeting Pierce, and Pierce can take quite a hit, because he is still the highest level party member I have.
So yeah, just a reminder that we also have a French restream at twitch.tv/leflench restream, a German restream at twitch.tv/Germench restream, and a Japanese restream this year at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. So if those are English is not your native language, but you got one of those 3, go on and head over to those channels if you want to watch it in a language that you can understand better.
I do have attacks first here, but I just want to make sure that I have enough experience. So ideally, I want to be level 19 with Jenna by the time I get to Gaia Rock. Now, Tenaria Tower is up there, but before I actually go to Tenaria Tower, I have another Jin to collect, which is a lovely Jin by the name of Wheeze. Ooh, another attacks first.
I've always found this particular Jinny to be quite elusive. It doesn't.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
He has a very specific area where he runs around, and it's not indicated that well. Alright. Actually gonna put that now. Menu.
And we're giving Shiva Shade because Whis can and will destroy us if he wants to.
Yep.
We got a $10 donation from the donation station. Kirby Master here. He'll donate another $20 if the entire couch hums to the Tandaria Towers music because it's a cool thing to do.
Cool. So, as well as putting Shade onto Shiva so she goes first and use it, you can actually input to use a summon that you haven't got enough set your standby Ginny for. But because we've got Shiva using Shade at the start, it puts us from 3 to 4 so that when we do use Boreas, he's ready to go.
Exactly. This is a very important mechanic. I'm very happy that the game lets you do that. Not many games do.
Yeah, for sure.
It works the same as same with synergy, where if you don't have enough synergy but you recover it before your attack goes off, then it can still work. Like you can't just actually select.
Boreas was always a weird one. It's just a massive snow cone.
Yeah.
It's like a massive machine, like a big, massive snowball goes in, and you just see it like the shaved ice everywhere. Then it turns out it's huge.
Wait, is it Synergy or Synergy?
I say Synergy myself.
I say synergy.
I say Synergy.
It's because it's psychic energy, isn't it? Oh, damn. Yeah, but, you know, whatever, however you like to say it. You know? So do we have to start immediately?
So yay, no encounters on the way to the Naira Tower. That's good. Pretty scary part. Kirby Master, why did you pick such a hard one to hum?
It's hard to do it in like together in time, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can do it yourself, I'm sure.
Oh, hello! Double Minotaur.
We'll do better, don't worry.
Minotaurus, please.
Multiple Minotaur. I'm not sure if that's proper, but I don't care. It is now.
Minotaurai?
Minotaurai? Minotaurici.
Minotaurus is I.
Minotaurici. Actually, that's repeated.
Minotaurici, yeah.
Whoop. Oh, that's another one for Kylie.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there goes my water of life. Also she missed some experience, but that's not too
With
big a
that,
deal.
Jenna has taken the lead of Des over Sheba.
Yeah. Oh, that's why. It's because we called her dead. If we called her alive, she would have died like 5 times already.
Yeah.
The game has a cruel irony like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I guess naming her alive was actually saving her, or it's
yeah.
actually killing her.
Yeah, but don't tell the game that.
Game doesn't have to know. Anyway, I'm gonna pick up another mint here, which is gonna be useful for making Sheba fast enough for Poseidon and the commander. Stop with the Minotaur!
Minotaurici.
all together now. Minotaurice.
Oh.
Power Crush is not good.
Minotaurice. Oh my good lord.
Yeah. Power Crush has a chance to just take you to 1 HP.
Yep.
Well, that's 1 HP you need.
Yeah, the most important piece of HP is the very, very first.
Not sure if breath is gonna be enough.
Oh my
Oh
word.
my lord.
Oh.
Mean!
Are we sure the names aren't swapped?
Yep. That is incredibly bad luck to encounter that many of them that early into the dungeon as well.
I'm fairly certain that it's those kind of scenarios where you'd actually prefer Power Crush to actually proc its 1 HP.
It will just kill.
It will still kill.
If it doesn't kill you, it takes you to 1. But if it would kill you, it kills you.
Oh, right. That's a really fair move.
Yep. Oh boy.
It's okay. The game does it.
Yeah, yeah.
You got
Stuff
this.
like this is all taken into account in the estimate.
You got this, don't you?
Sometimes the game just decides to kill you.
Exactly. That is the cruel part of running this game. It's not entirely up to you.
I mean, the beginning of Tandaria Tower is also quite risky because you have just unloaded all of your summons to defeat Whis.
It's mostly the run up to Tandaria Tower after that, and pretty good. Let's go. Alright, he didn't get a chance to attack.
We have a $30 donation by Lecaros. Says, been looking forward to RPG Live and Break again this year. Good luck to all the runners and all hail Taiho, god of RNG. His reign shall continue. Thank you for that.
Oh. All of the poison.
Mike Ine would like to remind you that plural Djinni is Djinn.
Yes. I had this conversation with Ghost King on the Discord. He wasn't happy when...
Why is it always Ghost King that comes up in these conversations?
Because it's Ghost King.
He wasn't happy when he lost. I'll remind him. If you're watching this right now, Ghost King.
He's gonna be here in, I think tomorrow.
I'll remind him personally then.
Exactly. Oh, this is a pretty scary guy as well. But hey, at least I have my Water of Life back as well, so.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh!
And that's another one.
How many deaths are we at?
5.
Wow.
They really wanted him dead. Poor constipated face.
Or Constipated Space. Alright.
I've always wondered how you would say that. Just would you just go all in and just go, you know, greater than underscore less than apostrophe, or
Nah,
would you?
man. It's all about Constipated Space. And now we're pretty much back where we were.
Hopefully you don't die again.
Why would you say that?
Don't remind the game that it can kill us.
I mean, so far the little who hasn't died yet is Pierce.
Oh dear. the damage.
Pierce is hard
Look,
to
Gran
kill.
Gran is living on.
Yep. Wait, here's the thing. In the middle of a Michael Jackson moonwalk right here. Just the ice physics.
Ice puzzles.
Ice puzzle.
Such a unique method of puzzling in games like this.
These are needle eggs. I can't imagine what they're like when they hatch.
Ugly. I keep thinking that my spirit ring is there. That's not until later in the game.
Wait, aren't you all supposed to be humming this?
Moon, walk. There we go. Is that enough, Kirby?
Oh,
okay,
you already did.
thanks. Okay, in that case, I'm
How
gonna
much is $20 worth? So again, we're going to go with that same kind of thing to have 3 water ready, use Shade, and go straight into...
Yep.
If you don't use Shade, he has 2 ways of one-shotting Shiba,
Oh!
and that was one of them.
She was just shaking in the corner going,
Okay.
is it me yet?
Let's see. Just attack with that. Shade with that. Thor, and hope he doesn't attack Felix.
You know, that's been.
You can just run instead.
He didn't attack Felix though, mate. And he
How'd you,
Hey,
like,
at least I don't have to pay.
how'd you like to say we have a $30 donation by Curry Master that just says constipated face?
Nice. This is a game. This is a game.
This is definitely a game. A good one, I would say.
My biggest error when I'm doing these kind of things, I always save and then set Jin. So I save, and then go into the
Oh,
fight,
yeah.
I have to reset, go straight in, I'm like, oh, I can't do anything.
So there's my buddy Thor. Friend with gods.
I thought he was a god.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
are friends with gods.
Exactly. That's why I'm friend with gods. Because we are gods.
So we're becoming as gods. Got it.
Just, you know,
we are
anyone
becoming
from,
as gods.
anyone from Scandinavia or from the Nordic region
Look
looks
at that.
it looks exactly like that. Just
Yes,
so you know.
totally. I've been to Sweden. I can confirm.
Yeah, I can hear. massive beards, wielding hammers that shoot lightning. It's all canon.
Yep.
Well, actually, that wasn't canon, but
No, that was
that was-
totally canon.
That was reflex.
so in terms of like the overall narrative of what we're doing here, this is part of a larger kind of not side quest as such. It is a main quest, but a multifaceted quest to kind of get 3 prongs of a trident, and this is one of them. It also gives us a very important synergy that allows us to solve a puzzle to kind of do 2 things in one, basically. After this, we'll go to Al Hafra, Sea Briggs.
That's fine. This should kill.
Story-wise, for this part of the game, we're trying to get to Lemuria, but we don't really know how to because there's a very angry sea god in the way, and so we're trying to find a way to kill God.
Yep. Yeah, Poseidon is kind of blocking the way. He has a protective force field that just eats everything.
We have to kill God every time.
Of course. So we're gonna have some Thor versus Poseidon at some point.
Yep.
That sounds like a really interesting fan fiction.
You could write it. But yeah, this is
This is quite a long puzzle. Yeah. Funnily enough, in this room, your synergy points regenerate extra quickly.
Interesting.
Yes. Pretty nifty because by this time you can be pretty drained already. In this case, though, I would have preferred not to because I need Felix for some retreat glitching later. Yep.
We need to move the thing.
Move the thing. And yeah, we're here to get a prong of the trident as well as burst.
Burst is, of course, the second most broken synergy in the game.
Oh yeah.
So, how do you know that you need a trident to defeat Poseidon?
From either talking to or mind reading someone. Most of the what you're supposed to do in this game is talk to and mind read everyone, and you'll figure out you're supposed to go here, or you're supposed to do this.
Pretty much. This is kind of like the entire Eastern Sea segment is pretty much why they call it the Lost Age. Because everybody gets lost.
There's one big thing that happens to a lot of people when it comes to this run. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one when I say this, that Gaia Rock has an exterior.
Really?
What?
I never checked it when I was a kid. I never went to the sides. Ever. I was terrible. I think one of my most recent casual playthrough, I forgot again. I was like, of course, this is where I got lost.
Yeah.
We're lost to the age.
And there we have burst. Now, this top of this tower is much like the elemental rocks, where I first have to kind of do the tutorial before it will let me do the retreat.
Also, the things on those platforms are sometimes really finicky to pick up.
So, the one in burst,
Burst is usually
fine.
good, but it's Ankle Ruins is normally really bad.
Yeah, that's like the hardest part of the game, picking up the trident piece there. Alright. Gonna have to spam a bit of growth here with Felix.
I'm sure we'll all just enjoy the explosions happening everywhere.
We're sort of in the middle of nowhere, and that's not that helpful, so we want to get back to civilization.
Hello, civilization.
We made it.
Yep.
That was fast.
The unfortunate thing is by doing that, though, is my boat is still all the way down at Tendaria. So,
Yeah.
and I kind of need my boat.
Open the world map so they can see where the boat is.
Alright. There we go.
Yeah.
Boat is like,
The boat is down
Here.
there.
it's not that helpful, but fortunately, with a Sanctum Warp here, I can respawn it.
So now
Oh.
it's Golden Sun,
Hey,
the
they
lost
got a hard
boat.
reset.
Well,
The Golden Sun, the lost
whenever
boat.
you Sanctum Warp, it takes you to the Sanctum of the town you last went to, but it also takes the boat to a place near
Yeah.
the town you last went to.
And in the case of Madra, it's the beach where I actually got it for the first time.
It's quite nice.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, now we're going to make our way finally to Al Hafra.
Yeah.
Which is, so all the stuff that we did ages ago happened
correct.
after what we're going to go do. We're going to go back in time for a little bit.
Yes. We're finally gonna clean up in Al Hafra. Gonna get rid of the pirates there so that they can go to Gondolin and we can go to Gondolin. Okay, never mind, we did that already. But we do still need the pirates to be gone there because we need them in their hometown of Champa.
It's sort of an actual paradox,
Yeah.
unlike certain other paradoxes we had.
But if you also see during the cutscenes there, Pierce will not be present.
Yep.
He's still in jail. It's also one of the places with the most amount of cutscenes in the run.
So many cutscenes.
Yeah.
So this is donation station time if we...
For sure, but basically, don't worry if you actually have a bit, I can ramble for a little bit. But the way this is normally supposed to be done in 2 visits, that was mentioned earlier already.
Hey, they finally got here.
They finally got here, like the guys that were stuck in the desert, they finally got here. But yeah, first visit for the pirates, and then the second visit to clean up the cleaning up the boat.
yeah, again, I was always confused about that ages ago when I first played this, where you'd clean up everything, just leave that one rock. I'm like, what am I meant to do now? And then suddenly you kind of get this synergy, and you have to come all the way back just to do one thing.
Exactly.
Which is kind of nice for this, because then you can just do it all in one trip and less stress.
Yep, the downside is that all of the cutscenes are in one go, which makes for the longest text mashing section in the run.
Lemuria is pretty bad.
Yeah, it's a good close second.
But Lemuria is nice, because you played through the entire first game to get there, and a long time in this one, and you're finally in Lemuria. So
yeah, Lemuria is kind of talked up so much, this big mythical place that's kind of completely cut off from the world at this point.
And then it has this just lame background music.
Yeah, it's very, very chill.
It's peaceful.
Too peaceful. But yeah, Pierce is from there. He's kind of like on an expedition or something.
He was out on a boat, and then Poseidon woke up and sent the tidal wave in. Pierce got sent flying.
Funnily enough, his boat survived.
sturdy vessel.
Sturdy boat.
His boat is made of a stronger material than normal boats.
Yes, let's go with that.
Yes.
So let's not do what Zeto did.
What I did yesterday.
Yesterday.
His boat has water in it. Very strong.
So this is quite a nice little puzzle section. Well, this bit here, not this entire section, but just this screen here has got a bunch of puzzles that we can do.
It's gonna be quite a while till we get there, though.
Yeah.
Long cutscene ahead.
So now we're going to fix the boat, right?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Oh,
no.
Not yet.
Almost.
First, we have to beat up the pirates, because
Yes.
they were too strong before, but now, we have gods on our side.
Yeah, keep in mind we had to do this part right after King Scorpion. Maybe do Airstruck first. Game like I'll leave that up to you.
In case it was missed earlier, when we did the Sanctum Warp to Madra, Cyd did a hard reset.
Yeah,
That's for...
I specifically do that to set the battle RNG to 0. Otherwise, this guy might defend, which means he will survive everything I'm about to throw at him, and then the next turn, he is pretty much, like, I don't have quite enough to kill him, and he is pretty much guaranteed to just summon more dudes. And big time loss. Somehow, in this segment of, like, a really free fight, a puzzle, and mostly text mashing, I have several times managed to lose minutes. Quite impressed with myself.
Just like everyone to know that thanks to Vooligen, our wonderful little stream tech here behind us, all our runs are now going to be uploaded to YouTube after the run. So
Wow.
Yo!
yeah, they're all being uploaded right now as we speak. So if you missed a run, you can immediately catch it right afterwards.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Volusion.
Thank you, William. Nope. There he is. And make sure the target breaks, otherwise it doesn't die.
So, we're gonna, drop a meteor on him.
Inside the boat.
Inside the boat.
It's just a very small meteor, right?
We're going to
It's a very
call
high
a
ceiling
Nordic god.
And then we're gonna give him some shaved ice.
But the thing that really just takes him out, a snow cone.
Snow cone.
I mean, this is why you're fixing the boat, right? Because you're destroying it from the inside, right?
Sure. Yes.
Hard boss.
Hard boss.
Where did the other 3 guys come from?
I don't know.
I probably got hit in the crossfire. It's a big meteor.
Maybe the meteor picked him up along the way.
I mean,
It's just 3 pirates riding a
they were
meteor.
above
Yeah,
deck.
this sprite, this guy going...
Mom, get the camera! Oh man. So, time machine. Alright, so at this point I would actually like to talk a little bit more about summons before we have plenty more time for donation reading, don't you worry. But yeah, summons, damage-wise, kind of work a bit differently than other things do, because summons are actually based on the maximum health of the target. And they do a certain percentage of that, and then they add like your elemental power and their elemental resistance as kind of to add and retract from that. But because of that, they are very, very useful when doing things under-leveled as well, which we do for a lot of the run.
The devs are also aware of the fact that summons are how you kill bosses.
Yeah.
And Dullahan and Doomdragon were both designed with that in mind.
Yeah, they have abilities that can just put all your gen on cooldown.
Also, Doomdragon is multiple phases, so you can't just summon rush him once, and Dullahan takes about 2/3 damage from summons.
Yeah, they made sure.
I was actually I was curious to ask actually, because this is something that I've not actually yet looked into for the run. Why do you not get any of the the special summons? Because they obviously they have bonus effects alongside the fact that they do the damage. So like for example, I can't remember her name, Megara, who has who's 2 fire 1 Venus I think, who does damage but then also increases the attack power of everyone. So then things like Planet Diver would then be stronger immediately.
It's mostly because they're just too far out of the way.
They're out of the way. Mostly you want the tier 4 summons are generally better than them.
Yeah.
Eclipse is sort of the most efficient summon in the game, so we get that. But the other ones, they're not that efficient to use because I could use Megara 2-3 times, or I could just use Meteor and Judgment.
Yeah.
They are, however, used in max percent where you get all those summons.
Yeah. Because I remember, I mean, from a casual perspective, things like high impact aren't so useful because either using Jins or using Megara increases the AOE buff from the impact type spell. I just kind of felt that maybe that was interesting. But, good to know.
Yeah, it's just kind of a shame that they aren't very efficient because they do have their.
They're really cool as well.
Yeah.
That was kind of one of the newer things about the Lost Age in terms of its production value. It had this wider range of abilities. That was.
Also, I guess by this time I also should really be talking about my controller because I'm playing with a PlayStation 1 controller. A Game Boy Advance game, playing on a GameCube. And that's basically just because for the movement I like the analog stick and I like to have a good D-pad for the menus. So I just got an adapter so I can use this for the GameCube.
I'm all about this bad boy myself.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
And I'm completely different, and I play on a Fat DS.
Yep. It's like for I don't know, with my thumb just gets destroyed when I use D-pad for movement.
That is not comfortable also.
Yeah. For menus, it's really nice though. But yeah, I know some people when they play on the Game Boy, play on the GameCube, they like the Game Boy Advance SP. But
yeah,
that also, while it is a lot better,
It's so tiny.
It's quite cramped.
Yeah.
You use the L and R buttons quite a lot, which are pretty.
This is also a fortune in batteries as well for a run like this. You can't do resets all day with that with like one set of batteries.
I can't do resets all day anyway. But yeah, that's kind of why I use this controller. It's just the one I know that has A, a good control stick, and B, a good D-pad. I would have used the PS2 one, but it doesn't work well with the adapter. In the meantime, yay, they stopped talking. So
Finally.
we can fix boat.
But before we fix boat, talking.
Talking, exactly.
Yeah. Also, Piers finally came out of hiding. Since he's no longer, wanted.
For those unfamiliar, can you explain the origin of the fixed boat meme?
A friend of mine called Mario Butch for whatever reason, just started saying I fix truck a whole lot of time. And then I realized, hey, I'm fixing a boat, so I started saying I fix boat, and I don't know. You have like the cute little emote in Twitch chat with it as well, Vohayo, the repair waifu. So
You forgot to push the log.
Nah, I can do that in a bit anyway. It's
So,
just not as fast, but
Feel free to spam Bohayo.
exactly.
I fix boat.
I fix boat. For some reason, it's caught on.
Maybe they should rename it from Volheil to Boatheil.
Yeah, I usually push the log like right now because you move a little bit downwards with pushing it.
I love that it just completely took out and didn't take into account the fact that the stern of the boat actually lifted up there towards the back.
I do also have to quite be careful that I don't waste any of these moves, because Felix is really low on synergy.
You have 1 spare.
I don't think even if I don't think I even have 1 spare at the moment.
It takes 8, you have 11. Or had 11.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Is he just walking on the rope?
Yeah.
It-
Yeah.
He'll be walking on weirder things, don't
How
worry.
is that the most confusing part of this run?
Exactly. I've been walking on walls.
Yeah, but that's
I've
what
been
you're
walking.
supposed to do
I've
with
been
walls.
walking on nothing, on actual nothing.
That's magic.
Your face is magic.
Thank you so much for that.
There we go. And for the last one, we need the burst, which is why we did Sandaria Tower earlier.
Are you supposed to go to this section and then do a bunch of side quests to fix this one boat?
Yeah, so
yeah.
you can do everything but this bit when you first come here, and then you have to come all the way back here just for that one block.
Why?
Because it's Golden Sun the Lost Age, that's why.
Because we need Briggs's grandma to do stuff, and she won't cooperate with us unless Briggs is there.
Yep. She won't go up right away anyway. She's gonna like drop a freaking lizard on us.
It's a stellar bit of gameplay, so it's back to talking.
Yeah. So donations?
Boat is fixed.
Vote is
All
fixed.
right.
I fixed both.
We have a $20 donation by Anonymous. It says for Mon Striker and the German crew. So thank you guys for the German restream. We have a $5 donation from Blood Duster. Ahoy! Blood Duster here again. Just want to say you're doing a fantastic job, Sid. Zeto and Bowie as well with the commentary. I'm proud that you guys represent the Golden Sun community. Also, please accidentally break Jupiter Lighthouse right now.
I
Run.
wish I could, man. But that dungeon is unbreakable. You know this, Blood Duster. I'm sorry.
On top of that, this $5 goes to whoever says Magoo the fastest.
Magoo. Gotcha.
Who was it? Was that Sid?
Doesn't matter. It's gonna go to the same thing.
Yeah.
All right. Naked
Naming the trainer in Pokemon X at your daddy.
All right. And then we have a $30 anonymous donation. Enjoying the run of the most addictive RPG of all time. Donation for the clear best Pokemon name of all time. Great work, all. And I just want to see where this is going to. This $30 is going to Mudkip OMG, he.
I don't know. I'm quite more fond of Bowie for Mudkip, TBH.
Sorry, I'm just trying to process that previous name. Yeah, go, yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
OMG, comma, he.
Yeah.
And now we get to watch the mayor attempt to proposition Jenna.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
No.
This is a really
Oi, that's my sister.
I understood all of that.
Alright, just in time. Yep.
And now
Best
Jenna's
music?
battle theme.
It's a shame you only get this like actively, consistently at the start of the game. Like, not that Felix's theme is not at all incredible, but this is great.
Yeah. Still not sure why it plays here, but I'm happy it does.
I mean, for the same reason Jupiter Lighthouse plays in Gabamba statue at the end.
Point taken. Reasons.
So, I think Sakuraga's sitting there going, do I need another theme? I'll just put that in there.
Just
It's
put that.
something.
Sounds mystical.
This theme fits here, let's just reuse it.
Sure, just why not? Which is fair. He's already made so much good music for the series.
Yeah.
So, a little bit of a looking back on this run, and my goodness, things kind of really fell apart after Akurok, didn't they? But that's fine. That is unfortunately just the nature of this game. It is not a very consistent speedrun, which is why I made that estimate as high as it is.
So that's
these things
actually
are
the
very much expected.
Sorry, that was the first side crystal we've got in the entire game,
Yeah.
which is just a free PP restore, which is
For
very-
one person. Yeah. I'm gonna be collecting those because in the later parts of the game, like the last few dungeons, they last for quite a while. Even with how much me break Magma Rock, they last quite a while, and Synergy gets really expensive. So
Yeah.
Did those guys just steal your boat?
He just stole
Yeah,
the
he
boat.
stole the boat.
Well, first he bought the boat, and then he got it confiscated from him because he's a pirate. Then he broke out of prison and stole the boat again.
Yep.
That's a well-deserved investment he got.
Well, he bought the boat with money he stole.
Yeah. So he goes for the sickest of burns here.
Oh,
So his wife's like, stand up for yourself, come on. So he goes for the ultimate disrespect. Blah.
Yeah.
And she's like, is that enough? Come on, be a man. So, hey you guys. Nina, Nina, Nina.
That ball must be going very slowly. We can still hear what he's saying.
There, yeah, slow boat.
So Chorcha, his...
Briggs is amazing.
yeah.
And he's very confident we won't catch him because we don't have a boat and he does.
Right.
Yep.
I think he was banking on it staying in Tundaria, maybe.
Yeah.
As well.
Sorry, Briggs boy. We got a boat.
It's not every day you have a boat.
Ooh.
I am disappointed in you.
I wonder if he knows that boat is a meteor hazard, though. Just random gods appearing everywhere. Icebergs appearing inside the boat itself.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Now that I'm thinking about it, this is a pretty poor investment for him.
Yep.
I don't think he got meteor insurance.
Well, he just got the boat fixed for free, so I mean, I think it's a good deal.
He saved 50% or more with Geico.
There is some chap out there who is selling meteor insurance, and one day, we all laugh now, but one day, there's someone who's going to be sitting there, and like their car gets demolished. Like, oh, thank God I got meteor insurance.
And then the company who offered meteor insurance will cry tears of sadness. Why did they do that?
Alright, so on my way out, I also grabbed another lucky medal. I'm gonna be getting 4 of those outside of Lemuria and then 2 inside. And they're gonna be quite useful.
And now back to the beginning of the game.
Yep. So another piece of the tridents that we need to get past Poseidon is in the Shrine of the Sea God. Oh, accidentally the menu.
But first we need something.
Yeah, we need something called the Sea God Steer. That is here in Dyla. Well, we're gonna pick up another Synergy Crystal. There we go. There's little nice stuff like that just buried around.
Why couldn't you just get a shovel and dig it out?
And if you're wondering how you can find all this stuff, if you use reveal, stuff buried underground or hidden in boxes will have a little twinkle on it.
Yeah. So it's not just pure guessing, dig everywhere.
Doesn't that reveal work in the sea as well when you can pick up, sometimes you find like the rusty mace and the rusty sword in the sea?
I
so, yeah.
think so, and also all the rusty items are in little shallow pools surrounded by deep water.
I know. I do this more
I
often
do this
than
all
I'd
the
like.
time.
I do this more often than I'd like. It's
We've
like,
solved the
okay,
puzzle,
we solved
right.
the puzzle.
Time to go.
Really, I just like the animation for Frost so much that I wanted to play it again.
The worst was I did that and Piers didn't have enough psi to do it again.
Ooh, that's awkward. I just really want to spend time with my buddy, Sanctum Keeper here.
The sea god tier.
Yep.
He's crying because I almost left it. Here enough to Shrine of the Sea God.
Isn't the sea god like a big jerk though? So why is there a shrine to him?
He
wasn't always a
he
big
wasn't
jerk.
always a big jerk. It's more of a recent development when we, woke him up from his really long nap with an earthquake.
Yeah. So, this is a really good dungeon, and I'm basically at the end now.
There were some puzzles.
Were there?
Yeah, we had to find a thing in the dark.
Oh yeah, that's a good puzzle.
It's like a puzzle.
You did that. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was a good puzzle. So yeah, first visit and second visit, trying to see God's just broken. Don't worry about it.
Kind of handy that little part there fit exactly through that hole as well.
I thought there were more parts to it.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Looks like a little finger pointing up there.
Alright, this is one of the two that can give a bit of problem with picking it up. Alright, we got it. And on the top of these towers. Oh, what, you want me to film? You bully. But yeah, on the top of these towers I can actually Sanctum Warp, so... Going back to Darla. Now we're gonna go do another little bit of backtracking, because we still don't have our fourth Venus Gym.
So we're going to get one of the more powerful effects in the game.
Yep. We are going to be getting Mud, and Mud has the power to lower the agility of every enemy in the enemy's party.
Yeah, it must suck getting stuck in the mud.
Haha. But yeah, it's gonna be quite useful to just, well, not get hit as much because they are slower and don't get to attack as much. But for that we have to backtrack a little bit. I don't think I'm gonna have quite enough time to take a drink, but I'll do that during the fight. Some animations take a while.
It's not like you have someone you can hand the controller to.
That's very true.
I am unreliable.
I was talking about the kitty.
This is an interesting.
She has never played this video game in her life.
This is an interesting puzzle.
This is
here.
fine.
So when you use Cyclone, you kind of like touch the those things. You can basically like latch onto them and kind of go down to the next floor, as you just saw there. So there are many puzzles that kind of allow you to. You need you to be in just the right spot to be able to unleash to find certain Jinn, like in Lemuria, for example.
Yep. Alright, so here I actually made a second save, which is gonna come in a little bit later during the just before the Poseidon fight, for some RNG manipulation.
If in doubt.
But we'll get back to that, yeah. And after that, I made sure to save back on the first save again. So that's not gonna work. That's gonna be enough time. Why? I closed it too well. Help! Close it. Thank you. Ugh.
So every time you use a summon, your elemental power increases. What does that exactly do?
So each character has elemental power. It varies based on how many Jinn they have set and
So there it is, power and
stuff
resist
they've
there.
used in battle. Whenever you use a summon in the power increases by an amount for the remainder of the battle.
It's, I believe, 2, 30, 50, and 90?
It
10,
is
10, 30,
it's
50,
10, 30, 60,
60.
100.
60.
So what I did after that fight there was just go into the menu to check my experience, because the order in which I do stuff here can vary depending on how close I am to level 19 with Jenna. I'd say right now I am definitely close enough to be able to do Gaia Rock first, which is the optimal order.
Oh,
It saves climbing up to jump on. Well, I don't get that often.
Staying
So that's nice. Go to the inn to heal. We do have to check tag Champa though, because that is going to be our main hub for Sanctum Warping for the next part of the run.
Do you find there's much much mileage in also playing around with Piers and Shiba's classes? For single,
not
I mean, more because single target is kind of not what they're there for, really, is it?
Yeah, not really.
Not really. Also, like the better Jupiter synergy is in Shiva's base class right now.
Yeah.
Right. So I was considering Astral Blast, which is quite a strong move for the most part.
It's
but
physical. It's one of the physical moves.
Exactly, yeah. that's what I
And
was
so
thinking
Shiva
about.
will hit for like 4.
Yeah, she has a
She
she has a wooden stick.
Oh yeah, you didn't get any weapons yet, did you?
Alright, so we got a $5 donation by GB Rogian X. Says, this one is for Oro, who is currently behind the couch and my eyes aren't deceiving me. In particular, let's name the trainer Edge Daddy.
Hey.
Also, if someone on the couch is kind enough to say hi to Oro for me, I'd be glad.
Hi, Oro.
How awkward would it be if that wasn't Oro behind the couch?
Now that's Jeff. That's all Oro. Alright, so just gonna attack jump out there. So I can Sanctum Warp to it later, and then head off to Gaia Rock.
Oh, I like this bit.
Speaking of Oro, he helped make the layouts for RPG Jailbreak again this year, as well as last year, as well as Namex. So thank them for our awesome layouts. They can be found on Twitter at Orolen, OUROLEN, and at Namex _ NAMUX _. So shout outs to them for their great work.
Yes, indeed. Quite nifty layouts. But yeah, so a little bit about Gaia Rock, where we're going right now. The entire dungeon is basically set around defeating a boss that is already available from the start, and he's called the Serpent. And the Serpent is incredibly strong, and at the end of every turn, he regenerates all of his health.
It's only 2,000.
This is
yeah, basically
fine.
all of his health.
And super cool. Didn't think I'd be seeing that one.
But in order to weaken him, you go throughout the entire dungeon, lighting 4 lights. Each of them weakens him a little bit before, until you're able to, make quick work of him. Well, I'm not going to be lighting any of the lights. I'm just going to make sure that he dies in 1 turn. And for that, I do also need 2 turns of setup, in which I will be using Weaken and Sour in order to lower his resistances.
Also, we're on Japan.
Yep.
Interesting.
But yeah, shoutouts to Zeto here for thinking up the strat that I'm about to use against Serpent. This is also the place with the second puzzle that is determined by Felix's name. Once again, the characters in his name have a certain value, adds up to a total, and that then determines certain puzzles in the game. So
I assume that's the direction to get to.
So are there any other names you can use for Felix instead of greater than _ less than apostrophe?
Yeah, there are plenty of names.
There's plenty. You can use 2 carrots and a D, so you get a happy face with a D next to it. You don't get an optimal trial road puzzle, or you don't get an optimal trial road side with this, but you can use swag.
Yep.
$WAG, one of the letters has to be capitalized.
There's some fun names there, but Constipated Face is kind of my thing.
To each their own.
Sure.
To each their own, mate. Super cool.
Things I never thought I'd say.
Things I never thought I'd hear.
Yeah. Alright. So here's that particular maze, and I have my nose for this, so thank you very much. I'm actually gonna check how Kenna's doing on. Oh, she's already level 19 based. I don't have to kill the Mimic right
Don't
here.
even have to kill the Mimic.
Yeah.
Oh boy, getting lost puzzles.
Oh, I can run away from this then as well.
So the way you're supposed to do this, if you don't know what you're doing, you can use growth, I believe, on the central plant, and then it will point in the direction you need to go.
Yep.
That's convenient.
Synergy is quite a useful, handy thing to have, isn't it?
For sure. Actually, make sure he still has to present you.
I was half expecting you to show up in cosplay for Isaac, to be honest, mate. you got the look.
Dang, I got a look. Nah, I don't think I can quite get my hands on stuff like that. I also had to pay for quite an expensive plane ticket here already.
Oh,
so
hi.
or there's that. Although that was mostly paid for by the wonderful donations of other people.
You're
I'm gonna
welcome, Sid.
I'm gonna be giving proper props for that later during the run where I have more time to talk about it. But my buddy Ghoul hosted a marathon to get me here, and I'm very, very grateful for that.
So this dude is doing this. He's trying to basically find a way. He's trying to just pump this guy full of Dragon's Bane, which is like a liquid that he's supposed to kind of weaken the Serpent. So he's doing this to save the life of a pretty lady
It's the story of Yamada no Orochi.
All right. A little bit of a menu there.
And in Japanese, he's feeding it sake.
Oh, nice.
Oh, dude, nice.
Oh wow, getting drunk.
There are some, yeah, there are a lot of games that have those kind of small changes, or at least just kind of like in the specifics. Yeah, we'll let you focus on this fight though. So.
Localization.
Yeah, I also just gotta explain something real quick at the start here, because this is gonna look really silly. Defend, 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 and there we go, soft reset. So I basically let one of his attacks go off, because when you hard reset, the battle random number gets set to 0, but that is not quite where I need it to be. So all you really need to do is do some defending, and then it is where I need it to be. Mud, attack, and shade. Yep. Cool. He's gonna do 3 Quake Spheres.
3 Quake Spheres in a row.
Yep, the reason I need Jenna to be level 19 is to guarantee that she is faster than his second Quake Sphere. Otherwise, the weaken will not work. Whether weaken works is also based on battle random number. Squeeze, defend, sour, and the Spirit Ring to heal up. Now, this is the part where I'm kind of gonna have to rely on him not killing Shiba. There we go.
Or Jenna. He can get Jenna too.
Oh dang, he can get Jenna too. That's never happened with me before. Alright, I think we're fine.
That's fine.
So this right here is the seed that if I had not gotten the power bread would have killed Shiba. So I'm very happy I got the power bread.
One too many HP.
Yup.
She's hoarding all the HP there. Who needs 2? So I mean,
So the other way to avoid this is to just get Shiba to level 19, but right now she's still level 18.
so the strength of the decrease of the 40 resistance is not to be underestimated. It is a huge amount of elemental resistance loss. So that's why
we gave him a total of 80 lost, which allows us to just, in one turn, blast all of his HP away with the tier 4 summons. So yeah, that's Gaia Rock and that's Serpent. I absolutely love that strat.
The origin of that strat is literally me getting frustrated at the fight and making a better one.
Yeah, the old strategy, rather than weakening him, relied on boosting your own elemental powers, and it lasted about 9 turns and required full RNG manipulation. Plexau is the one who came up with it. He actually did use it in runs for a bit. He's an absolute madman. But yeah.
Did that guy just steal your kill, by the way?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's a jerk.
But,
So he can go brag to his girlfriend.
but before we go, we're gonna get a really cool weapon.
We're gonna get the Cloud Brand. Also, this is the power that we get from this rock. Sand. Alright. Give that to him. And we're gonna give the Disc Axe to Pierce. So that he can be a bit more useful with attacking here and there. Just to save some synergy. Alright. And then we're gonna go to Jumpa.
Sanctum War.
Yeah.
The Cloud brand, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Cloud Brand.
Does that make him stronger by getting him braver?
No, but it lets him summon Raiden.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's got a really cool unleash.
It also has a higher unleash rate.
Yeah. Cool.
I think this is one of my favorite unleashes, other than the obvious stuff like Megiddo and Megiddo is silly.
Megiddo.
What was it? A Legend with Excalibur was pretty cool
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
Legend.
That's a good one.
If all goes well with the turn order, I do have a chance that I can finish Doom Dragon off with Megiddo. It's beautiful.
A bit more story we've missed.
Yeah, a bit more story here. Alex is back, and he got the help of Karst and her buddy Agadio. They're gonna show up in a bit. They're like, hey, if just in case you are not quite motivated enough yet by the fact that we have your parents to light the lighthouses, here's some more motivation. If you don't do it, they will kick your ass, and they will. Ironically enough, they are gonna get their ass kicked in Mars Lighthouse, and we're gonna kick their ass.
Someone's asking if you could poison the final boss.
No.
Okay.
Be a bit silly if you could.
What is this, Final Fantasy 13?
Like, most bosses are, because of their high lux that are just incredibly resistant to ailments, and there's some exceptions where there are weaker to.
Most bosses are immune to almost every status ailment except elemental resist decrease.
Right. And then there's the obvious one, like King Scorpion, for instance, where they're weak to sleep.
For Serpent, we had, I think it was like a 2% chance for Weekend to land.
But with RNG manipulation, you have a 100% chance for it to land. Shout outs to cheating.
It's.
I'm cheating quite a bit during this run, aren't I?
It is also. I mean, it is. It is kind of well rooted as well. Because if you think back to the King Scorpion in Yampi Desert, those bombs will always guaranteed to hit as long as you have the BRNG correct and you're doing those exact moves in that exact way. If you don't, if you just put the sleep bomb one turn later, it won't land.
Yep.
So.
Someone in chat is wondering if his boss only got to where he is because he's lucky.
So if which boss
Sorry,
did?
what?
If all the bosses.
His boss.
His boss.
Oh right, okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah, nice, nice.
Maybe.
Probably.
I had a moment where I wasn't quite following, but then
Oh,
yes,
Yeah.
It's okay, just imagine the word color.
What's that got to do with anything? It's just
PX,
that is
why
like-
you do this?
That is reaching for the furthest branch to be like, let's bring it back to color.
Can we get a replacement host, please?
Whoa!
Nah, I'm just joking, man.
Brutal.
It's all good, PX. Anyway, a bit of story here as well. In the first game, there's this guy called Bobby. He once went to Lemuria, stole some of their water. Their water kind of in Lemuria has the power of significantly extending people's lifetimes. And as a result, Bobby has lived quite a long life. He's in his hundreds somewhere.
No, he's not. He's dead.
Oh, you.
Except not really. No. We already had that. Alex already
Yeah,
told him.
Alex spoiled it.
Yeah, Alex just spoiled it. Bobby died while we were around.
Yeah, he was in. He played a bit more of a part in the first game. Obviously, Isaac and friends. Because you save Babai. I call him Babai. Don't ask.
Babai,
It's probably the wrong word, but yeah, you save him from. He was going to his cave to get the Lemurian draft. Then you save him because he couldn't quite get there, and then he gives you free passage to Colosso, and then you can make your way down to the lighthouse.
Also, Mike89 says he's 150 or something like that.
Damn.
He is
Old.
He's old.
man. He old.
Basically, Kraden is old. Kraden was raised by let's just call him Babby. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong one.
Babby.
Babby.
It all works. That old man.
The old man.
Yeah, he was raised by the old man.
Yeah.
Babby.
He's a little Babby compared to me. So at this point at the run, I do have to revive Synergy, so should anyone die, it's not as big of a deal.
Oh, you no longer need water that revives people?
We finally got there.
Finally got there.
I love how much of a great day the Woodwalker's having. He's just loving life right
Yeah,
now. Look at him.
he's very happy. Not anymore, but you know.
Not anymore, because, we set him on fire.
Yeah. Fire burns, turns out. Alright.
Okay, so yeah, sand obviously, as you've seen, allows you to travel under sand.
Yeah.
And then you can cancel out either by pressing B or by leaving the specific parameter of the sand.
I actually kind of should have killed that because I want Shiba to be level 20
Yeah, you want Shiba to be the same level as Felix.
for Poseidon.
That tree
Alright.
only wanted a hug and you left them.
It was a
Sorry,
bad
tree.
night.
Sorry, retreat right here. We once again actually use retreat for its intended use. That actually does happen at some points. And this dungeon kind of drags on, usually, but then I happened, and I made sure that we skip half of it.
This dungeon got the gift of Cyd.
Yeah. Like, I don't find many glitches in speed games or anything like that, but for some reason I actually managed to find 2 in Golden Sun, so I'm really happy about that.
See, it's Minotaurus.
Yeah, but what's the plural?
What's the plural? That's what we're on about.
Minotauri, that's what I'm going for. Depends on the origin. It could be ode. You never know.
Well, it's Greek, right? Minotauro.
I'm gonna call them cows.
Well, I mean, if it's Greek, it's ode, surely, because the plural of octopus is traditionally octopode, because it has a Greek origin, not a Latin one.
Cows.
Random thought for the day. There you go.
Don't you know, Sid? There is no cow level. Diablo 2 is being run tonight. Diablo 2 is being run tonight.
Yeah. Ooh. They're having fun in the practice room right now.
This is a really calming tune we got here.
Oh yeah, sure. It was a bit too calming for how long the dungeon used to last.
I mean, what if the dungeon's purpose was to put you to sleep?
Yeah, that's true.
These chaps.
These chaps are annoying.
Yeah, they can defend. They're quite likely to defend, and then they just take forever to die. That one's defending.
Super cool.
Super cool. Oh. There we go. They do give a nice amount of experience though, so.
I just want to say this year, once again, RPG Limit Break is partnering with the Yeti to sell 9 awesome t-shirt designs. And for every shirt they sell, $3 of that will be donated straight to Nami themselves. So, good cause, and you get some awesome shirts along the way. That's over at the Yeti. TheYeti.com. TheYetee.com/RPG Limit Break. So head over there. You want a sweet shirt.
Sometimes that happens. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Yep. So here is the reason why we only do half of the dungeon. With sand, you can kind of clip into part of the walls, and I think I was a little bit too far. There we go. And because of that, you can just barely reach this pillar from a place where you're not supposed to, and that single move just allowed us to skip half of the dungeon.
Walls are only suggestions
Yeah.
that you don't have to take.
So there are certain puzzles, things like that, that just they're purely based on the logic of the game. If you played this game for any extended period of time, there are specific things that you'd know to look out for, or things that kind of do like almost signal a specific type of synergies needed. You know, you can't move that thing anywhere but in a ring. It needs to drop down one floor. It's going to be a hole somewhere. So.
And there we go.
What's kind of funny is even though there's the hole there, you can't actually push the face through it. At least in English. In Japanese, you can just push the face through the hole. No need to use reveal.
Nice.
I mean, it makes sense. If the hole is already there, why do you need to reveal it?
Yeah, yeah.
It does make sense. Alright. Just gonna head over back to the other side. And then up these sand falls, I'm deliberately going to be using moving diagonally because, as it turns out, it's faster.
This was like a new discovery as well, wasn't it? It was like maybe a week ago, because you're moving, like it kind of pushes you up an extra pixel or something.
It's also funner.
That too. Yeah, I also thought it was just visual illusion, just because the camera moves more, so that's why it looks like it's going faster. But it turns out no. Let's see if we can get a good Raiden's Wrath going right there.
Please.
Yeah!
So sick.
There we go. The diagonal moving actually saves like 5 seconds for this particular one.
That looks so weird because it's moving through the rocks.
I'm sand. I am actual sand.
He has become the sand.
I have sandy buns.
These puns are getting sandy as hell.
Yay! I actually managed to pick up the trident on there in one go.
So that's all 3 parts of the trident combined. We've saved Briggs as well, so only one place left to go.
So now we just need to put the trident back together.
Thank you.
Where's the duct tape?
Oh, I am actually gonna have to take an in because Felix's synergy points are too low.
So all this just to get a trident.
Yep.
Not just any trident.
The trident.
The trident.
Still can't believe it was such common knowledge. Like, hey, yeah, you need a trident to beat the god.
What I always found funny about it as well is just the fact that I'm pretty sure he has one himself. It's like,
Yeah.
just nick it.
So which one's the real one?
Yes.
Well, I mean, he doesn't do any magic with his, so
No,
it's a fake. He lost it, so he got a fake made so no one would know.
He sounds like a plot for SpongeBob.
That's
I'm
4.
okay with that.
That's 4. How's it going, bruh?
Rastafarian man is scared. Alright. The menu right here. Give them to Shiva. I don't actually have to save. Actually, I do because I've got the hard reset on my way here. Whoops! That is one of the benefits, but I don't get to do Gaia Rock early often, so. At least it saves another climb up the Champa. But here we have the Evermender, and this is also a fight where hopefully I will not get too screwed over on turn order, because on the first turn I need Jenna to go before Felix, otherwise Felix's weaken will not work. And I need him to weaken the Evermender twice. So this is one of the only places where actually you have to say no again. If you just say yes and it's like, oh, okay, well, never mind then, and then we just all just walk away, go on with our day. It's fine. Don't have to fight you.
How nice of him.
Mud, Weaken, Boreas, and Luft.
Heavy Mender?
Evermender.
Yep.
Sleepy Mender.
Slow Mender.
Snow Mender.
Weaken Mender.
How dare he sleep during this run?
Ice Cream Mender.
Slightly chilly.
Squeeze, another Weaken.
You must think you're pretty cool, though.
Meteor, and we do Ray. Actually, specifically do a Ray here instead of a Storm Ray, because with Storm Ray he gets 2 damaged, which means I will not get a Rainbow kill on him, which I want for some extra experience. Meteor on him. We do Judgment, we do Breath, we do Fog, and we do Thor. So because once again, Breath goes before Chiba uses Thor, it goes through even though I didn't have enough Jin to do it at the start.
Yeah, it's kind of cool how the game allows you to do that.
Yeah. And there we go. Nice Rainbow kill.
And a potion.
And a potion.
And then
I
exploding
think you always get the
salamander.
potion. I'm not sure who leveled up there. I hope it's Shiba. Otherwise, I might have to take a little detour to Uncle Ruins again to grind some experience. And make sure I'm level 20 for Poseidon.
You're not going to throw him down the hole, are you?
No need the next one.
No.
This is Chamber.
We don't need more memes in here.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, Briggs's grandmother is a very energetic lady. She's very stern on Briggs.
It's also very protective. And like, oh no, don't take my baby away.
Don't take my babe.
But yeah.
Creighton's
Basically, after we kicked Briggs's ass, he just went crying to his grandma when we showed up again. And both his grandma and his wife are.
Stop being such a baby.
Yeah.
Just, you know. what I've always found really strange about this is at no point do they just go, stop it, wait, listen.
Yeah.
Wait, stop. Put the Avamander away. I'll explain myself.
Yeah.
Make this, please.
Yes.
He's whipped, is Briggs.
Oh yeah.
Chorcher's got the iron fist on him.
For sure. Funnily enough, their kid Eolio is actually in the third Golden Sun game, Dark Dawn, as a party member.
It's kind of a nice little throwback, that was.
Mm-hmm.
Have this.
Yes, this is Trident.
This
You-
metal thing. You can have it. We don't need it. It's useless.
Make thing, please.
The best thing about this, though, is that you only gave her the 3 prongs. Where did the rest of it come from? You know, you
Oh.
never got a
That's
handle,
true.
did you?
The center prong actually has the handle on it.
Oh,
Does
okay.
it really?
If you look at it, yeah.
Is it as long as it should be?
It didn't look that long.
Yeah, it looks more like the length, like get like an
very good.
oversized fork or something.
I mean, that's what tridents are. They're oversized forks.
Yeah, but with longer handles.
I thought we need duct tape to fix it. Why are we just throwing it down a hole?
There's
but
duct tape down there.
This, this is a magical furnace.
Magical duct tape hole. With fire.
Exploding.
Yep.
You
How
have
you gonna
gotten
get
the
that?
fork.
The fork.
So that got a lot of people as well.
Fork or Doc 3.
Yeah.
And then in order to get down, just gonna use. Oh, actually. Did I get the medal?
Yes, you did, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I usually get that on my first visit, but of course this time I only had to climb it once. So. Let's see. She was level 20, perfect.
What level's Felix?
Felix should also be level 20.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was Felix level
Yeah,
21.
I've never gotten him to 21 before Poseidon.
So, 15, eh? That was fun, right?
Yeah.
So, I think we're going for it now. There is, when we're in Yalom, if you actually when we went to the right-hand side of Yalom, there are some kids playing and playing some games, having fun.
You have a preemptive because you weren't
Oh,
reset.
yeah, right.
Or no, you
Done
said
more.
reset.
I
Whatever.
that cancelled.
Well,
Whatever.
AC shouldn't matter there.
Alright.
It's you soft reset, not hard reset.
Oh, okay.
But there is a
Stop confusing me! Just blow them up. Screw the birds.
But yeah, there's some kids playing, and they tell you the way to get through the like the maelstrom that's before Lemuria, before you get to Poseidon himself. Super cool.
Super cool. Yeah, there's a nice little song associated with it as well.
Shall we sing it?
I don't actually know the lyrics of it.
I made it all up because of the music in the background doing the whole duh, 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 duh. I was always kind of singing, if you want to go to the stars,
Yeah.
to the stars.
I just
Something
don't
like
know the lyrics of it.
Oh,
I'm
right.
sh- I'm sure we won't mind more Bowie.
Oh, no, I'm done now, yeah.
Kill birds.
So is there ever a point where being overleveled is a bad thing?
Not
Nope.
really.
Used to be with Old King Scorpion strat, but not anymore.
Here we go.
The Sea of Time.
So yeah, nice little puzzle right here. This is also one of the big things I want an analog stick for. Gotta kind of circle around that stuff. And the currents will disappear. And if you get taken out, you get a bonus cutscene. Yay! For extra time loss.
Mm-hmm.
To the stars.
To the star.
Now it's time to go to the moon.
We're going to the moon on a ship.
Yes.
Yeah.
When did this become Final Fantasy IV?
About 2 seconds ago.
Alright.
Man, that must be a really good boat. We could just switch directions like that out of nowhere. I wish I had a boat that could do that.
I wish I had a boat.
That too.
Nice.
Alright.
And we skipped the moon part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
clearly.
I don't want to go to the moon.
We're going to go straight to the sun.
It's a bit hot there, but you know. Should bring tanning lotion. good. Alright, a bit of a menu right here.
Yeah.
So why exactly is
Oh,
this
hang
called
on.
the Sea of Time?
Got the
It just is. There might be some in-game reason from some NPC somewhere, but it just is.
Alright. Gin menus get progressively harder throughout the run because things start to get quite laggy. Also need to not forget to put that on Shiva. And there we go. Okay. So right here I'm going to go into the second file. This is kind of similar to Serpent where I first do a couple of actions because battle random number 0 is not really what I need, but I do need to advance it quite a bit. So not really possible to do that in the Poseidon fight itself. So instead I go into an earlier save file I made during the run. And I do the Spirit Ring, I do Iron, I do Shade. There we go. Now every single person this affects will progress the battle random number a little bit until it's just at the point where I need it. And that's gonna make Poseidon entirely okay. Use a soft reset so that we don't clear the number again when we go into the first file. And there's a boy. Meteor, we can try it right here. Nice little dodge there.
Yeah, so
Completely planned.
you can't damage Poseidon until you use this trident here, specifically to get rid of his force field.
Yep.
And it gives you a cheeky 45 just in case.
I don't remember the trident being that big.
Don't worry about it. Magic. Shade, Judgment, Rios, and Mud. So yeah, these first two turns are kind of why we wanted Shiva at the same level as Felix, just so she was fast enough to go first.
So-
if Mud doesn't go before Judgment, Judgment doesn't go off, and of course if the Trident doesn't go off before Weaken, then Weaken doesn't work.
Felix is currently in a very fast, is in a fast class, while Shiva is in a very slow class.
Yep. That's the thing about changing your classes and giving them certain Jin. It can really affect your stats quite a lot.
Okay, so who dies?
Who dies?
Blitz is set to dead. How dare you kill Blitz?
It's actually not that likely to be Shiva, but she might.
Yeah. It's very likely to be Pierce, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that happens. I'll be his first death.
Yep. But yeah, it's while it is possible to get through this without any person dying, it's not very likely.
Someone usually dies. That looks like
Felix.
Oh!
No.
No.
Just a-
Oh!
I've never seen that pattern before. Okay.
Sheba!
Chiba, pull him through.
For someone named Dead, she's not dying that much.
She's doing good. Like I said, dead is good luck, alive is bad luck.
It's a good fight.
So Poseidon can absolutely kick your ass on a casual playthrough, especially because one of the attacks we avoid with this manipulation is Watery Grave, and Watery Grave just straight up ignores all your defenses. It doesn't care. But yeah, that's kind of like the second third of the run. Oh, I guess until we get out of Lemuria, but Lemuria is just a lot of attack smashing mostly.
Alright, does that mean we have time for a donation right now?
we have time for like 50 donations.
Go for it.
Alright, because we just got a $500 donation by Alta Biscuit.
Yo.
He says, Gumi isn't in the game, but we can make that happen. $100 to each name incentive for Sapphire to be named Gumi.
Nice.
And I think that should now be leading every single name.
Perfect.
So we got to the end of this run, and when the Pokemon start getting caught, to make sure that everything becomes Gumi, if you so wish for that.
Good job, Elsa.
Good job. But yeah, a little bit of lore going on right here, why we're even here to begin with. We kind of wanted to visit regardless because of what it is, but Pierce also, wanted to go home, or in this case, Le Grand.
Le Grand, you're home.
Le Grand, you're home. I thought he lived in France. That's really weird. But
Are you saying this isn't France?
I was gonna say.
I mean, I don't speak French.
But every
language.
French person has really, really bright blue-green hair.
Yeah, totally. Just tons of them. But yeah, we also go here because, like earlier in a cutscene, it kind of hinted that there's more than one reason to light the lighthouses, and that is that the world is kind of slowly ending, which is why the Ceteros minority, Cars and Negatio, also want to light the lighthouses. It's because it's their only chance to perhaps save the world, and their village is actually almost already broken off.
Yeah.
Along with Marsh Lighthouse.
So yeah, all of the continents are getting smaller as
Exactly.
as alchemy is slowly dying in the world, and that's purely because of the locks put on the 4 elements via the lighthouses. So yeah.
And that
it kind of
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
You
yeah.
kind of learned that later on here in Lemuria during one of the cutscenes. So figured it would be the right time to tell.
It's kind of what it also does as well as in terms of like long-term players. It's very interesting because you spent the first time trying to stop all this from happening in the first game, and then to suddenly see the other side. It's a very intriguing kind of interplay between the first party and the second.
For sure, I really like that.
You're working under the implication that Satoru and Minardi were trying to destroy the world, and then all of a sudden it's, oh, actually, we're trying to save it.
They're just gigantic jerks.
Well,
So it's very, very easy to, see them as evil.
Wait a
yeah.
second. Oh,
As for Alex, he just wants the power of the Golden Sun that gets unleashed when the powers of alchemy are unleashed. So he's kind of puppeteering everything into place for that.
Puppy.
Puppeteering.
Don't worry, we're not going to drop a giant block on that one.
No, that puppy gets to just play.
Is that puppy named Vulagen?
I don't know.
Sure, that's
Sure,
then
that
it's
puppy's
Vulagen.
religion.
Puppy Jin.
Puppy Jin.
Puppy Jin.
Also, yeah, we also want to get into the castle right here to talk to the leader of Lemuria. Like, Lemuria has been kind of in this state of, I don't know,
Isolation.
just complete isolation, and because everybody lives such long lives here, it's just kind of deteriorated to a state of apathy.
The
And
background
they don't
music
know
is appropriate.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on the outside of the world.
It's kind of, again, that's really, really weird because this is said to be this super mythical place full of like magic power and true alchemy, and it turns out that it's very mundane.
It's just a very stagnant place. But yeah, since we weren't allowed to have an audience with their leader right now because he is with his very, very friendly assistant.
Yeah, the council takes ages.
Yep, they take forever. So instead, we are going to pay a visit to Pierce's family, and here we also see that although they live very long lives, they are by no means immortal because while Pierce was gone, his mother has passed away, unfortunately.
Where's my mother?
So he's gonna run off in a bit to grieve, which is very fair.
Rip Legrand's mother.
Rip Legrand's mother. Aw. After that, we kind of gonna run after him, but the guy stops us. He's instead gonna send us over to Lumpa, who is another guy from outside of Lemuria who got here once, presumably together with Bobby.
Yeah, he got there with Bobby.
Yeah. And he actually has quite a fun place named after him in the first game, Lumpa's Fortress. He is known as the Honorable Thief or something.
Yeah. And then slowly over the what is it? The generations of his family, his son Donpa was also a noble
His
thief.
grandson.
And then his grandson Dumpa.
No, that's his
is the bad
great grandson.
one. His great grandson.
Yeah.
So who was in between?
Dompa's in between was just unnamed, but his,
Oh, right.
his grandson is Donpa,
and his great-grandson was
great-grandson is...
I thought there was only 3 generations, not 4.
Lombash is really freaking old.
It's to emphasize they are old.
Yeah.
That sounds like a really fun family tree they have to make in school.
Oh yeah.
Maybe it was
But yeah, it is.
maybe it was just Lalompa. So you got Lompa and Lalompa, then Dompa and Dompa.
And like Grand.
And then and Le Grand.
Woo, naming.
Yeah, it works.
I wonder what like Grand calls his grand.
Probably something French. It's the funny part here, because we need Lash in order to get in here. If you happen to have Lash and Pierce, who is like buggered off to grief, Lumpa just throws down a rope for you instead.
Oh, interesting.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Just helps you sneak into someplace through the roof.
He's got a nose on him.
What?
He's got a nose on him.
Yeah, look at that nose. His nose is huge.
You can't see it because it's going so fast, but he's
Yeah.
got a nose.
If you check the, if you get the opportunity at least to look at his little picture, he got a nose for days.
And rugs.
He's a bit like Erim from Lufia 2.
Going through that whole thing. Hey, Bobby, he did.
Yeah.
And then your family is slowly becoming church.
No, his great-great-grandson he's so far pretty cool.
Yeah. Anyway, donations?
All right. We got a $10 donation by Ixar that says Speedruns, PogChamp.
Yeah.
Simple but effective.
$6 donation by Anonymous that says shout out to Bad Breaks, gonna make him a Pokemon. $25 donation by Anonymous with no comment there. Thank you for that. And a $2 and $50 donation comment by Anonymous that says happy belated birthday to Solomon. And we have a $25 donation from King Kadama with no comment as well. Thank you for your donations. Every donation counts, so just keep them coming. On top of that, I'd like to say we have plenty of prizes throughout this entire marathon. And if you donate a total of 25 cumulative throughout the entire marathon, that puts you in for the grand prize of a Nintendo Switch and Breath of the Wild combo. So if you haven't played that yet and you really want to, donate and you have a chance to get into the raffle.
So how many deaths are we at actually?
Still 5.
Still 5.
Still 5, alright.
Everyone but Piers.
Yep.
Or Le Grand.
Is there going to be a bonus if we get like the almighty combo? If you get bingo, the full house.
I'm just gonna stick with 5 per death. I ain't made of money. Which is why I actually needed that marathon to get me here. It's actually the only reason I submitted, because Ghoul, like, just absolutely fantastic guy. He really wanted me with TLA here at this run, so it was like, submit it. If you get accepted, I will get you to America.
And he did.
He did. He very much did.
It's a good marathon.
Very happy about it. Look at me there. And but of course, also, so of course, gigantic thank you to Ghoul for that, and thank you to Ghost King and Aussie for helping out with the organization right there. Thank you for everybody who helped, like updating titles and whatnot, and preparing for like some audio checking in the background, all that kind of good stuff. And of course, thank you very much to everyone who actually donated to that as well, because I would not be here without you.
You're welcome.
BX also helped. Base BX.
I mean, and also thanks to that we managed to get 1,000 towards Nami as well for the Iris compilation.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, well, and that's exactly what we.
yeah, here for.
Yeah, that's exactly what we got with my marathon as well. 1,000.
Pretty sure this is the same theme from the when you go to the castles in Golden
Yep.
Sun 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is kind of like the music that is always accompanied by massive amount of text mashing.
Usually, yeah. So within Lemuria, the King Hydros here, he's actually quite an open-minded guy. He's keen to he's appreciates the concept that everything can be changing. This is the original, I believe, World of Wayard. How it used to look when he last went out into the world, and that's
when Lumpa showed up 150 years ago.
and then Cradenzal It don't look like that now.
Yep.
And this is the map that we brought.
No, it's
Oh,
these
okay,
are the
yeah.
two trans on top of each other.
And this guy's just like, oh, they're lying. Don't you worry about it.
But yeah, so
He-
King Hydros'
yeah.
attendant is a bit of a salty man.
Yeah. He doesn't take too kindly either that he's quite keen on listening to us in the first place. He's about to run off and cry.
He's a sour man. You should probably pour some sour on him. Salty.
Okay, to help you with that, we do actually get a gin called Salt later on.
We do.
Salt and sour, yeah.
Yes.
Sour salt.
But anyway, here we get the grindstone, which we need in order to get to the Western Sea. Shnoppa will give you. And after this is actually coming out that Lemurian fountain that I've been collecting medals for.
Yes.
And the items you get from that are dependent on where you land those medals to begin with, and also randomness. Yay! Shoutouts to RNG. But of course, I'm gonna try to manipulate it. Fortunately, this one is a bunch easier than the one with the spirit ring. And I can also, pay more attention to my nose with it. Because I'm not quite as rushed and doing movement at the same time. And the items that I want from it are wild coats, which give me a 40 agility boost, allowing me to outspeed almost every monster in the game. And I want 2 of them. Eventually I want 4 of them, but for now I can only get 2 of them.
That's for later.
It's for later. And I also want the latest bracelet for Sheba. It boosts her Jupiter power by quite a bit, which is awesome. But before I do that manipulation part in the fountain, I am first going to throw 1 medal into the center of the fountain, which is the very first time you do it, guaranteed to give you the summon Eclipse. And it is a summon that requires 5 Jin, 3 Jupiter, 2 Mercury. And just to make sure I do that throw properly, I'm gonna save to save. And it is going to be our main source of damage for bosses going forward.
Yeah, this is a direct thing from Tolby. This is exactly the same kind of game.
That's what I was afraid of. Yeah. Get through it a little bit early. Fortunately, the throws for the actual RNG manipulation part are easier. Oh no, maybe I guess I was late.
It's when he's going back.
Yeah. I always look at the top one where he is.
That's what I'm looking at.
Right.
It's when the top one starts going back.
Wait, really? I usually so early.
That's what I use.
I usually do it when he's like around the middle, somewhere around here.
Nice.
But yeah, that's why I say safe. There we go, there's Eclipse. And now I'm once again gonna listen for the same audio cue. I have 10 frames around that audio cue that I know how to get the wild codes and latest bracelets on. Yep. And I'm gonna use 2 medals first in order to determine which of the seas I am on. And then I'm gonna use like exiting from the fountain and casting synergy in order to advance it to where I want it to be. There we go. All of them are gonna go in the gray area because that's where the wild codes are. And let's see, what do we have? We start with a wild code. That's very nice. Those are the faster seeds that I have. Which also means I'll have a spare medal, but not really worth doing anything with it. It's just a time waste.
Nice.
So this can either be a Water of Life or a potion, or a seed I don't have. Yep, a Water of Life.
Or a
Nice.
seed I don't have. Yeah, that's good. Comforting.
2 exits to advance the RNG, and then this should be another wild code. There it is. And then I guess move. And do a 1 exit and that will give me another wild code. Oh no, the latest bracelet, I mean. I already have 2 wild codes. Ta-da! So that went a lot better than Spirit Ring. I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, but, I think that's a clap. That's pretty good.
Thank you.
So what does this item do?
Well, once again, the wild codes give 40 agility, which helps outspeed quite a lot of things, and the latest bracelet gives a bunch of Jupiter elemental power, which is very useful for Shiba, because that combined with her natural Jupiter power, combined with Eclipse, is gonna absolutely tear through bosses. Alright, a little bit of an unmashable cutscene here.
This is about. They're asking about his age, aren't they? Pierce's age, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, another little bit of humour here for them. Ask me, Dead.
So yeah, awesome.
Is that your question, Dead? That isn't important. Anyone going to be Jenna? No? Okay,
No,
never mind. Fair.
sorry. I didn't know they were doing that. I was
She's
just
got
taking
a
a
point, you know. Don't worry about such things.
knock yourself out, Bowie.
No, it's just me. I'll do it myself.
Yes.
I'll join you.
No, LGG, you tell me. You're afraid you haven't shown me the proper respect, and yet you make demands of me?
Come on, LGG. You can tell us how old are you really?
Look, this has nothing to do with respect. You just want to know how old I am, don't you? Oh, very good, yes. I knew it. Come on, constipated face. Can't you get off my back?
Dot.
You're in this too, aren't you, constipated face? I've had it with your conspiracies. I will not tell you.
Oh.
Great.
That was fantastic.
So grind is quite handy, isn't it?
Alright, yeah. First though we have to... Alright, I'm gonna grab that one. I'm gonna give that one to her. I'm gonna grab that one on him. And of course that one on her. Oh, and I need to put her back there.
The Grand in chat says you won't know my age.
You won't know.
He's 12.
100.
Yeah, probably.
I think, again, this perhaps not really pertinent to what's going on, but this is, again, a question. I know that in Golden Sun Monument, there's a lot more RNG manipulation in the first one, less so in this one. But there's a lot. You're very able to kind of like specifically manipulate drops as a particular thing that you can do, and be guaranteed to get things, especially when you're using rainbow drops. I believe in Jupiter Lighthouse there's a couple of really good drops. One staff and one coat that's really good for Shiba. I'm pretty sure there's one that increases Jupiter power as well, as far as I recall. I remember getting a drop of a particular staff.
Yeah, the staff is useful if it just happens to drop. It's not worth manipulating for.
Okay.
And as for any body armor, that's just not going to be useful because we use wild codes on every single one of them to outspeed everything.
So when do you get the other two then? Do you go back to the moon?
You get them.
We're on the way to get them.
Oh, okay, cool.
We'll get there. We got them before the Jupiter Lighthouse.
So my learning of this run has kind of ended after I basically know up to Lemuria. So from this point on, it's kind of I'm a little bit. I've seen the run obviously, but I'm a little bit less everything from this point onwards. So
They still knows the game very well though. But from this point on, it gets a bit more straightforward anyway. Just kind of gotta go through the lighthouses. Jupiter Lighthouse is just unbreakable. Very unfortunately.
What about it specifically? Is it that makes it so unbreakable? Is it because of the lack of doors or the lack of kind of like starter points?
There aren't many doors in the first room to begin with because of the gigantic entrance area, but for some reason, almost every door leads to the entrance in Jupiter Lighthouse. So Retreat is pretty useless, and anything else that we have glitchy, for instance sand, there's nothing to sand there.
Right, sure.
And stuff like that. Bursts, so also quite glitchy, nothing to burst there. So. And we haven't found anything exclusive really. There's like some small nifty optimizations, but I don't want to call them skips.
Fair.
Anyway, time to actually start fighting stuff again. But Felix and Jenna are going to be quite fast at this point. Tornado!
Super cool.
Still super cool. Gonna make a short stop here, just to chill a bit.
wonder why we're here. For what reason could we be running around in the same patch of forest?
To recover your PP.
To get the skeleton.
Find a skeleton.
It's just looks so...
So spoopy.
A Mercury, Jenny? Who'd have thought?
Yeah. So this is chill.
Pretty chill, dude.
Pretty chill, dude.
Yep. We could have gotten him earlier, but that would have taken too long.
Exactly. Kind of overlapping music there for Victory Tune and World Map music and jumping into the boat again. So yeah, now that we're on the Western Sea, we can actually do lighthouses, but before we can get into Jupiter Lighthouse to begin with, we first have to do Shaman Village, which where we can get the Hover Jade.
We have to go to North America.
North America.
And this is
Oh,
our
boy.
final of the manipulated puzzles based on the names. So this
Yeah.
is going to be Trial Road. We'll get to that when we get there, obviously.
Yep. So that's some other nifty stuff. Shaman Village is a pretty cool place.
Yeah.
It is not aptly named.
Super cool. Gonna be doing quite a bit more retreat glitching when I get there as well, so...
The return of the retreat glitch there.
Oh yeah.
Because last few times it's all been intended uses.
Fully intended.
There's cool and there's super cool. And then there's chill.
I was trying to actually remember the name of the third evolution of cool.
Mega cool.
Mega cool.
Mega
That's even,
cool.
that's even better. Mega cool, bruh.
I mean, being super cool isn't cool enough.
From like a technical standpoint as well, like this game has got a few little things going to make menuing really easy. I'm not sure, you may have mentioned this again, but like gliding is a really, really cool thing.
Yeah.
Skill to learn. It's because it's such a responsive menu. Pressing right and down move because obviously it's like a sideways menu. Pressing right moves it right, pressing down moves it right, and then up and left is to the left. So you can actually use the two to kind of like quickly go across the menu very, very quickly. But you have to kind of have a lot of. For me, I find I need to know exactly what the what the turn is to be able to just do it. Kind of like this is coming up.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
I've been practicing it a bunch. I'm not consistent enough with it yet to
Yeah,
really
it's-
add it to this marathon run.
Yeah,
The
it's
menu
one-
delay is 3 frames,
Yeah.
so you can go really fast.
Yeah.
Sometimes to the detriment as well. I was trying to be like super fast in the opening and using herbs consistently. I'm like,
Yeah, you just
I want to
fly
be
right
using.
past.
Yeah. It's
And,
very,
and
very
that's
quick.
that's also because I don't know how many frames it is, but for a few frames after you press a left or directional input, anything else you press will be interpreted as a directional input.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can actually menu glide
That's
by
why.
just spinning the D-pad, and you'll just keep going left or right,
Yeah.
even though you press left, up, right.
Would
Left,
that,
up, right.
Would that also affect your A and B button
Yeah.
presses? Because when I think that's what's happening when I'm
Mhm.
trying to press Fume really quickly, I'm pressing it in that window box which puts it onto the item to use a herb. Gosh darn.
Exactly.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
So yeah. Good menu.
It is a good menu, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that for the length of game it is, and for how technical the fights are, that menu is going to be really important to getting those really, really fast times. So, yeah, it's
This
a good
game
menu,
definitely
mate.
still has a way to go as far as the record goes.
So when sub 5, man.
We'll see.
We'll see. He's not ruling it out, boys and
No,
girls.
we'd have to find a bunch more skips for sub 5.
We'd have to break a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Right now the record is 5:45.
So you can't use retreat in the Shaman Village cave because it is mistakenly ID'd as a town.
Yep. And you can.
But you can use
retreat.
retreat in the Shaman Village because it is mistakenly ID'd as a dungeon.
Kind of mixed up the properties there. No, I don't really want to read about that. I wanted to do that. just
I'm
like
sure
do
some
that.
people will want to read it.
Yeah, they can do that in their own time. We're trying to go fast here. Keyword trying.
Going fast by growing some wine the mines out of that
Yes,
basement.
exactly.
Is that-
That's the wonderful thing about retreat glitch in towns. There's a lot of doors in towns, so.
And so now we're over here.
Yep.
Oh, that makes that so much easier.
But then, of course, the door is locked on the other side, so we have to get back in the house somehow.
But you just opened the door. Why is
hi.
it
Yeah,
locked?
there we go.
Yeah, the doors are locked here. They don't take too kindly to my kind of people around here.
Funny you do say that. Like, they're not a big fan of outsiders.
yeah.
So it's actually where we have a very important key item that actually the original party, Isaac and co, received in the first game that Sheba and crew took off them at the end of the first game, and that is the Shaman's Rod.
Yep. They don't really want to talk to us until we show them that thing, so I'm just gonna show him my rod. There we go.
That is one of the most annoying menus, because the menu will pop up so you can select an item at the bottom, but you have to go up to the top to actually show him the item.
Yep.
And then you go back down to lift it up.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, now that we have like, oh hey, they have the shaman's rod. Yeah, he actually is gonna give us some trials we have to go through.
He's not happy about us.
You've been lugging around that extra item in your inventory for that one moment.
Yep.
And he's like, no, you're not good enough.
Not cool enough. And this
Okay.
place is also where we are gonna get our other two wild codes.
Ah, yeah. That's is that also part of the manipulation as well? The items you get from it. That's cool.
So,
funny-
no, that's not part of my name manipulation.
But-
That's
Funny thing about this is you can be the ninja class by now, which gets Gale, which is functionally the same as Whirlwind.
it doesn't work.
No, it does work, but
Oh.
Shiva still goes up to cast it, even though it would be Felix or
Oh,
Jenna.
dude, nice. Awesome. But yeah, the way Trial Road works is you're gonna go into it and you have to deposit some items in chests along the way. So in order for that to make sense and you to actually get those items back, Trial Road, as soon as you leave it or beat it, you get all your items back. That also includes items that you dropped onto the floor. But after you drop like a special item, for instance like the wild code, an artifact item, if you drop that on the floor, it'll become available in the store for you to buy back. So if I drop my two wild codes on the floor, they'll be available in the store. I'm gonna leave the Trial Road in order to get my items back. And just like that, I'm essentially duplicating them.
Nice. That's very cool.
And then after Trial Road is done, I can buy them in the store, because right now she won't talk to me.
No, she doesn't like you.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the final part where indeed the name manipulation comes into play. Because this is the most important one, because there are some really slow puzzles in here, but we get these the fastest set of puzzles that's possible.
Nice.
I think there's actually one that the game considers faster, but it's not actually faster because of menuing time, or something like that. I think Flexa told me that one. But yeah, this is the most important one.
The ones we aren't doing are all terrible.
Yep.
Like, they're really bad.
And I also give it to me on the fastest side, which is the left side. Less walking. So yeah, nice little tutorial there.
I don't think I've ever personally gone to the right. I always go to the left.
Drop the wild codes.
Whoops.
Whoops, there's a wild code.
Oh, you dropped your code.
Oh, darn it.
Darn it. And he's gonna like talk some smack. Very important to say no to the tutorial again.
You sure you don't want to watch it again?
Yes. Very sure. And now we're actually gonna do Trial Road. After that, we're also gonna have to fight him. And there's a similar kind of section in the first game called Colosso, where it doesn't actually matter how fast you beat it, because you have to wait for the other guy anyway. Here, as soon as you're up there, they will show up. So that's why I want to actually have it be fastest. So for what I put in the things, just some useless stuff, Jenna's gloves. Felix's wild code. I do actually need Felix to be rather slow for the strategy against these guys. So the easiest way to do that and not have to re-equip my wild code later on is to just drop it in the chest right here. It's usually pretty fast to use it as well. Of course, these would take quite a lot longer if you actually went out of your way to get items and stuff. We don't need those. Here's his armor.
He's on the second room.
Yep.
Yeah, meanwhile, you're like second to me.
Gotta go fast.
You are a Sonic speed speedrunner as well, so it's just built into your blood.
Exactly.
Because they actually tried to get all the items.
Why? It's their trial.
It'll help us win.
And put Sheepa's wooden stick in there.
See, now that's an important thing to remember, just, you know, in case you're going to play this for the first time anytime soon. Remember that. That on the left, please.
So I'm gonna pop char. See, char, mud, shade, and blitz. And I gotta do a hard reset. Alright. Now this fight is not entirely consistent. If they get a bit unlucky with the targeting, they can kill someone.
Also, you have a 50-50 chance to get screwed.
Yep.
And it's annoying.
50-50. I like those odds.
Yep. Because enemy turn order is, if there's a speed tie, a coin toss.
Yep.
Man, that is some really awful rubber banding by him.
Alright, char night 1, mud, shade, and eclipse. So yeah, here's eclipse. It is gonna do some serious damage. So that dude's gonna get stunned.
That is the bad one.
Yep. As long as Jennifer, Jennifer.
Eclipse is a big old dragon,
I
just so
don't
you
know.
know.
It's
Big
not
old
dumb.
How dare you?
Yeah. Let's see. Meteor, Judgment, Spirit.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, panic strats.
Panic strats. Don't put it like that. Blitz on there. Now it's just hoping because I forgot to give Pierce the Spirit Ring.
It's doable.
If that guard had gone after the guard that got stunned, he wouldn't have used strong hit, and Blitz would have stunned him.
I think Pierce is gonna die. Yeah.
Oh,
Instead, he's going to kill the Grand.
that ends the streak.
Alright. Cycle Beam. Breath. Yeah, Falcon Knight 2 is not gonna happen. I think that other knight's gonna live and get to do another attack, but hopefully should be fine.
This is fine.
Ooh,
This is fine.
everything is a-okay.
Nice.
Alright, just add one more to the death counter and there we go.
Yep.
6. Everything's fine.
So we just got the Hover Jade, and we left the entire place without checking that last purple thing. There's a little bit of stuff there, so it's nice to go back to the village, obviously, and now we can speak to the shop, so we can pick up the Thorn Crown again. No, Wildcoats. Oh man, I was excited there. So the Wildcoats come back, and then yeah.
Also gonna pick up another Psych Crystal here. Still quite useful to have around.
Nice. Really excited for the Thorn Crown, man.
Sorry to disappoint.
It's okay, I'm used to it.
Alright. So with that, we can finally enter Jupiter Lighthouse. Yeah.
That was really weird we said that at the same time. It's kind of weird because like the first game kind of throws you straight into the Mercury Lighthouse kind of early on, and we don't have anything up to this point. So we finally get back into the ways of navigating and dealing with Jupiter, dealing with lighthouses and the way they work.
So at this point, I'm finally gonna change my classes around. Gotta properly time the inputs here because that menu gets progressively laggier as you get more gym. Unfortunately. But yeah, at this point I have access to Heal Prism. So they are gonna spend the rest of the game casting Heal Prism and Shine Plasma. Which are unfortunately quite expensive, which is why we have the Psy Crystals, but yeah. It is also quite strong. I won't really need notes, fortunately, until like Magma Rock.
All right, we have a $101 donation by Anonymous that says, "You know I had to do it to him," and that was to name Cat's form in Pokemon Sapphire not Gumi.
Well.
So, not Gumi is leading by 101, and Gumi is at $100 for Cat's form. Everything else is currently being named Gumi, though, so still got around 2 hours or so to donate towards those names before the run starts.
Yep.
Also, a $25 donation from Boxmeister that says, "Greeting from the Netherlands. I want to wish Sid the best of luck and a great time at RPG LB. Keep up the good work for charity, guys."
Thank you.
A savant's wish.
Spirit Ring.
And we got a $20 donation by Curry Master that says, "Curry Master here, making sure that we are naming Cat's Form Gumi, not Gumi. You can never have enough Gumi. Hashtag Team Gumi."
Team Gumi.
So now Gumi is leading everything again.
We are all Gumi. Gumi is us.
Why did you do this to us, Alta?
Yeah, the rivers there. Obviously, you can you can sail through the rivers. I never knew you could do that for ages, so I was kind of racking my brains for ages trying to find my way to to Jupiter Lighthouse. But yeah, it's right. Luckily, you get an easier way out.
All right.
TK Inlet.
How nice, a place for you to actually park a ship.
If I enter this place in a certain way, there's like a cutscene I can skip as well, but whether that saves time is highly dependent on encounters I get. It's just... I don't like doing it.
It's roughly equivalent, actually.
Alright.
The people of the Atika Inlet as well were just casually making themselves wing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why not?
Who
Why
knows
not?
why?
Certainly.
Thinking
not
face.
gonna come in useful.
Alright. Now normally, before you can Sanctum Warp to a place, you have to enter a town. That one, it will automatically be set towards it. So, I don't actually have to enter it in order to Sanctum Warp to it later. The game kind of does that to make sure that you don't escape a certain cutscene.
The Unbreakable Lighthouse.
The Unbreakable Lighthouse. We are gonna be here for quite a while, so
Get used to
yeah, get used to this music.
You can always hum to it.
No.
Nope. Sorry, dude, not happening.
This is one of the prettier lighthouses as well, I think. It's quite a beautiful looking lighthouse.
Beautiful looking shade of purple.
Yeah, it's a nice shade. With the blue as well. Hello, Minty.
Mint right here, and I'm actually gonna get one that that doesn't work. That I exclusively get in marathons. Because really, it's unnecessarily safe, but you know, marathons. Anyway. Now, for the first time in the entire run, I'm not gonna have retreat hotkeys. Because it's not gonna be used for glitches and whatnot in this place. And I am gonna use hover quite a bit as well as Cyclone.
Foul mummies.
Yep.
So what? Are there sweet mummies instead?
I don't know.
Sure. Why not? Alright, just for extra safety, I'm gonna get this mint from the mad plant right here. Oh wait, forgot I do actually need it. Yeah.
There's not just mimics that can catch you out of sorts. The mad plant too. Just like mimics, they do give you an item. I'm pretty sure on drop, on kill, they give you a guaranteed item.
Guaranteed mint in this case.
To be fair to the plant, I'd be mad too if someone just tried to summon a tornado to blow me out.
But yeah, I kind of the reason why I get this is because for Doom Dragon, I want to be 100% sure that I get the right turn order, and don't like as long as they are the same level, then that shouldn't be a problem regardless. But it's very possible that Felix and Piers are going to end up at a different level.
So is that one of those things that's a situational pickup? Do you need? Is that rooted into get 100%, or do you just pick it up when you want it?
You don't need it.
Then you really don't need it. The other mints I do always get.
I don't know how that works, but that works.
That works. But yeah, I'm just gonna go through this
You can
lighthouse.
go down, you can clearly go up.
If you have any donations you want to throw out, go ahead.
Before we get to that, for those who are just joining, can we get a quick roll call for the couch?
Alright.
Sure thing. I'm Takite.
I'm CriticalCyd.
I'm Zedonegi.
And I'm Bowie the Hero.
All right, we have a $20 donation by Anonymous who currently just teleports behind you and says, "Nothing personal, kid."
I'm sorry, it's pronounced nothing personnel, kid, okay?
And those donate to not Gumi. So Kirby's apparently counter donating that one.
Oh boy.
So we got a 10 mid war here for Gumi. Oh, wait.
But yeah, shout out to CriticalCyd the Hedgehog. Or CriticalCyd the Hedgehog, sorry. Can't pronounce that properly.
So once more, the log puzzles are back. The lighthouses seem to like these, I find.
That one doesn't stay solved either, no matter what you do, and I do actually have to go through it multiple times. And basically the name of the game here is to just manage your PP properly.
Sorry.
Ghost Army. That's not much of an army.
I just like the fact that earlier you said hail prisms cost a lot, so you know we pick up the psi crystals. It's like manage your PP, hail prism.
Yep.
Lower crystal.
It's like I still need them to damage things, okay?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if the battle lasted more than a turn, Shiba would have gotten like 4 back.
Exactly.
That's fair.
Alright.
Keys.
Yeah, a little mechanic of the 4 lighthouses is adepts of that element regenerate psi energy at the end of every turn. It's just the battle has to last that many turns. So if you kill in 1 turn, you don't get the regen.
Yep. There's also items that can do that. If I, for instance, had gotten a different seed at the Lemurian Fountain, I would have maybe had a Crown of Glory, which regenerates 8 PP at the end of every turn.
Just wanted to remind everyone that May is Mental Health Month, and as such, it is really fitting that this marathon is benefiting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are here to increase the availability of mental health care, promote early identification and intervention, and support mental health caregivers. If you want to know more about them, head over to NAMI.org or reach them out on Twitter at NAMI to communicate, or use hashtag StigmaFree. So, great cause that we are donating for here.
Absolutely.
We have a $100 donation by the Curry Master, which is put towards Gumi.
Was that 100? Sorry, was that 100?
That is 100, so
really
it
wants
is now
Gumi.
ahead by 100. Or rather, 90.
Alright, Chess versus Kirby. Let's go.
Somebody has to put a stop to his madness.
I mean, there's still 4 more Goomies to be stopped.
Just someone drop a K or something.
What the hell?
So yeah, again, bringing the lighthouse, to life as well. I think this is also the first time you go to the top of a lighthouse and don't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it's got a lid, hasn't it? You got to lift the lid up.
And
The
you do that
lid.
in an amusing manner.
By shooting it with arrows, don't you?
Yeah.
Right in the butt.
Right in the
Right in the buttocks.
Right in the bum.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's this synergy? I haven't seen that one before.
That's a retreat.
What?
No.
What now?
That puts you on the desert outside mantra. I don't know
Oh,
if that
right,
one.
right, my bad. That should be fine.
It's a good thing those zombies were there to catch your planet diver. Who knows what would happen to the planet if you hit it?
Now, technically, I do hit the planet. So I gotta land on the ground somehow.
It just happens that these particular blocks have the specific affinity to deal with the hover platforms doing that.
Yep. But yeah, that's kind of one of the gimmicks here. These hover things, when you have these big bubbles, you can actually use hover on them or make things hover on it. Like those blocks. And then of course there's already those cyclone things we've already seen in the run. But yeah, if you want to give us some more donations, go right ahead.
Yes, please. We have a $3 donation by Connor Lyon. No comment, but thank you for that one. And then once again, you are watching RPG Limit Break, which is a RPG exclusive speedrunning marathon for helping Nami. So if you run any RPGs and you want to show it off at a marathon, specifically this one, go ahead and submit it later on towards this year.
Okay. So I'm just gonna get started on the right side of the dungeon right here so I can do that later on. And then I'm gonna take that little shortcut that I moved the pillar for. Because it skips having to do the log puzzle, or rather pipe puzzle I guess in this case, one more time. Which always good. Yeah, everything's fine. This is fine.
The game again showing its character. It does that a lot of the time,
Yeah.
but it's very well animated.
I also want to provide a shout out to everyone on the couch besides Sid for going 4.5 hours without a break so far now.
Oh.
Bowie wasn't here for the full thing either.
Yeah. Bowie cheated at the start. He skipped like 15 minutes.
4.5 hours myself.
That's no
Look,
excuse,
You're
sir.
not wrong. But we're talking about this run now, okay?
Fair enough. Fair enough. I stand corrected.
But yeah, you're not wrong. I'm surprised you were still up for it. You found out that our runs were right after another.
Dude, I love this game.
Yeah.
I can't not support my friend.
Red key.
Still got a good hour and a half left to go, right?
Yeah.
What is this? A link to the past?
Yes.
Yep.
Look, I know you've been playing a lot of that
No,
recently,
don't
Bowie.
bring that up. That was
It's
genuinely like in the Eastern Palace where the balls are coming down. You got to go to the side. I'm sorry.
No, it's actually Link Between Worlds because we're walking on top of walls.
We're actually doing a rando
Yeah,
in this speed run. We didn't tell you. We wanted it to be a
Alright.
surprise.
You have a problem, Bowie. you have a problem. We care about you a great deal, man.
You need
You need to start with the link to the past randomizers.
I shouldn't have brought it up because I knew it was
So, Bowie, when's that rando race happening in the practice room?
we actually do have one scheduled today. It's not good.
Case in point.
Sure.
What you should do is randomly choose a time for the rando race.
I think I'm actually missing it,
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
and I'm fine with it.
Nice.
No.
That's Jupiter Lighthouse. You just start talking about other stuff.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all part of it.
Not much to do here.
It's all part of the experience.
So what has happened so far in the story to get to this point?
We need to get to the lighthouse.
Right.
Yes.
I see.
Save the world.
Yeah.
The world's dying. We need to save it.
Diagonal walking is pretty good, by the way.
Yeah.
Has the world gotten so dark that you need lighthouses so that people don't die?
It's to unlock the power of particular alchemy elements, and by unlocking all of them, you basically unleash the true power of alchemy. Because as we went over to Lemuria, we saw that the world was slowly dying because all of the alchemic power was being boof right in the bottom. Has been
All the alchemy has been boofed right in the bottom.
No, has been like it's kind of been like stifled. So it's the world is dying because it cannot breathe properly. Let's say. Let's use that particular wording.
It's fantastic.
Well, it can't eat. It's starving.
Can't even, yeah. Needs to drink in that beautiful alchemic power.
Hopefully they still have some of that pizza left for us.
Oh yeah, that was good. Just saying. Sorry. Blue key.
There we go.
Nice.
So much actual retreat usage. It's astonishing.
I mean,
Anyway.
whilst we're talking about random things, if you need to fill some air, obviously Camelot Software Planning are the developers of this game. They made a variety of really stellar RPGs over the course of the year, but there are particular things that are quite consistent in a lot of the games that they make. First of all being the icon tile kind of menu system. Shining Force kind of did this, and Shining the Holy Ark and Shining in the Darkness had these kind of very wonderful and very, very responsive menus. So they're very good at making solid UIs, which I've always kind of been impressed with when it comes to their games. And again, it comes through here as well. And like the characters are all very like expressive, and it's one of the things that I really like about them. That a lot of games kind of have these sprites that interact, but they don't have these little tiny like character details that come through. You can tell a lot about each character just by the way that they generally like act. Sheba does a lot of jumping up. She can get quite excited at times.
Those feelings just have a constipated face on them.
There we go.
He's kind of like a loner. So you see him he's very stoic for the most part. You see a lot of kind of maybe like shaking out sprite, and then he kind of like vibrates a little bit as the sprite does. Jenna's also quite she's quite hot-headed, so she reacts quite aggressively at times as well. And you can kind of get that vibe from everyone. But yeah, kind of traits of Camelot games that are really, really strong.
Has a lot of character. I also just like the little noises they make when they talk.
Yeah,
Amazing.
again, that's been in every single game they've pretty much made has always had that.
It's even in Mario Tennis Power Tour.
It is, yeah. Also, speaking of like Mario Tennis, there's a big a character that is kind of well known, that everyone kind of likes to joke about, and is a bit of a meme in itself, and that's Waluigi. Waluigi was created by Camelot.
Oh,
they were
really?
the ones who developed that character, yeah.
Days.
Thank you very much, Camelot, for that one.
A guy that showed up to play tennis and just never really left.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, they're a good development team.
Yeah.
So yeah, another Camelot game, Shining Force, which is coming up later this marathon. Bowie, would you like to give us a precursor how that's going to go down?
Well, if anyone watched Shining Force 2 last year that I took part in with No Worries, it's a very, very different game. Shining Force 2 is, I will be honest, it's an easier speed run than Shining Force 1 because Peter is so overblown and powerful. But you don't have that. Magic plays a much bigger part in Shining Force 1 and will be utilizing a lot more sketchy, not sketchy, but really more precise battle strategies to kind of get through, and there's a few big differences in the game that will make it much more exciting from a tactical standpoint, and that's that whenever you level up, you need like 100 experience to level up. And in most games, when you hit 100 experience to level up, it rolls over to the next levels. If you have 19, you get 20 experience. You're 10 experience into the next level. You don't have that in Shining Force 1, where it just resets to 0 no matter what. If you have 99, you get 48 experience, it's 0. So experience management is really, really strong. So something to look forward to.
All right, look forward to that. And on our last day, next Friday.
Yeah, it'll be a good run. If you're a fan of things like Golden Sun and what Camelot does, definitely a game for you.
It's also a race, which is going to be exciting.
Yeah. But in the meantime, you want to watch this Camelot game because this is my second favorite Camelot game of all time.
There are actually 2 solutions to this puzzle, and
I did neither of them because I messed up.
and multiple ways to get to both of them that are roughly the same speed, and Cyd managed to do none of those.
I'm very good. I was listening to Bowie.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was asked.
No. You don't have to apologize. It's my fault. That puzzle takes forever either way, so...
It is actually really weird, isn't it? Because we're so used to seeing every entire dungeon just being, knackered by retreat or by something that just makes it so much easier. And it's a different change of pace because Mars is not broken, but it's fairly.
It has its things.
It's pretty quick. Or at least it feels quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
does still take up a lot of time.
It's like 40 minutes plus the final boss, including the final boss. But it's a lot more of your doing stuff as opposed to the slog that is Jupiter Lighthouse.
Yep.
I don't think we have enough deaths yet. Can we get some game?
What?
It's a lot harder to die now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can say.
All right, hover.
Oh my.
As long as you're over these orange ports, your the little rings that are around you will not get smaller and smaller, so you can continue floating, which is great.
There is a frame perfect trick that lets you actually get on the ground on the hover panels.
Oh, Phaeton's blade is amazing, isn't it? Because it's got that really, really, really cool unleash. It's was it light burst?
Light surge, I think.
Light surge.
Something or other.
Unfortunately, it also is quite a long animation.
Yeah, but it's cool.
It is cool. But yeah, Jenna.
What do you want?
Jenna just needs a better stat stick at this point. She still has the freaking tank that I got.
The Encore's
at Echo
fine.
Rock. But nah.
Okay, so with the second arrow popped into the booty of the second statue, the lid is lifted off of Jupiter. And we've got to pop our second to last elemental star in. Have we heard the elemental stars yet?
They've been mentioned, but like,
Well, there's the song.
You know.
The song, Elemental Stars.
Alright.
That's a really good song. Do we hear it
I
sing?
don't know if we heard that yet.
uh, I don't think so.
Okay.
Sad. But yeah, now we're gonna get a bunch of cutscenes where we're gonna meet up with the party from the first game. Because they are still, trying to stop us and all that.
That's true. And all that, yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Because the PP restoration thing I noticed, but does it actually affect walking PP restoration as
No.
well? So, okay. That'd be interesting.
That would be overpowered.
That'd be overpowered. Not 4 per tick, but like 2
Yeah.
maybe. But yeah.
Just imagine that part of the puzzle where I just walk a whole bunch because I have to be pushing blocks. Except you also regenerate BP during it. Just Shiba is completely full by the end of it.
So, while we may have met the donation sent to get the Iris Summon in this game, we still have a couple of donation bid wars going on in the next game. For example, naming the cast form in Pokemon Sapphire, which is currently being named Gumi at $220 as opposed to not Gumi at $121. And a couple other names as well there with a lot lower totals.
Yeah.
But Gumi is currently winning in everything for Pokemon Sapphire, so if you don't want to see Gumi everywhere, donate for something else. For all our sanities.
Just fall. Fall.
Oh hey, are these recurring characters?
Yep. Alright, so yeah, that's the party from the first game. Isaac, Garrett, Ivan, and Mia. And they're about to have a little bit of a brawl with the Gaudio and Karst. Because of course they're still trying to stop us from lighting the lighthouses. But that'll change soon enough. I like how cheerful Gaudio and Karst always are about
just
beating you up.
It's just a little smiley face.
Yeah.
Ding. Yeah, we're happy, yeah.
By the way, we're about to murder you.
And of course, the curse of the silent protagonist, who do actually speak, we just don't hear them. Isaac is now no longer a mute because it's no longer his game.
Yep, yep.
And Felix, obviously, can no longer speak after being able to converse in the first. It's kind of weird seeing Isaac talk. I don't know why. You can never get used to it.
I will say that was a pretty nice tune going on there. Some evil tunes.
But yeah, we're about to just head over there because, well, we don't hate the party from the first game. They're still our friends. So we kind of want to save them. A lot of dudes aren't jerks. But yeah, if we're stepping in, they then are gonna try and, you know, knock us out instead. And Alex, he doesn't seem to mind. He's like, as long as the lighthouses get lit, whatever.
Yeah.
Here, I'll even heal you up.
He's so cool, Alex. Like,
Yeah.
he's just so cunning and just unreadable completely.
Is he super cool or mega cool?
He's mega
Mega
cool,
cool.
bruh.
Alright. But yeah, did a little bit of preparation with the Jin right there because we're going to be splitting up the party right here. Jenna and Shiba will stay here to help, and then they will gradually, as the turns go on, enter the fight with Gaudio and Karst. Whereas Felix and Pierce, they will go there right away. And the boss fight is honestly not too big a deal. It's pretty easy. As a matter of fact, I'm going to let her do it while I take a bathroom break.
Never played the game, but yeah, it seems easy.
Very easy.
Follow the notes.
Yeah. Still know the inputs? Good. Take the monster. Now at this point the game is kind enough. It's like, hey, your party is split up. You no longer have to fight any encounters on your way to the area. It is nice enough to do that.
I wonder how it would have changed had that not been the case.
Yep.
That contrast with the music where we just go from like evil marching music to this. Nice.
Alright. A little bit of a cutscene right here. Here beep.
Okay. Jupiter Star cast in. And of course, the light shines. You got this, Takite.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
I'm not gonna let him down. Nobody's gonna die.
These kind of strange globes with like an outside aura as well, symbolizing the obviously the beacon being lit. I don't think so, my friend. So, Cast and Agatio, very rightly to be honest, don't trust them to get the job finished, so they're going to do it themselves. So they rob Felix of his Mars star that he just got off of Isaac, and then the fight begins.
Got this.
And Karst decides to not be nice.
Uh,
Same with Agatio.
Amazing, 8 damage.
Wow. Amazing luck here.
Wow. Wow.
So Jenna joins the fray.
I don't know if she should be joining. She looked like she had a very constipated face going on there.
14. Light Surge is amazing. Oh, that's on LGG. That will do a bit of damage.
Bye, LGG.
Oh, that's another one.
Oh,
Are we counting
no.
these? Are we counting these?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, that was like the 7th death.
I don't think so because we're... This luck, though.
I'd say it's
We're
pretty
having
lucky.
trouble with the fight.
No trouble at all. I'm doing well. Only one person has died, I'll have you know.
The Grand died. Do we count that?
All right.
Light
then.
Surge.
This seems to be going smoothly.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the 8th death.
Oh boy.
+1.
Oh, oh.
Dead.
There we go.
That terrible
Well,
luck.
Yeah, I would have expected them all to be dead by the time I got here, not gonna lie.
We got first turn Cage and Jin Song.
Oh.
Second turn Healing Aura and
Debilitate.
And Debilitate.
Yeah.
So I had this fun. I had this fun bit planned where I came back and they were dead on the floor and I was like, "What did you do?" but yeah, the game kind of had different plans, it seems. But thank you.
So are we counting these 4?
Yeah, we kind of.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, you can lose that fight and the game will progress just fine. Yeah.
And then Mia's just gonna do her healing thing.
Not luck though.
I've never seen luck that bad.
Yeah.
Ideally, you want Karst to just spam Death Scythe
Yep.
because that has an instant kill chance. And so if you're lucky, she will just kill Felix. Felix appears, and then Agatio will kill the other one, and then she'll just kill Jen and Shiba.
So you've said to the guys, obviously now that you met up, they're like, look, let's go back to the nearby village and we'll meet there and we'll talk this all out. This is why we didn't need to go to the tag because this conversation has to happen.
Yeah, exactly. As a matter of fact, if you try to manually go to your boat, they're like, "Yo, you're not running away again, are you? Just go back and talk to them." So yeah, here I can just save and sync the warp back. And then after I get the second party, I'm going to be getting a hello. Sometimes the start button doesn't seem to take quite that well. There we go. Contigo.
That symbol will be coming in handy a bit later.
Hello.
We made it.
Oh hey, best song in the game.
I disagree.
I agree.
It's good. It's good.
I've been
but-
saying it to multiple songs. I'm going to say it again for Mars Lighthouse.
Sounds good.
And Magma Rock.
Mars Lighthouse is very good. I think Elemental Stars is just, I don't know, it's too solid.
I'm debating between Tandaria Tower and the Pochi Islands.
Pochi Islands.
Pochi Islands is so
Party
good,
Islands.
man.
So this is kind of important for two reasons. Obviously, we're going to be we're forging the bonds of friendship once again in the two teams, and you can actually see they're standing in their exact mirror shape for obviously Mercury, Mars, Venus, and Jupiter. There is a secondary part to this because we're currently in Contigo.
Which is where Master Hama was born. She's the character from the first game. She's the one that teach Ivan reveal. And,
Why does
as it
Hama
turns
know
out-
it? And why does Hama and Ivan know it? I don't get it.
Well, Hama probably climbed Dare's Rock.
Maybe.
Because, I mean, like, she
that's
somehow got
obviously-
from Contigo to over here.
Yeah.
But yeah. Turns out she's Ivan's sister.
And and Ivan is part of a clan. So we've now got the entire party. So
Alright. I'm gonna have to do some menuing around. That one's her, just so Synergy are in a better place. And that one because she actually needs it. There we go. Sure, put the time crystal there. I probably won't need it. Because I have enough on Felix. Alright. Put some again like that. I'm actually gonna wait with Flash so I can spam growth. Because at this point, Isaac also has retreat, so I can start using him for all my retreat glitching, which leaves Felix open to do a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, this is right here is Animus Sanctum, and this is a special dungeon that you can get in. So just follow the path nicely there.
The door's locked.
The door's locked.
You're supposed to reveal to see
I am.
inside.
I haven't done this in a while, if you can't tell.
Oh, what door?
Yeah.
So yes, this is quite an important. This is one of the bigger. I'll first of all, I'll let you do what you do.
Alright, let's see. We're gonna spam growth with him.
This is
whole
this
bunch.
is Elemental Stars, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
This is Elemental Stars for the music. But yeah, this is a place where whenever you have all of the Jin across the entire games, like both Golden Sun 1 and Golden Sun 2, you can enter this place and you can get two really powerful summons, Charon and Iris, Iris being the most powerful, which you get after defeating the final boss, Dullahan. Now, obviously I don't have all of the Jin, so I can't exactly go in here and something.
Well, we can, but
But fortunately, retreat glitch is a thing, so I can get in there using retreat glitch. So for that, of course, I first need to train Isaac's PP real quick. And let's see. I also need to make sure that I have it hotkeyed, because I've got to do that.
It was kind of
And
handy.
there we go.
It's kind of handy as well that this game.
But first, I also need to get something in this chest. Oh. Uh-huh.
Interesting.
You can now summon Iris. Oh, that's handy. So yeah, that's Iris.
Now you need to show it off.
So now we still got to cast it on someone.
Yep.
Should we say?
how many Mars Jin does Isaac have on yours?
Isaac, he only has...
Let's see, one,
Let's
two,
see.
three. You have
5.
enough. You have
Not
enough.
enough. There we go.
Because it's 9-4.
So yeah, I am very sorry to anyone who wanted to see Dullahan. I kind of played you. not gonna lie.
But yeah, I mean,
But yeah.
the good thing about the first two games is that both of them are on the GBA. So you need, in order to do that, you need to have a 100% Jin file on the Golden Sun 1. And you need to do a gold password or a link transfer to do that. The gold password is 7 pages long of about 48 inputs, is it?
Something like that.
It's like, yeah, it's like, well, no, it's like 5, 5, 5, 5, 40 inputs, 7 pages. It's a big password. And it gives you all of the original the 28 Jin from the first game.
Oh, 9. Yeah, jeez, that is quite a lot. I'll do it somewhere else then. I'll get rid of these guys.
And then the Jin that Isaac's party has, because they come with some number of Jin if you don't use a password, that is determined by when you name, by what the RNG is on when you name Isaac, which is why almost 5 hours ago when Cyd was clearing Felix's name a bunch, that was actually to determine what Jin Isaac's party had.
Yep. Alright, I should, you know, actually memorize also where the Jin are on people to make sure that I can summon Iris and then put it back. So I think I'm just gonna take the, actually, where's Cyclone? There we go. Get in here. But yeah, kinda gonna have to improvise this. And then the first encounter in Mars, or in Magma Rock, I will just use Iris on, because we do want to see it.
Just move, I think, 2 from Ivan to Garrett.
Wait, what?
Move to Mars.
Oh, and then use Garrett.
And then just switch Garrett
out. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Put it in there. Put Garrett in there.
Just switch him in battle.
Also possible. But because yeah, I kind of need Shiva, so I'll do that. Improvisation. I didn't expect to actually be using Iris, so.
You got it. Why wouldn't you use it?
You put it as a donation
If
incentive.
you're not gonna, if you're not gonna
Donation
fight
incentive was to
Dullahan,
get it.
You didn't think people
But
wanted
yeah, I
to
gotta
see
give
it.
this something. It's very fair.
I mean, and as Zeto alluded to earlier, currently only possible to fight Dullahan like, at the level that you do it.
It's we're level 28 and we'd have 40 Jin total.
Yeah, so
It's possible.
It's not likely, but it's possible.
for a reference, when I did it, I was level 45 with all Jin.
Yeah, Dullahan is kind of really strong.
Yeah, and at that point also, you've gone to Mars and Prox to go and get all the stuff you get from there, because obviously there are Jin in there, so you've got all the endgame weapon and equipment as well. We got
Oh.
wings on a boat, by the
But
way.
yeah, we got our boat can fly now. It does drain your synergy points, but
Can
we
it go
can
to the
fly.
moon? Can it go to
can
the
fly.
moon?
Maybe.
Well, let's go.
let's go to the moon, sure. Why not?
Does the lunar whale have a dragon's head, though? That's the question.
No, it's a whale.
There.
Yeah,
So
so
dragons are cooler than whales, though.
Our boat's better.
yeah.
Yep. Alright, so this is Magma Rock. And everything that our good old buddy, whatchamacallit, Jeopardized Lighthouse lacked in skips, this is gonna make up for. This is the dungeon that never stops giving. Even more so than Ayers Rock. To start off with, we have the wonderful, where versus right here. Everything is in different places because Jin are on cooldown. I'll stand by that.
So Burst doesn't check the Z-axis at all.
Yep.
Yeah, it was really. Yeah, because normally you'd have to use burst on the little head and it fires a fireball, doesn't it?
Yep.
Which is a really weird thing to think about. You wouldn't think about using an explosive thing on those statue heads, would you? Really?
It was
I
storing
mean, the ones
explosion.
in the entrance are shooting fireballs back and forth.
Yeah. In your own time.
It's just storing the
time.
explosion.
But yeah. That little oversight with burst is gonna make for quite the interesting glitches. Alright. Let's switch in. Sure, for her. Alright, let's see. Iris!
Let's go. Don't hold me. Garrett, please. Garrett.
Okay. I was gonna say, do we need to add Garrett's death too?
No. So here it is. Iris. It's pretty.
This is coming out of a Game Boy Advance, just to remind you.
Yep.
We're going into the sun.
So now we're copying Final Fantasy VII as well.
We've been dropping meteors for a while now,
And it also heals up your entire party.
Oh,
including the back row.
Yep.
that's cool.
Alright. And then we're gonna push fire Garrett all the way back there, and you're gonna go back there.
The music in Magma Rock is particularly cool as well. It's got a
Mhm.
really good hook.
So, burst. Pretty broken.
The explosions in the mountain carry over.
Yep. And I'm gonna burst one even higher right here. Alright. Okay. Next broken thing in Magma Rock is gonna be a lovely little glitch known as the retreat glitch. Turns out, never seen that before. But yeah, it's the same kind of thing as an Airs Rock where I'm gonna be doing rooms and puzzles just completely blind after deloading the loading zones on the ladders. And there is actually a gigantic wall in there. Well, I don't really need that.
The swap character and menu edition kind of can get in the way of running away sometimes.
Yeah. Yo.
That's a lot of lava that's stored in those things when you blow
Oh
them up.
yeah. Alright. I'm actually gonna save for this one. Because if it goes wrong, it goes very wrong. Alright, let's see where Isaac is at, percentage-wise. Sure, just cast a void, it doesn't work here anyway, and it drains enough. Alright. This is gonna skip entire rooms. Upstairs now. 4. Oh boy. Actually, I'm already in the other room, so that's fine. So I need to get out of it. And I'm on that ladder now. There you go. Right for 4 seconds. 1. Now I need to get onto the wall without being able to see it. It's the hard part. Once I'm on the wall, everything is fine. Okay.
Haven't seen these fellas in a while.
Yep. They're not nearly as deadly here.
Far less scary when you're faster than them.
And when there's only one of them.
I can't find the wall, dude. At this rate, I'm just gonna have to go for the
Just go for the other one.
other one. I want to get on the wall, though. Alright. It's a very big area. It's very hard to get onto the wall. But yeah, just gonna have to take the less impressive version. But yeah, I would have been able to climb this entire wall blind. Because of all the setups and stuff that you need, it only saves 5 seconds.
And that's if you actually do it right.
That's if you actually do it right. And yeah, like I said, getting on the wall is actually the hard part. And that would have got me all the way up here. Alright. Well, that's a shame. I can't have them all. Now we're almost at the inside of the dungeon. And on the inside is... the fun is just gonna continue. Like I said, this is the dungeon that never stops giving. Nice timing on that avoid. So right as I press the button. So, the inside. Now we gotta get all the way down to the bottom. Right now, all the way down to the top. And we're gonna be going through the floors quite rapidly. But first, we also have to get a gin already.
Phoenixes?
Maybe, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
starting this dungeon, you and also in Mars Lighthouse, and then later on in a cave that we're not going to be visiting, there's a line of enemies called the birds. Let's just put it at that. Where the heck did I put that thing? There it is.
That's a lot of items you have equipped there.
Yeah.
How do you have enough hands to hold all that?
Yes.
Confusingly as well, you don't need to fight this particular
Yeah,
fight, Ginny.
because it's a
dungeon.
reunion gin.
So if you don't get all the Jin in Golden Sun 1, there will be one Jin of each element that you're missing scattered throughout the world, and that's the Mars one.
Yep. The Mercury one is in Prox. I will be getting that one as well.
The Venus one is in Treasure Island, right before Star Magician, and the Jupiter one is to the far southwest corner of the map.
Right, yeah. Oh yeah, on the little inlet that you can soft lock in if you screw
Yeah.
yourself up, yeah.
Alright, so now that we have that in, let's just cast Avoid twice. Very nice PP again. I'm gonna need him for some more retreat glitching right here. Oh boy.
Haven't seen a hard reset in quite a while.
Uh-huh. Right, 2 taps up and then just hold up right. And eventually there's gonna be a door. Takes a while. Might even get another encounter at this rate. Alright, I didn't. And that is floor 1 of the inside of Magma Rock.
Come on. Ooh,
Ooh, a bird. A bird's gonna die from the hill prisms. It's fine.
So yeah, Phoenixes, they give you a lot of experience.
Yes.
They're very powerful. And they also sometimes have a penchant for running. I think they're called rainbow birds. Are they the other one?
Phoenix, Firebird, Wonderbird.
Yeah. Wonderbird. That's one.
Wonderbird.
So Phoenixes here. They'll probably give about 4k, with including the others. So that's, I mean, the biggest fight we had earlier was about 1,000 experience, and that was like 4 enemies. So
Yeah.
to get over quadruple that is good experience. See if I knew that.
Alright. Well, that was floor 2.
I'm gonna hate Z-axes forever.
This is a quite slow party right here, unfortunately.
No vertical check. Amazing.
That is a peculiarly odd thing to miss out on, or just kind of go over.
It technically is a 2D game, so it's understandable to some extent, but not really.
Well, I mean, like, when you're doing that,
It's
you're
the
not-
only one they missed.
Yep.
it's nuts. Well, I would have loved to have been in the room when someone discovered that and just gone, actually, you know what? Magma Rock is nuts.
Yep. But yeah, now we're on the 3rd floor, and the 3rd floor I do actually have to do quite a bunch, but to make up for it, it also has the best application of the burst glitch ever.
Yeah.
Diver's still really good. Unfortunately, you cannot make that platform.
Can't make it no matter what.
Can't make it no matter what. Lexa tried tassing it. but-
Not fast enough.
So instead we have holding left type.
You also can't jump across both of them.
Jump back and forth for the hell of it. You can, so might as well.
Can you do it another time?
You be on the right-hand side.
Nope.
I don't understand how that drains the lava, considering there's a lava fall.
It shut. In the background, it's still open, but it was closed. Don't worry.
Isn't that like that regardless of... yeah, there we go. It would have been really interesting if it actually changed based on whether or not you actually had the lava spewing or not. That would have been cool.
Yeah. Alright, in there
This
so that
is
I
a
have access to
little-
Whirlwind.
We first saw this in Jupiter Lighthouse, but you technically first saw this in Gaia Rock.
Technically, yes.
Except we skipped that.
Yep. Alright. Now, what happens if we spawn the lava when we're still down here?
I don't know. I think lava's hot.
Yes,
We're
lava is quite hot,
fine.
PX. Thank you. But that's okay, because Felix is lava Jesus. So
We have Magma Jesus over
And
here.
so are these enemies, apparently.
yeah, these enemies don't really care either. And this is the point where I am gonna give the Gran and Dead some synergy crystals. There. But yeah, walking on lava / magma / whatever. No problem.
I like how those platforms go above you as well.
Yep, and we climb out of it.
Nice.
Yeah,
Who needs a Z-axis, eh?
exactly. But yeah, you can never really enter the lava or magma, so it's just like, oh wow, that was weird.
I mean, I think you're technically under the lava, walking underneath it, so
Pretty much.
you're swimming under lava, not walking.
But it looks like you're walking on it.
It looks like you're walking on it, but you're swimming under it.
Once again, cannot make that cycle.
I'm not sure what's more
Not even
impressive
close.
though.
But yeah, since you normally can't interact with it in any way, they didn't really program anything for it. Makes perfect sense. It's purely graphical. Hey, bird.
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 You can get, I believe, them in sets of 2.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they can revive each other.
Which is obviously the God strat.
Yes.
Wonderbird revival.
Oh yeah. Fantastic for grinding. Look at all of those levels.
What level do you want to be before the end of the game?
Whatever.
Whatever, really. Like the strat I have works as low as level 28. And possibly lower, I just haven't tested that. Because I'm usually like 29 or 30.
So when you drain the lava, where does it all go?
Yes.
Away.
Wonderful.
Also, that's a very sturdy chest.
I was going to say, yeah, that is lava resistant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Felix is lava resistant, so are chests.
I mean,
Fair.
Felix is Magma Jesus. That's a box.
Yeah.
I don't know, he's swimming under it, so more like lava Michael Phelps.
Michael. I don't know. He'd have to move pretty fast for that. I think he quite
I
has
say
that.
lava's isn't quite as I guess it's more dense than water. I think lava is.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but he's moving as fast as if he was walking under it.
All right. Anyway, just to keep up the similarities to Ayers Rock, we are once again gonna leave the dungeon and then enter it back from the first one. This one is all the way down here at the start, but we had that pillar blocking us. Otherwise, we could have done this way earlier.
That pillar is also lava resistant.
If, if only Move didn't worry about the Z-axis.
I know.
That'd be really weird.
There we go. Because, yeah, Magma Rock has one last trick up its sleeve. Yeah.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! Why is that door there? It just is.
There's a hidden door in the lava.
Yes.
Obviously. Also, is that lava fall or a lava lake?
It's a lava broken JPEG.
And because we never use the blocks in here to go inside, we can use them to go outside instead, without having to take the Blaze puzzle. Now, the Blaze synergy is not the only reason we are here. We also need to get a magma stone. Or ball of magma, or whatever it is. And we can use that in order to blow up some stuff.
Sounds fun.
Some nice explosions going on.
So,
Exploding lava, that sounds really not fun.
Had you gone the other way,
don't you worry about it.
had you gone the other way, that would have been a little bit more problematic. But
Oh, hey, convenient
But yeah,
fire.
that is what the Blaze does. Spreads the fire to something else.
Now, why not just use a tornado or something? Whirlwind.
And then it just goes everywhere.
Yeah, that seems more dangerous.
Yeah. Parties with 2 demons just always take too long. They take too much damage. Anyway.
Did that ball just freeze? Did that rock just freeze up?
Yes.
We took all the magma out of it.
We took all the magma out of it so it turned to ice.
Makes perfect sense.
double retreat, normal usage. What is this? Christmas? So yeah,
Merry Christmas, Bowie.
the magma ball is going to be used to destroy a wall in, I can't remember the name of the village anymore. But yeah, there's basically you put it in the magma ball into a cannon and use Blaze to fire it, and then kaboom.
You don't even use Blaze to fire it; it just fires.
Oh, it just fire.
Just fires automatically.
Like, they've just put a bunch of gunpowder in there, and you put the magma on, boom.
But yeah, I'm gonna be going to Loho to do that. Yeah.
Is that how it works? You just put a bunch of gunpowder and something explodes?
Sure.
Yeah, that's basically how it works. Pretty sure.
It's got very close there.
Bit too close.
Loho.
Loho. Gonna put the magma ball into the cannon.
So this Jin's Japanese name is Peace.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, here it's lol.
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 And we just go in and just declare war on the dwarves.
Yes.
And that wall.
It's fine. They didn't like that wall anyway, so they're actually quite thankful for it.
It got cracking facial hair.
And
though,
I
so it's all
mean,
good.
yeah. Oh yeah. And they don't need the cannon anymore, so I'm gonna give it to us. Put it on our boat.
On the boat.
Boat with a cannon. It's the worst that could happen.
Oh, it's a flying boat with a cannon. Just
Flying boat with a cannon. Ooh.
to specify that,
Yeah.
shall we?
Yeah, yeah.
Did the lunar whale have a cannon?
Did it?
It could go to the moon, though. Let's just. We do have to be very respectful of that.
Yeah, but we have a thing that can take us to the sun, which means it can take us to the moon.
It's further away.
But does your ship have free healing in it?
Free healing? No.
We have a spirit ring. We don't need free healing. We have it.
Yeah.
But it also
Spirit ring is free
covers
healing.
It also covers MP.
Yeah, you see that is good. Sure.
Oh yeah, and it has a fat chocobo.
Why does it matter about MP when we got PP?
It's got a fat chocobo in it.
Oh.
We recover ours by just walking around. We don't have to go to an inn.
But does it have a fat chocobo?
We don't need a fat chocobo. We have a dragon
You're a
face.
fat chocobo.
Oh god. The classic comeback. So you can actually scoop out items here that you can use to go to the forge, I believe, and then
Yep.
you can like use it. They're quite good items, not amazing, but they're good.
Definitely not worth the trip.
we don't know where the dwarves actually went because the ship's right there, but they went like all the way to the beach or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's fine.
Do we have a bit of time for donations, Sid?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. do we have some
Well,
time for
we
some
need to not
donations?
forget Petra.
We need to not forget Petra. Yeah, I'm gonna get him here. Just a little short story about Petra. He's a jerk. The end.
Good story.
Yep. This guy has actually managed to screw me over so much that I lost minutes on this split. But yeah, we're just gathering some extra gin here for in Mars Lighthouse.
Well, Petra's OP.
Petra's over here.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So we have a $20 donation by Connor Lyon, who says Squirtle is better than Goomy. Squirtle's base stats are 314, while Goomy's is immediately 300. And that's towards the Mudkip being named Squirtle in Pokemon Sapphire. But Goomy is still in the lead by $49.01. So if you really want Mudkip to be named something not Goomy, then you should donate towards that, along with everything else in Pokemon Sapphire. We have a $15 donation by Anonymous with no comments. Thank you very much. We have a $25 donation by Spicy. It says, currently fighting with manic depression myself. And I'm so glad that you guys are here fighting the good fight. Thank you for all you do. All right, and then a $5 donation by Wandering Mind. Says, I am sad I was unable to make it to RPG Limit Break this year. This has been so much fun and glad to see all of you enjoying yourselves there. Nami does a lot of great work, and the cause for mental health awareness is very personal to me, as I suffer from mental illness. I hope I can make it there next year when he goes to Ephraim and Fire Emblem Sacred Stone, because he's just so good looking. Devin is a close friend of a lot of us here, and we all miss him not being here. He is a master of very bad puns.
Hey Sid, use Douse.
Why?
It's a cool little Easter egg for the frozen areas.
All right. Snowflakes. I forgot about that. So I'm gonna be making my way over to Mars Lighthouse.
So, out of curiosity, what happens if you run out of PP?
You can't
during-
You just can't fly.
You,
That's all.
you go back into the ground, or
Yeah.
the water.
Well, yeah, but what if you were on land?
You just crash into the ground. It's fine though, because you know your boat isn't made of cardboard.
Yeah, it just stops, and then you can get out, and then you restore your PP and come find it again. Or...
Oh,
look
Oh.
at you getting away with this, man.
Mm-hmm.
Getting
Nice little
lucky.
bird.
Don't run. Oh!
He tried, but he failed. Not today, bird. Not today.
It's too slow.
Light surge
Yeah.
though, showing its worth. So for the entirety of the first two games, you know about these Mars adepts that have been chasing you, and we're finally going to go to the village, or the original village of the Mars clan, which is called Prox, and you'll see it's very different to the rest of Wayard.
Yeah. You also find that the citizens there are actually quite friendly, contrary to everybody else from Prox we've met so far.
Yeah, Storos Minardi, Casagatio are just really weird. Which kind of it kind of makes me wonder about, I can't remember the whole Jenna and Garrett's specific origins as why they are specifically fire adepts, even though they're from Vale, which is traditionally
Yeah.
a Venus adept.
Well, the only Venus adepts from Vale are Felix and
not
Isaac.
not Daisy or the Daisy name? I can't
They for the most part, it's whatever.
Oh, are they? They're everything because
More or
they're-
less, yeah.
They're Vale. Yeah.
How many Magma Rocks do you have? Because I think you just fired 2.
It
Oh,
just
it's just reusable.
it
don't
just
worry.
we pick it up again
Yep.
or something.
But
Fish
I
it out of
clearly
the
saw it
ocean.
explode.
Well, we still have it. We can sell it.
All right, look. Look. The problem here, PX, is that you are using logic. Stop it.
Yeah, so Prox is part of a very, very harsh land where it's blistering blizzard.
It doesn't help that the world is very rapidly freezing over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see they're
And it's
very blue in
starting
the
here.
face.
It's
Very
starting
blue.
here as well. I'm not sure if that's actually kind of because of the cold, or if that's just a clan.
That's just them, because
Yeah, that's-
Satoros was blue in the face,
Yeah.
and so is Agashio.
Not ice. This isn't. This is just snow.
Yep.
But this is
And,
ice.
bam! Gonna bump him into a wall.
Wow,
Nails in a
rude.
pile of ice. In the
But he can't fight us because we're in the town, so he's very willing to join us after we thoroughly manhandled him.
The reason we're getting these Jin is because we want 40 Jin total so we can have 6 for our main party.
Exactly. A lot of these are just filler.
yeah. By adding in
Or
the
44
others,
Jin, not 40.
by adding in the extra characters, you then need to balance. You know, you need to balance 8 characters, not 4. Which means that the ones that they bring, they will siphon a few from you if you aren't balanced.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. This is the house where your parents are supposed to be kept, and they're not here. Wonder what could have happened to them.
But we're only going here for this little guy. Yeah. Let's see who it is.
You're stealing their pet?
No,
No.
it's not their pet. He wandered over here from the first game.
Spritz.
Ooh, nice.
That's part of you healing.
For me, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but that is technically the best one. But
Yeah, it can be one of 3 here. Really, it's just good to know which one you have for the menus.
That should affect their location, isn't it, on the list based
Yeah.
on what their name is. Doesn't work here.
doesn't work here.
Alright, this is where we're gonna get a very awkward moment where it's like, hey, I'm Isaac, the dude that killed your friends. Whoops.
There is a lot of it's actually kind of heartwarming in a way because there is the hostiles. They are quite reasonable people. The people in Brox.
And they also realized, like, oh yeah, they have always been super hot-headed, so...
Yeah.
and you were doing what you thought was right. Bless you.
I hope that didn't come through.
Not really.
I only heard it outside the headphones. And yeah, that's our last stop to
And
a village.
so here's the edge of the world.
Yep.
It doesn't look great.
But I thought the world was a circle.
No, that's literally like that's like a whole cratering
It's
in the world.
literally
because-
falling apart.
Yep.
So I guess the world is a square then.
Shout outs to all the flat earthers out there.
They have members all around the globe. I had the luxury of having avoided it at this point. At level 40, it's all good.
But yeah, we're gonna be spending most of our time here in Moore's Lighthouse for the remainder of this run. Alright.
So normally we've been dealing with water pipes. Now we get to deal with fire pipes. So
Later, but
yeah. These ones aren't minor Tauruses either.
Minus warriors. Making it all the more easier to make it plural. Alright, the one time we used grind outside of the boat.
Yeah. That was a weird one.
Grind that ice down.
Can we make a crack on that and then we can burst it open. There's a little Jin chilling there, but
we're not going to get him. He's
Nope.
too out of the way.
exactly.
And we'd have to fight him.
There's another Jin that is pretty much on our way, but we have to fight that one as well, so I get the one in
Colt is
Cult.
significantly faster, actually.
Bang. Fortunately, I still have first hotkeyed. Now we come up to my other find for this game, which I am simultaneously happy and not happy with, because it's a bit of a coin flip, not gonna lie.
It's so finicky.
Yeah. Here we have this fire. Fire loads pretty interestingly. It starts at the source, then gradually loads as you load up the file.
It's not actually just a solid line.
Yeah. So depending on where it is in the animation, you might be able to get through here in one go. I tried to like look at the flickering of the fire itself, but it remains to be kind of a coin flip. So let's see if we can make it through in one go. Hey! Gonna have to do that again.
It's so finicky. It's
Firebird.
so finicky.
This is the secondary form. So it was 3,750 for the first. I believe it's 5,700. Something. It's 5,000-ish, isn't it?
It's a
Something
lot.
like that.
And then it's like 11 for the Wonder Pass. 5,383. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a lot of levels.
Oh yeah.
Firebirds, Phoenixes, Wonderbirds. Wonderbird.
Why can't you just activate that dragon again and shoot another fireball to destroy the ice?
That don't make too much sense. PX, stop using logic.
Double Firebird,
Oh my
dude.
god, double.
Dude.
This is gonna be so overleveled.
If these things don't flee, this will be
There's no such
godly.
thing being overleveled.
It's one still alive, that's good. Oh my word, double state. These things do flee a lot, that's the really weird thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
I've had like,
no metal
I've, like
slime.
three encounters in a row. One showed up, ran away. One's doing run.
Like, I mean, they're no metal slime, so, you know, but
Yeah.
they aren't that bad, but they're still pretty shy.
Struggle with those metal slimes. Yeah, now while we have it hotkeyed, gonna get there back later when we have teleport. Which is the reason why I have to go through the fire again.
Now for a different kind of bird.
Yep. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up teleport. If you have a donation, go ahead.
All right, we have a $25 donation by Garrick16, no comment. Thank you for the donation. Another 25 by Rains, no comment as well. We have a $25 donation by Hilaric, says, loving the marathons always. Shout outs to runner and staff. Also, I heard Essential was looking for donations to process. We got our lovely Essentia over here on the donation station. And then a $25 donation by Lady Green Goth. As a sufferer from 6 lifelong mental illnesses myself, I want to thank you for this. To help end the stigma against mental illness. Support for everyone is wonderful, whether monetary or just being there for those of us in need to talk to someone. Thank you once again. Thank you for your donation. Going straight to Nami to help out others just like you and around the country. We have a $5 donation from Acne Iku, who says, I had to donate after that Final Fantasy VI reference. The world is square. All hail the Demon Chocobo.
All hail the Demon Chocobo. Do we have Final Fantasy VI this year, actually? Or
How was it?
do we have Final Fantasy VI this year? Or
Here, during this event.
I don't believe we have 6
I don't
this
think
year.
so.
I was gonna say, sure.
That's a shame. No return of the Demon Chocobo layout last year.
We could always make it again for a very specific run by a very specific runner who happens to be also our stream tech for the entire marathon himself.
Praise our Dark Lord.
Yeah.
Okay, the teleport lapis. It takes makes use of this little bad boy here, and you basically normally it's connected to one specific place. Some of them just send you to another part of the room, but yeah.
You can also use it on the overworld to warp between towns.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So everywhere that you've been up to that point, I think there are some that don't count, isn't there? Like dungeons don't count as just villages.
It takes you to basically any town you've previously gone to.
Yeah, only towns though.
And if you didn't use the retreat glitch to get Iris out of the opening chest, you'd then get all the things from here and then walk back rather than go back.
And teleport into the
And
inner
teleport
sanctum.
in, yeah, you can't do it normally, yeah.
So yeah,
That's a good point to actually make there, yeah.
gonna have to do this fun little thingy again. Fun times.
Don't worry, just call heads.
Alright, heads or tails?
Tails.
Which one's a good one?
Get through. Tails.
Get through. All right, all right.
Tails is a get through. Free.
Ew, nice.
2 for 2.
2 for 2. There's another little coin flip coming up with the boss fight here, where I'm just gonna try to not manipulate it. Oh, hey. Wait.
Let's just make it a little bit more cool in here.
You did say you liked the animation, to be fair.
Yep.
Okay, so-
I forgot his Jin were not on standby. So he's an entirely different class.
Now, as tempting as it is to jump down and get that chest,
Yeah, no. No, thank you.
So,
Very
yeah.
fast.
this is a race. Otherwise, you're going to get bodied by a fireball.
Or you can just save the game, no?
No, you'll just get bodied by a fireball.
Now I am gonna try a little trick that I've never actually gotten in a run in a little bit, but it doesn't lose too much time to go for it. It is pretty similar to with the whole fire loading and then like reloading in. And if I teleport here, and then I actually manage to open the menu and save on one of 2 frames, so only 2 frames that work. I didn't even get the menu open. Like, even if I get the menu open, then there's no guarantee that it'll work. But yeah, sometimes if you have one of the 2 right frames, then it'll just try to knock you off, but you can't. Which means you won't have to run back. It's not doesn't save as much time as you would think, mostly because this corridor right here does not have any encounters in it. So it's literally just a walk. But yeah, since you end up there anyway, it's like, might as well go for it.
Devil Frog.
Bam. Got him.
Got him.
Got him.
Overboard. That is not the synergy menu. Menus. Lost the menus.
Yeah, this is these are much more complex menus because there's so much more going on. So yeah, you can get caught.
I'm just gonna write this one down to, hey, I've been here for 5.5 hours.
With 2 breaks.
Just PX, just giving you the little gut punch reminder there,
Yeah.
buddy.
It's 2 more than the rest of us.
Very true. Shout out to Old Man Bladder. Gotta drain my PP somehow, right?
Oh, nice.
Just walk around and recover a bit.
So the Soul Blade is godly. Remember the Gaia Blade that young Isaac has. I think the Phaeton Blade is already stronger than the Soul Blade. So you know the weapons in this game are just generally stronger. But Soul Blade is godly because it has Megiddo, which we are going to obviously call out. We are going to howl like Soul Blade, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Of course, that's how it goes. Which is, if you haven't seen it, I won't spoil it. It's godly. It's the only way I can say it. It's really cool. Let's go for the attack just to see
Doodle
it.
bug.
Give it to us. Give it to us. Ah, please, Jenna, stop being good. So that's actually only the beginning of Mars Lighthouse, I believe. We're now into the lighthouse proper.
Well, we first have to defeat the Flame Dragons.
And then we can get there.
Gonna do some menuing as well. Since I have so many Jin now, the menus get quite a bit more involved. I accidentally cancelled the place. Whoops.
What?
Yeah, you can do that. Alright. Gonna have to wait for those things to go off. I guess I'm not gonna wait for that one. Trade Echo with Hail. Iron, Steel. Squall. Let's see. Breeze with Mold.
Ah. I know where we're going.
There. And what kind of salt? And not liquid. It's good to see us. So Mars prep. I got it. Oh. Just let it go off.
That was a very big fireball.
Alright, gonna save here just in case, but I am gonna coin flip and just go in here. As long as they don't do one of two attacks, then it's fine. Like, they can't do break, because that will reset my elemental boosts, so. And they can do Gym Blast. So, this is Kite. Kite will give Shiba 2 turns on the next turn. This is Flash, has 90% damage reduction. And of course we have Mud, which we already knew. Flash is incredibly overpowered. And if you're wondering why would you sacrifice a turn now in order to give someone else 2 turns later, it's because Shiba can then cast Eclipse 2 times on that turn. She can do so much more with her turn than Jenna could with hers.
Dead, ready for action. There. Sounds counterproductive.
Metron on the right one. Spell. Ooh, that's Iris. Spell on the right one. We can do Maria's on the left one. Eclipse on the left one. And Eclipse on the right one. So yeah, what Petra does, and as well as the counterpart from the first game that I also have and will be using during Doom Dragon, is it prevents them from taking action. So whenever they try to do action, it's like unable to move.
One of these dragons is slightly bigger than the other. It's not just behind and further back. This one is genuinely bigger than the other.
So is he the bigger brother or the little brother?
You'll see, you'll see.
Go for the attack. Megiddo, please.
Nah, I hope this is gonna go off first, sorry.
Oh, still not dead.
Come on, survive it. Survive it. No!
Oh.
There we go, that's the Flame
And a
Dragons.
crystal.
Which, as it turns out, were Carlos and Agadio. They failed, as it turns out. So we kick their asses, and then we just go light the Mars Lighthouse ourselves.
It's starting to feel the cold as they grow weaker.
Alright. Very important that I don't accidentally retreat here like I did during my previous marathon run of this. Because I first gotta turn this on, and then I can retreat.
And that mithril bag will always go to Felix.
Uh-huh.
Regardless of how items are set up, it will move something somewhere.
Okay, so
Alright.
we have warmed up the Mars Lighthouse. The furnaces are lit.
Actually looks a bit more Marsy now.
Yep.
Still freezing outside.
Oh yeah.
There's still
And
ice
inside.
apparently. Yeah.
Now we get up to the part where the lighthouse kind of splits into four mini towers, each representing one element. And let's go do them. But first, let's change classes. Alright, so mud. So fizz. Cannon and charm. Gel. There we go. Now we have the ninja classes on Felix and on Jenna.
Light Surge.
Light Surge.
Come on, don't kill it.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is Makito. Drop a planet on them. Also, to make sure that we are getting as many Makitos as possible, and that when I get them, they're actually going to be useful, let's make Felix really fast. So he's more likely to go first, because it is quite a long animation.
It is, because the thing about it is that Felix jumps up to smash the planet into them with the sword.
The sun.
Oh, nice. It's the only encounter that I can't.
Yeah. It's the only encounter you can't one turn.
Can't one turn. Fantastic.
Shuriken's a silly strong move as well.
Yeah, Shuriken is the only area of attack move that's actually is affected by the attack stat.
No effect.
Oh.
Even his regular attack is stupid powerful now because it just has such good statistics. Actually, where is Cyclone? There's Cyclone. Oop.
So each of the each of the areas that we're going to be going to kind of like the 4 corners we need to go to, they'll have again a very elemental based. Whilst it is the Mars Lighthouse, which is kind of fire based, some of the things we'll need to use will be, you know, that element's puzzle solving. So Cyclone, because we're in the Hoops section.
Dead. Gonna have another fire skip coming up. This one's easier because it's actually actively moving towards me. Ripped.
Oh.
It's fine. Skill versus your skill. Oh boy. Movement's hard. And then pressing the button at the right time is also hard. There we go.
Just stay with the fire right on top of you.
Yeah.
This is fine.
Perfectly fine. Get to see the logo a little bit more. Title screen. And there we go. We're doing that puzzle. And now we're gonna get to the top of this like mini tower, and at the top I'm gonna have to cast Blaze, and he still has Frost there. You know what? We're gonna use you. Ivan is a meanie butt. But yeah, these rooms up here are actually all the same room. And it just checks which tower you're in as to which pattern it should show and which one it should activate upon Blaze. So knowing that, we can actually use that in our advantage. And at the next one, I am going to be using the retreat glitch in order to reset that back to its default one. And the default one is the Venus one, so I will not have to do the Venus tower. Would have been more useful if it was the Mars one, because the Mars one is stupidly long.
Mars one is so dumb, and the Venus one is short.
And a skip's a skip. You can't be picky now.
Yep. Skip's a skip. That's very short. Very true. There we go. At this point, I should also really give them their synergy crystals. They are quite low.
Just a reminder that as this run is going towards its end, we do have 5 bidding wars for the next game, Pokemon Sapphire. That's naming the trainer, which is currently being named Gumi at $100 in the lead. We have Taiho right after at $6.99, with Mondi at $38, Mean Big at $14.20.
Magneto! Sorry.
Strict 9 at $10, and Jeff at $1. So Gumi's leading in that one. If you want it to be named not Gumi or something else, donate towards that soon, because that's coming up pretty quickly. After that, we have the bird type being named, with Gumi at $100, Demon Chocobo at $49, Jeff at $5.99, Yaga at $5, and Taiho at $1. We have the Mudkip also being named, currently being named Gumi at $100, Squirtle at $50.99, OMG, he at $30, Wiggly Woo at $25, The Hasty at $15, Bowie at $12.50, and Taiho and Jeff both at $1. Then we have Kyogre being named. Gumi is at $100, Yu Kiang is at $25, Helmagus is at $12.50, Jeff is at $5.99, and Taiho is at $1. And then we have the cast form. Gumi at $220, Not Gumi at $121, Strict 9 at $10, Jeff at $8.49, Katy Perry at $5, and Taiho at $1. So if you want to name anything, something else, put that in soon because this run doesn't have much long left.
There we go. Very, very useful to just drain his synergy points. So I guess I have to do it at the end again and just take a little bit of damage.
Warning, fire hurts.
Yep. Gotta make sure I do the other 2 tubes first, otherwise it will freeze the frost pillar again. Also, I just finally got that oh my god, call my he thing. It's like, oh my god, he used Mud Slap. Took me long enough.
I'm literally lost on it still myself. Apologies.
The Pokemon is called oh my god he, so whenever he uses a move, it's like, oh my god, he did this.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
of course.
fancy.
Yeah.
But what if he gets the 1 in 8 for getting a girl nut tip?
Ooh.
Oh, we might have some issues.
Oh, actually. There we go.
That's a spanner in the works.
Yep.
Kaboom! The Cloud brand currently looking fantastic on.
Oh, I keep that. Just put the fire everywhere. And it doesn't reach. Perfect. There we go. Everything is perfectly fine. Blaze here to activate the Mercury one. Yeah, there we go. Cast Retreat Glitch. And light the Venus one.
Excuse me, that looks like Mercury again?
Easy beaches. No, Mercury's fine. Everything is fine.
An Earth Whale.
An Earth Whale.
But it's not a moon whale.
That's true.
Yeah, but we don't need moon whales.
We have a flying boat.
With a dragon. And a cannon.
And wings. But that's why it's flying.
But it drains you of your PP.
So,
That's helpful for Sid.
Yes.
Oh god, what has this become?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so last one.
Alright. Also the longest one.
Well, we're in the Mars Lighthouse. Might as well make Mars the most predominantly difficult and annoying.
Exactly.
Makes perfect sense.
At what level would running become an option at this point? Because you're already level 30, so higher than what you really want to be.
38.
38, fair enough.
38, 39 is where it's guaranteed.
That's kind of strange because you are bodying this lot, you know?
An elixir.
It's really, really strong damage so far. I mean, yeah. Because I always thought it was the agility itself that was averaged out, not the level. But
Actually, just use that in case we get a Megiddo.
good boy.
That's 3.
Nope.
Villagin said he'd donate $1,000 per Megiddo. Oh, hey, Villagin. Sorry, man. How's it going?
Oh, in that case. Oh no, we got a last
That's not happening.
Aww.
I have to say, that's not. It's a
No,
lie.
that's fair.
It's a lie.
Just burst through the wall right here. Oh yeah. Boom.
What is the damage scaling on Megiddo? Actually, it's like what, times 2.5?
3x.
Mike says 3 times.
3.
Damn. That is quite a lot. Jumping puzzles.
They are legitimate puzzles, okay?
On a wall.
We have a $25 donation by Anonymous. He says, I love to watch RPGs being speedrun. It's amazing how quick some games can be beaten that used to take weeks to complete. Great stream for a great cause. Thank you again for that donation.
Aww. Oh, Mojito.
Next one will be for sure.
For sure.
For sure.
I'm gonna wait for the fire a little bit. Nice little line.
And convenient enough, it's right above you.
Uh-huh.
Z-axes, dude. They don't exist.
Alright. So that is the Mars section not done. Because we have another.
More pipes.
Hey, run away.
That's a pretty good flee.
I have not been getting many attacks first where I can actually, you know, afford to flee.
So you can actually walk up that fire thing by just safe quitting through it, but
Yeah.
it's extremely hard.
Yeah, and like the closer you get to the source, the less space you have to move and the less time you have to, you know, save again and reload again. It is actually where I initially found it. But I don't actually do it. I think I've seen you do it during a run like ages ago. I don't know if you still do it.
I did it once and it's like, it's not worth it.
Oh yeah.
Surge. Oh.
That can also insta-kill.
Oh.
Sid, someone asked, how much time did you spend practicing the speedy menu navigation technique?
I don't know, many times. Now, still improving. This guy would just go away. Oh, I get spare rings here now. But yeah, that's just something that you get better at with experience, really. And then some stuff like the gin menus I do go out of my way to practice. For some of them.
Letting us down there, Felix.
Yeah. I've been dodging a lot of Felix's attacks, and I'm actually not going to attack them now because a Mojito now will waste a lot of time.
But Megiddo!
Yeah, that's true.
But
But
I see your
Megiddo.
point, but a rebuttal, sir.
Yeah.
Megiddo.
Where am I going? I need to be going here. There we go. I have a gigantic gin menu right before Doom Dragon though, so that one I do not know off the top of my head. Nice. Gonna run away. Hopefully no more encounters. Never mind. Soon as I open my mouth.
We have a $10 donation by Korma. Says, Bowie, you need to play more Links to the Past randomizer. Donation goes to Bowie's choice.
He really doesn't.
How much was it again?
$10.
10. Let's put it. Is Goose in the room? He's not. Put it towards Ramza Beowulf being named Bowie.
Ends up being named Bowie. All right.
Thank you very much.
Alright, Smart Lighthouse. Now, big ass menu time, and then we got Doom Dragon. Now, because of all of the nonsense that happened this run, as well as the that's never happened before soft lock, I do think it's going to go overestimate at this point. But fortunately, the marathon was ahead as is. So.
But the thing is, that's all it is. It's just an estimate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm only saying that because I went over.
What? No, you didn't. You had 2 minutes
Oh
to
yeah,
spare.
I did. Yeah, what am I talking about? Yeah, sorry.
Alright.
This is it.
Alright, Mother with breath. Where's breath at this point? Breath.
No, he's
There
Pierce.
it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, there we go. This is Petra. Squall with Zephyr. Robo Chill. Weasel Long. Flash with Sonic. I also have them all. I have to have them all right. Flash with Fog. Salt. Kind with Cannon. And this cannon's there. Cannon with Fog. Cannon with Flints. Granite with Spritz. Summoner with Clone. Quartz. Third quartz. Oh yeah, I have to trade that around.
Bowie Chad is asking for Shiny Force Randomizer right now.
Spring.
there is one.
Wafts with Char, Echo, and then Iron Hill. Alright. Stand by these in a certain order so that they're all available at the right time. And I need to also. There we go. So I should probably heal up before. Probably a good idea. And that needs to go to Mia anyway.
Good luck then, dude.
One last hard reset.
Good
Thank
luck.
you. Now, if everything goes according to plan, then Doom Dragon is going to be entirely fine. But one input mistake and it's over. But it is quite the complicated fight, and pretty much everything that I've been doing with combat in this game is going to be put to the test here, as well as some new stuff.
When again is time for this game?
After the boss, we still have like a 5 minutes mashing section. So
Alright.
don't worry about it just yet. Anyway. But yeah, Doom Dragon, here for the first time I'm gonna actually make use of the switching in battle mechanic. I kind of used it for Iris, but normally this would be the first use. And I'm gonna use it to switch some of the other party around, and they will have 2 Mercury Djinn available so that I can cast Eclipse sooner. Don't have to ready the 2 Mercury Djinn on someone else. And a lot of the Djinn that I'm using, and a lot of the are gonna be in order to set them up for Eclipse, and unless I specifically say just for something else. And a lot of the summons I'm gonna use that are not Eclipse are specifically just to get Djinn back on cooldown so I can use them later. Aside from that, most of this is going to be about Eclipse, and Doom Dragon also has some really scary attacks, like that can put all my Djinn on cooldown, for instance, or do other stuff. He also has Guard Aura that can give him the same effect of damage reduction that I can get from Djinn. And fortunately, most of the really dangerous attacks are bound to a pattern, and that pattern is completely reliant on the battle random number. So by doing a hard reset just now, it's set to 0. I can completely predict the pattern and prevent any attacks that would otherwise cause trouble. So it allows me to avoid Djinn Blast and Djinn Storm and Haunt and Earth Force if I want to, which I usually don't because I'm faster than them anyway. And avoid Guard Aura, stuff like that. But yeah. So yeah.
You know, that thing looks pretty cute.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, anything I don't explain, assume that it's just set up for other stuff. First, we're gonna use Zephyr here, Squall, Petra, and Eclipse. Now, Eclipse I'll use for damage. Petra over here prevents a Djinn Blast, so that not my Djinn will not be put on cooldown for one character. Zephyr will just make me faster for him, doubles my speed. And yeah, that's the first turn. Then the next turn I will not have quite enough for Eclipse yet, so I'm gonna use Breath, which of course has priority. Alright, Breath right here, and use Shiva, Lol, and oh boy, that is gonna get in the way. There we go, now we're gonna use Eclipse. Kite Shiba for next turn just because I need 2 of her Djinns just to for preparation. And lol, as soon as every one of my guys has done their turn, it will end the turn, which means Doom Dragon doesn't get to attack. This also doesn't progress his pattern. Which will instead, his pattern would just get shoved one turn into the future. Around here is the same as Petra, just to prevent an attack. In this case, it's prevents Haunt, which I delayed the previous turn. Earth Force is still going to go through, but that's fine. What Haunt does is it can give you a status effect of being haunted, and depending on how much damage you do. Oh boy. This is dodgy. Don't kill him. Ooh. We're fine. Alright. Switch Jenna for Isaac. Then Wheeze. Throw some bubbles at him. And Eclipse. And that should be the end of phase 1. And this guy has 3 phases, so... Starting the next one, he can start casting an ability known as Cruel Ruin, which goes in, to say the least.
Cruel Ruin is basically the same thing as Iris minus the full heal.
Yep.
And a bit lower base damage.
Notice each phase as well, Doom Dragon loses a head, so we've got 2 heads left.
And also loses a turn.
Yes. Yep. We use Flash here, so... to soak up some damage, heal up with Wishwell. And basically from this turn, from this point on, almost every turn I am gonna have a protective Jin up just to protect against the Cruel Ruin.
That being said, there's a chance to get extremely unlucky with targeting.
No, that's only in phase 1, fortunately, so yeah.
You skip that animation.
Yep. Alright, each of these turn back to normal, so we're gonna get Zephyr again. Tonic. Petra. Granite. Granite is the same as Shade, 50% damage reduction.
Shade 60%.
Oh, Shade 60? Oh, okay. Here, lesson learned. Alright, Tonic here is in case Han succeeded last turn, then Tonic would clear that ailment right away, so I have no risk of getting damage from it. But yeah. It also does damage like based on how much damage you dealt that turn. So if Shiba has it while she Eclipse and Haunt triggers, then she gets basically one shot. Ramses right here. Well, he is going to use Guard Arrow this turn, which means that he is not going to take much damage either.
How much is his guard, or is it 90 like a Flash?
It's 90 or 95, I forget the exact number. But
insane.
it's a lot.
Yeah.
Cruel Ruin.
Cruel Ruin.
Cruel Ruin!
Cruel Ruin.
Mars. Kaido Shiba. Lol. And Eclipse. This is also the reason why I wanted Felix to be faster than Pierce at all times, like no matter what the case, because otherwise if Felix would go after Pierce, then he would not get his turn whenever Pierce uses Lol. And yeah, this once again delays the pattern. It only delays Earth Force this time. Earth Force doesn't really do much. It has the same effect as Petra and Ground, but yeah, I do all my attacks before him anyway. Venus, Granite, yeah, there we go. So I'm specifically using Eclipse on the second turn that I get from Kite here, because the second turn from Kite is half of Shiba's agility, which means Felix will go first, Jill will go off, and even though Jill doesn't have priority, I can still get it to, you know, be on standby just in time for Eclipse. Rocks on me. I'm gonna switch Felix out for Garrett here. There we go. Breath, defend, and Eclipse. Iris is getting in the way, man. And this will be the end of phase 2. switch that back to Felix. Alright, hang on, I need to... Please, Wishwell and Flash. Alright, gonna be using Wishwell 2 times in a row here, because like depending on which attacks he used at the end of phase 2, one of my characters can be quite beat up here. I don't think I've ever had it so bad that it actually kills. Because of what, thanks to the protective gene, but I do heal 2 turns in a row just in case. Alright, let's get Sever, Mars, Wishwell, Granite for protection. Sever once again to be faster than him. This time he's going to use Nettle in his pattern. And the other attacks I once again can't control. And the next turn is going to be a weird one, because I'm going to be using Lull in order to end the turn before Doom Dragon can do anything, but I'm also going to be using the Protective Jin Shade, and that's basically just because Jenna is slow. She is so slow, so the only way she's going to get anything off is by using a Jin that has priority. Jenna is so slow on this turn because of class changes and whatnot. Left. One goes out there. This delays Dark Soul Gasp, which is an ability that has replaced Haunt. It does damage as well as haunts people. Alright, Blitz right here. Kite on Shiva. Wishwell. And Flash, yes. Protection. Now on the next turn, I'm once again going to be using Eclipse on the second turn, just in case she got haunted, which she did, because otherwise she has a pretty high chance of dying from the recoil damage of Haunt. Alright, Jenna for Mia. And we use the Spirit Ring with her to heal off. I don't know if she's going to actually get it off. There's a good chance she dies.
Was that count towards the death counter?
Yes. Yes. Petra. Aroma, and Eclipse. So yeah, Petra here is going to prevent Guard Aura so that he doesn't absorb all of the damage from Eclipse.
Come on, Mia.
Yep. Oh, she got Spirit Ring off. Good stuff. And didn't really need it much anyway, but... Anyway, there's still a good chance she'll die here, because I'm eating this one without any protective gem. Shiba can eat it, Mia, not really. Gonna switch there back for Jenna. Breath, attack, attack, and Eclipse. And now hopefully...
We're gonna get it.
Are we gonna get a Makito ending? No! That's a shame. But yeah, that's Doom Dragon. Quite a difficult boss, but when you can control them. Yeah. Like I thought, I'm gonna go slightly overestimate, but don't worry, they already updated my estimate, so it's all good.
What are you talking about?
This is a good tech team.
This is a good tech team. I'm on board with this.
What are you talking about? You're perfectly underestimated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, just a small caveat to fighting Doom Dragon is kind of like the Fire Dragons before. They were transformed from Cast and Degatio, and the parents of Jenna, Felix, and Isaac were the puppets, let's say, that became Doom Dragon.
And then the Wise One kind of throws this at you as one last test, I suppose.
Of your resolve, if you resolve to do this.
Yeah.
Because he's a jerk.
Yeah, that's also possible.
The Wise One is meant to be a guardian of sorts, but he's not. He's not the kindest of person of like beings as well. He will do it in cruel ways. Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have quite some tech smashing going on here, and I'll let you know when time is coming up. First, I gotta actually light the Mars Lighthouse. It is just gonna look quite beat up, let's say. But yeah, once again, I'm gonna write down the overestimate of this part of this run to the newly found soft lock in Air's Rock.
Also Iris.
Nice.
Iris I'd bound for. Still, this is gonna be a top 15 still, so that's good. This game can be quite cruel to you, as you already saw, especially in Tandaria and stuff.
Tandaria was cruel.
Oh yeah, so many deaths. A couple of deaths in Kabomba. Overall, I'd say this run did a good job of showing off everything that this speedrun has to offer, so that's what I'm gonna settle for.
With all 4 of the lighthouses now lit, just kind of to quickly go over this,
Yep.
we've now unlocked, or kind of lifted the seals on all of them, the synergy alchemy in the world. And so the 4 lighthouses are now linked. So that's how the kids from Emil were talking to Mia, and Hammer is now being able to contact Ivan and team.
But yeah, now that they're all lit, the golden sun is also gonna rise at Mount Aleph. Yep. Right above Soul Sanctum. It's gonna be quite violent. And of course, Alex is gonna try to get that, and you have a fun little sequence with that during the credits, where he's like, "Oh yes, I finally have limitless powers," but no, the Wise One actually made sure that part of the powers were stored into Isaac through the Mars Star.
Again, the Wise One, kind of a jerk.
And then he's just gonna spend a good couple of minutes sassing Alex as he locks him to the ground. This is pretty amazing. But that is not until after we reach time, so.
Doing this will obviously save the world in the long run, or should. It's the proposed thing, but it does.
It has its side effects.
It's going to have its side effects. There will be cataclysmic results, but obviously for the positive.
You saved the world, but also destroyed it.
We destroyed it for the good of the world.
Exactly.
So is the world now around again, or is it still flat?
It's we'll find out eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Coming
soon in Golden Sun 4.
Yeah, I'm still banking on E3 being the year that I give Camelot my entire bank account. But no, I mean, things like this is really good though, because it shows them that they, the fans are still out there and still really love this
And
game.
that people still care, absolutely. This is my favorite game of all time, which is, even though I'm normally just more of a platforming runner, especially Sonic games, I decided to pick up this gigantic RPG.
Purely for what it is.
Yeah, it's so good.
And time is coming up in a bit.
Yep. So, gonna do a little bit of a fist bump after this, and that's when time is.
Yeah, I believe this is the longest
And
run.
time!
The Takahashi brothers have been there since day one. Every single game they've developed, they have been together. Congratulations, Sid. Really good run.
Thank you. That is Golden Sun: The Lost Age for all its ups and downs.
Any other words you want to say?
Thank you for watching and for donating and for getting me here to begin with. That's all very, very much appreciated. And thank you for my co-commentators and also for helping me with the notes and for doing a great job during Cards to the Catio boss fight. Yeah,
And
this has all been
thank you
fantastic.
for knowing how to spell colors correctly.
Yeah, I appreciate you a lot. Yeah.
Gotta bring it up. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's Golden Sun.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for watching.
Thank
After
you,
this will be an interview with Sid, so if you want to listen to him talk some more, you should stay around. But first, we're going to go to a quick commercial break.
Whew.
Good job.
Seriously, good job.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we're doing last second adjustments here, but for meanwhile, we still got a couple of donations here. We got $100 by Steiny, who says, "Good job, boys and girls. Hashtag Rumble Train, hashtag Germensch." On top of that, we have a $25 donation from Suladon, the Serpent Lord. Says, "Can't wait for the Fable 2 run, but I saw that PJ." Can't wait for the Fable 2 run. Well, I saw that PJ isn't running anything this year. No. Saw that PJ isn't running anything this year, and this saddens me that there are no poor life choices. Here's to naming the dog Big Chasm because poor life choices. Alrighty. All right, seems like we're ready. We're going to head off to Ghoul and CriticalCyd.
Ready, RPG Limit Break. I'm here with the runner of Golden Sun 2 who just finished up CriticalCyd. Why don't you go ahead and just walk me through, you've done Sonic Heroes and I believe Colors in a live marathon before, which are, what, an hour each? This is now a 6-hour run. How do you prep for something so different and so...
You pray? Yeah, you pretty much. No, I don't know. I guess one thing that's different going in is make sure you have water here. In my case, since I have the bladder of an old man, I also have to make sure I could go take bathroom breaks. I routed out the most optimal route to the bathroom. It's all good, all part of the gameplay. It's all part of speedrunning RPGs, man, routing.
Yeah, I'm kind of lucky. I've got I've got like the world's best bladder.
Yeah,
as I'm sure most people might know if they know me, but you said before this is your favorite game of all time, which is, I'm assuming how you picked this up, but you were known for, these Sonic games. I think you did some Rayman before. You've done Okami. You're known for all these different shorter games. How do you even approach a project like this that is a 6-hour marathon run with all of these different assets and things that you have to know?
Yeah, fortunately, a lot of the work was already done on the run before me with Plexa. I said it during the run, he's kind of like the granddaddy of Golden Sun. Right. And he had it completely routed, and it helped me learn stuff. Of course, there had been updated threats since Zeroneki had joined. He had updated a bunch of the boss threats, so I went about learning that. And by now, I've been running it for so long that a marathon was long overdue, really.
Right. Yeah, this is, I believe, one of the first times Golden Sun: The Lost Age has ever been done in a live marathon. So it's a real treat to finally be able to see this game, and especially this series just at Limit Break, where it's never really been Yeah, it's been one of the most requested games in the marathon. It's never been done. So
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a real shortage of Golden Sun runners. It's just a shame.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of Golden Sun 1 guys like Bloodduster and the Grand Reving. And of course, Blackstone himself and Worcester, even though he hasn't run the game in years.
Yeah, and a lot of those names in those are from Europe as well.
Yeah.
And since, that's been one of the coolest things about this event is how all these runners now are coming over from Europe to show up for this event. Speaking of, this is your first time in a different time zone, I believe you told me.
Oh, yeah.
So why don't you tell me a little bit about, this is your first trip to the U.S. How has it been? What's your favorite thing? What's the least favorite thing?
Everything's so big here, man. Why is everything so big here?
Dude, you should come down to Texas. I could show you ginormous
I've been in Texas. And,
oh, that's right. You went into Houston, right?
I had a layover in Houston. And, everything definitely seemed, was bigger right away, including the people.
Can't really argue that one.
But the airport itself was also huge. Like, dang.
Oh, yeah, the Houston airport is ginormous.
Yeah.
So I've gone through it plenty of times myself.
But yeah, everything I got, I got a bottle of Coke there, and I was like, yeah, Jesus, if this is normal size here, then this is bigger than we have.
That's why I have such a stately figure. You know,
Yeah.
born and raised in Texas, where everything's bigger, including the people.
Exactly.
So,
But yeah, it's been quite interesting. I feel really out of my element here, though. That's for sure.
you fit right in with all these other nerds. So,
Yeah.
but
And, the nerds, that's for sure. But I just realized I can't really take a drink while talking. So that's not a good idea. But yeah.
so
But just here in America and stuff, that's all very, very new in here. It's just one new experience on top of another for me here.
Right.
It's insane.
this is your second or third live marathon. Have you been to 2 ESAs?
I've been only to one ESA.
All right. So what's how different is it? Is it pretty much the same thing, just with a different coat of paint? How different does it really feel to in the practice room or hanging out with people on the couch or whatever else?
I'd say it feels mostly the same. I guess this though is a bit more further away from stuff like food and whatnot. So that is a bit harder to deal with. But other than that, so far it's the same. But we're quite early in the marathon. Can't say for certain yet. And either way, they're both great.
All right. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. What is the next run you're looking forward to the most to watch in the marathon?
Oh, I don't know which one comes up earlier. I'm just gonna
just name the first one that comes to mind.
Xenoblade Chronicles.
Xenoblade Chronicles. Man after my own heart over here.
Yeah.
So.
My buddy Maelstrom's going to be running that, and I'm also really looking forward to Pokemon X by Orlan, and I'm going to be hosting myself doing that one.
All right, yeah.
It'll be fun.
So that's exciting.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
do you have any other shout-outs or anything else you want to say that you didn't get out of the way during the run?
Shout out to Simple Flips. I don't know.
Alrighty, I think we're gonna that'll just about do this. So I think we're gonna wrap it up and get set up for, I believe, Pokemon Sapphire is coming up next. So don't go anywhere.
For sure.
Welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2017. I will be taking over host for the next run coming up by Kizaron, Pokemon Sapphire. Kizaron, sorry. And I would just like to go ahead and read a couple of comments, and because some of these might influence a bid war coming up briefly. We got $100 from Steiny. Sorry if I butchered that. And that's to name the trainer Mondi. And right now, the trainer in the lead is Mondi with $238 compared to Gumi with $150. And you only have a couple of minutes to change that if you really want to. And we got one more. We got one more donation. This one is from Brosef, and it says, "When keys are on Wiggly Woo, my hand automatically goes to the Wiggly Woo. I stroke the Wiggly Woo in time with the Wiggly Woo." but that actually puts Wiggly Woo in the lead for Mudkip. But Gumi's only $25 behind. Bring on the Gumis, guys. We want the Gumi. All right. Well, apparently we struck a nerve with a few people with some names. So I have a whole bunch of donations to read while we're still finishing setting up. And B-Dragon gave $100. Just says good luck keys. And that one goes to naming the Diablo 2 character. Go, 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 go. We got $30 from Anonymous. Sorry. Naming the Mudkip Hambone. We'll just, there's a little bit more to it, but we'll just say Hambone. Zetnogi donated $120. Here's $120 for all of the deaths. And keep that Mudkip a Goomy. Dwayne gave $30. Let's see. No one has wanted to weigh in on Ogre Battle stuff, really. So let's get some initial bids there. And a little harder push on that Lucario name I set earlier, Lord Rahl. Thank you very much. Persigax, $30. Goomy, 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 goomy. Pigalax Alt gave $420. New waifu pick. Oh, wait, wrong stream. Well, let's just name the Mudkip the Hasty. Jim Freak gave $420. $4.20. Wiggly Woo, Wiggly Woo. Let's all do the Wiggly Woo. Kirby Master gave $150 for Goomy. Yeah, he ran into the corner apparently. Staini gave another $100. Hashtag Mundi, hashtag Mundi. Go away with Goomy, Mundi, Mundi. I think I did that one pretty well. So to give a update on the bid totals, the Goomy always wins. Goomy right now is in the lead, big time for the Mudkip at 280 over Wiggly at 129.20. And the trainer is currently Goomy with 475 over Mondi at 338.